Welcome everybody to the start of the stream. You guys have missed a lot of my ramblings and a lot of gold. I'll run you down. I'll give you a rundown of some of the more interesting spots. So I flopped 2 pair with 7-5 suited on a 7-6-5 board, played check call. Turn was a 4, check check. River was an 8, putting a straight on the board. And I led for pot and a half, which I think is now I even thought it in real time actually, very likely to be a mistake. I just don't have any 9-10 because 9-10 suited is a 3-bet pure, and my 9-10 off would have to possess a heart, in which case I would just probably check raise it. There's a chance that I could be check calling the other variations of 9-10, but in any event, I don't really think I have enough 9-10 there to justify an overbet on the end. Let's play this hand through. I'm going to check this board back. Queen high probably... Queen 6 I'm probably supposed to bet. King 6 play more check back. But we do catch a clean turn here that allows us to start bluffing. We also block some of his natural continues, which is good. Delay C-bets, particularly in heads up, tend to be drastically overbluffed on those high cards. Just a little tip for all of you out there watching. The other big spot I was in, I ended up timing out because I'm an idiot. This actually plays nicely as a check back candidate as well. We have 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush, so it gives us a lot of protection on those middling cards that we would otherwise be checking back. So I am going to play check back here. I expect to see another check here. This is a high bet frequency card for us. Since we have a weak jack, we're going to size... the board texture is pretty... Well, whatever. I think like 2/3 pot is pretty sufficient here. I would expect some resistance as we ran this delay line a few times. Not really a whole lot should exist in this check raise line for value. Just really 5-6. We obviously have a pretty clear call here with a jack. We could have double delayed here on the ace, given that our hand had showdown value, and that's probably the correct play. We're in a pretty good spot here now. I would expect him to river a lot of 9x, so you should have a lot of 9-7, 9-8. Really don't expect to see too much 7-8 since we block it. And of course he could have like ace-5, ace-6, but they would pretty much have to be the offsuit variety, as well as ace-jack, since that just calls pre. Or sorry, 3-bets pre. And yeah, there it is. The whole lot of nothing. Evan L says, you versus Nini in the final would be sick. Both streaming this. We're actually in different player pools, so that is not possible. So now we're only 50 big blinds effective. I'm going to change it to 8 big blinds instead of 10 with the 3-bet. We want to give him... We don't want to put in 20% of his stack with a 3-bet. It just reduces the amount that we're able to 3-bet by doing that. Fatone says, what do you think about this format? I love idea of heads up sit and goes. I haven't played them really ever, or I guess it's heads up MTTs. So ace deuce off doesn't really defend much versus 3-bets, at least to my knowledge. Again, I'm not very studied in heads up, so I'm gonna make mistakes. Bear with me. I'll try to speak to the points where I'm very unsure. I'm not positive that's a fold, but I'm pretty confident it's a fold. Same thing, we're going to go to 8 big blinds. Obviously, we're happy to play for it here. Should be 4-bet. We shouldn't really be up against an ace too often here, as Well, that's not fair. He does have some in his call range. In any event, we get to play. Oh my god. Lack of time back. But lack of time back is brutal. Okay. He'll have some protection in his check back range, but I don't think it's enough to not go for value here. We get to start charging an 8. We get to start charging worse pocket pairs that didn't protect on flop, as well as spades, which would be checking back at a reasonable frequency. 3. See, it's tough for me to know like what defends versus 3 bets because the stack depth keeps varying. Here, I think we have a very clear bet. Did you sleep with Brandy? I didn't. I hadn't even been to Vegas yet at that point in my life. I've never met Brandy. I didn't know who she was in the real world. King high, clear defend. Good flop for us. This texture is wet enough where I think we can start playing check raise. King 8 is pretty close as far as kickers go. But this is like one of the hands that kind of enjoys a check raise check line, especially having the 8 of diamonds. That's not so bad. Facing the larger size. Yeah, I still kind of like it. We would do this with hands like Jack 10, Queen Jack with a heart. We would do this with a little bit of 9x with diamonds. Reason I prefer check raise over check call in that spot is usually when we face a size up on the flop. We're not going to face a double barrel because our calling range should be exclusively like King X, 9x, and hearts. I shouldn't say should be. It generally will be. Like we're probably not peeling enough ace high there. We can also check raise a little bit of like ace X with the ace of hearts. Should we have flatted like ace 10, ace of hearts? This is a one big blind spot, I think. With good backdoor properties. I would expect the check raise to come through here a fair amount. We block the suited 4, or at least suited 5-4 anyway. Which is pretty nice. He's probably not defending. Wow, with the ante, it's tough, man. It's tough to know exactly what the ranges are. Music too loud. You got it. Sorry about that. Yeah, we can't defend. That is not a defend. These are boards that we're going to tend to want to bet a little bit larger on. Since our hand sucks as far as kickers go, I don't think we really want to bet larger, so we're going to play check back. That's kind of how I would categorize my hands in this spot. Is like we probably don't have much of a small bet, so it's going to be a big bet in check back. We're going to need some King X to check back. Probably best to start with the weakest ones that don't connect to the board. No real reason to play raise here. He'll have like King 6 off in range, King Deuce suited. We'll call. And we have a natural bluff catch on the 7 of clubs. We will lose to some 2 pairs, some 8, 9, and some clubs. If he goes over bet, I think our hand probably shifts into a fold. When he checks, is our hand strong enough to value bet? Would be targeting like a 10. I believe so. I think we can go like 4K here. We'll also have plenty of bluffs. We'll have some Jack 9, Jack 8 that takes this line. All right, we're now 30 effective. So again, we'll be 3-betting roughly to like 7 blinds when we choose to do so. Pretty bad flop for us. I don't really think we get to start stabbing. He's just very protected in his check back line. By us betting, we're mostly targeting like ace highs that are trying to get the showdown, maybe some small pocket pairs, but even small pocket pairs with clubs would want to start betting flop. It's bluffs. This is a one big blind spot for us. Turn 6 isn't great. He has plenty of leads actually on that card. We obviously play check back. Ace also not super great. He'll have some ace X in range. It does eliminate our kicker issue that we may have. But, so this gets a little weird because it becomes a matter of like, what are we targeting? And maybe this is a little bit cowardice, but given the stack depth, yeah, that makes sense. I was going to say, given the stack depth, I think this is just a check back. Because he probably doesn't have a lot of 2x in range. The fold. He probably doesn't have a lot of 2x in range. He now no longer has ace high because it's improved. His hand for sure would have been qualified to lead the turn. It would have been fine to do so. King high check back on this particular board. The jack turn opens up a lot of equity to us. We're basically just going to start targeting like his ace highs at the 3-bet, as well as some of his nothing. Although there's very little nothing. But 5-4 should start betting the turn. 5-7 should start betting the turn. 7-8, 8-9. Going for the check raise is fine. We'll see a lot of check raising coming through with combo draws that are hoping that it goes check check again. I'm really just trying to fold out. It's tough. It's a tough board. I don't know that there's better king highs I can fold out in that spot. I heard in a London casino you're a big fish. Is this true? Seemed they were speaking from experience. I don't know anyone from London, but everybody's entitled to their opinion for sure. We do not get to fold suited hands. The 5 or a heart, I would consider check raising this. Not really great, but as played, we're gonna have to check fold a few bets. It's a good situation for us when he checks back. He will have a fair amount of 5x in his check back range, but I think our hand is. God damn it! I don't have enough time to think, and I don't know heads up well enough. 15 seconds is hard for me to parse through all of the potential hands I have in these spots. Okay, now our hand definitely qualifies as a bluff as we block 8-9. Yeah. With antes, I'm not sure how much button folding I'm supposed to do either. I think both of us are under 3-betting a little bit at this point, but we haven't played a lot of hands. So it's very likely to just be a distribution thing. I've only had like one qualified 3-bet so far with the ace-queen. Haven't even really had like any others outside of that. Also, I'm a little bit less incentivized to 3-bet at this point. Having a chip lead, or at least I'm less incentivized to 3-bet lightly, I should say. This is a board he just gets to win on a lot. What's up, Arnold? How are you doing, Michael McLaughlin? I'm glad I fixed the volume for you. Thanks for making me aware of it. What up, Connie? Welcome, my friend. Speaking of qualified 3-bets. So we're a little bit more shallow now, so I think we want to go to like 7 big blinds. 7.5 is probably appropriate, but obviously we're calling a jam. The ante is so small that I don't feel that. I mean, like, that's not an open in heads up. But maybe it becomes an open when we're only playing 30 blinds effective. I'm very unstudied in heads up MTT strat, especially with no ICM on the line. Well, I guess, sorry, let me rephrase. Especially with no money on the line. Not that that really impacts things too much, but at least in a general sense, you can usually apply some sort of money pressure when people are playing for more than they are prepared to. I think my hand's a check raise here. Maybe I need a club. Maybe I just need a club to check raise. It's just a check call, check fold. Queen high's just good here at a pretty high frequency. I don't really think we need to block ever. We don't get called by worse. And we just win unimproved a fair amount. What up, G-Mall? Three to a wheel. I think we can start betting here. We're going to go relatively small. He'll have a lot of continues, but some auto folds. Auto folds would be like Jack 9, Jack 8. Like disconnected. No backdoor cards like Jack 6 of clubs, for instance. He's playing a pretty nice check raising strat. We should be seeing check raises come through like 20-25% of the time, especially versus one big blind on dry boards. He's been doing a pretty good job of getting those through. This is kind of an R board spot. This will mostly be a big bet or check. Our hand's way too weak to check. So we'll go 3/4 pot. Obviously shut down versus any sort of aggression. Should we turn a pair, I think we're able to follow through with a double barrel. 8 is very bad. This is good for his range. He should have a small lead here. Something like one big blind would be good. 3/4 pot is very strange. I'm not super studied in this node, so it's possible he has a big bet lead, but the instinct lead, very good. The sizing seems too big. Maybe not, though. Well, I guess it depends like how he's building the range. Because my bluff catchers are pretty static. Like if I just have a king, where can I go? This is a 3-bet. So again, 7 blinds. It'd be funny if this is the one that he like rips on when it's the first time I 3-bet late. It is the first time he continued versus a 3-bet. Okay, not the worst flop for us. With a lot of backdoor opportunity. Oh, actually, that's not true. He called once when we had jacks. And we just took it down on a dry texture. That's not a great turn for us. Most of our 10x would have started by checking the flop. Also, he has a fair amount of 10x of spades, so we have to play check now. We do have a lot of ace-x in range that would obviously be pure checking turn. So he can't just bet with total reckless abandonment. Our hand's pretty bad because we block clubs and we beat busted spades. The problem is he bluffs with busted spades, so I do believe we have a block bluff here of sorts. That's kind of annoying. Gets the match a lot closer to even. So again, this is a big bet spot or a check back with ace high. This is a pretty reasonable check back for us. Kyle Elliott says, next season of Poker Out Loud, Berkey's cutting people's mics after 15 seconds if they haven't made a decision yet to speed things up. I'm absolutely not. I think you're confused of the purpose of Poker Out Loud. If you're watching it to see the next card, you're watching it for all the wrong reasons. You should be interested in what they have to say, not annoyed that they're still talking. At least that's the main point anyway. Decent flop for us. We do block 9-7 suited, which is nice. Yeah, the purpose of Poker Out Loud certainly is not to get a bunch of hands in. I would take 3 incredibly well played hands that are very well thought out over. We're gonna play double check here. Over 10 hands that are played very quickly with minimal strategy being discussed. Now I think we have a very obvious value bet. We're targeting ace high. We can go pretty big here as he's relatively capped. It's not often he's going to double check back a king. I haven't had any eggs yet today, truth be told. Film all my life. I did have lunch with 2 of my best friends from high school. I had a burger for those interested. Oh, I did have an egg actually. It came with a fried egg on top. You know it's too good to be true. Back to 60 big blind poker. Gonna play a little bit more hood. King 4-3. We'll have a lot of ace high that bets here, but it will usually be ace Broadway or ace wheel. These middling aces just play a lot better as a check back. We do have to have some hands of showdown value that check back in these spots. 7's a little problematic. We don't block 5-6 at all. Nice to be able to double check back, except it also insinuates that he very likely has showdown value himself. 4 is a pretty good card. We can potentially bluff catch on this. He'll have some hands that he was looking to check raise. Well, now we definitely just auto lose, but that is what it is. Oh, wow. That's interesting. 10 high never wins there. I guess he doesn't have much blocking property to the board, but I don't really think you want to be showing that hand down, whether you stab turn or river. 3's a fold. $44 big blind poker now. We flop top 2. This is a big bet board. This is a big bet board in theory, but I'm actually going to quarter pot it here because I have the board kind of locked, and if he recognizes this is a mistake, I may get check raised a little bit more frequently. Hands like single club or backdoor spades that may be made indifferent facing 3/4 pot might suddenly make a mistake versus quarter pot. Suited hand, we see flop. We miss flop. Every night. We had a 2-1 chip lead for most of the most of the early stages, but now things are pretty even. It's a real dogfight. We're roughly 50 blinds effective. This is a very clear defend. Swing and a miss. We block 8-7 suited, but that's not super important. He's not doing a lot of 3-betting with 8-7 suited. I think we could start with a stab. No, we can't. My thinking was like we could have some king 8, king 8, 8-7, and try to get him to fold better king highs in this particular instance, but it's just going to take blasting off for 3, and this isn't really a board that I'm comfortable doing that on. He just has way too many traps. And now we at least chop with like king queen. Oh man. We chop with king queen. Yeah, pretty much everything else would have started betting earlier. I think like queen 10 suited. I think we just have to fold. This hand's probably pretty close as a bluff catcher. How difficult do you think learning heads up and trying to build a bankroll is? Is there any live cash heads up or live heads up tourneys that run to help easy table selection? No, heads up is certainly a dead discipline. It's very hard to get loose action heads up. Unless you're already just like battling in the high stakes arena and you get a couple whales that have an ego. Like I was fortunate enough to play a few heads up matches last year where I'm not very good at heads up by any stretch of the imagination, but I was a pretty big favorite in these spots. I think once I choose not to bet the turn, I have to just fold my hand. I certainly can't check call 7 high. And I think my hand is too weak to check raise. Maybe not though. I did block 4-5. Very wet texture. We'll be playing a lot of checkbacks on this flop. 2 is pretty clean. We should face a lot of big bets out of him now. A lot of his hands that contain a 10 will start to like 3/4 pot. We're going to check this back a second time. Maybe double delay. We'll see. 8's pretty good. We do have a potential bluff catcher at this point. Almost all of our 8x would have double checked. No real reason for us to bet. Sometimes we just win versus king high. Or chop versus ace high. That's nice. This is a pure 3-bet. Doesn't matter. How does this work? You just play the person until somebody busts. That's correct. I think this is probably a fold. Being at bottom of range, but having backdoors, I think allows us to delay with this hand. And that's our gin card. So I think we get to start bluffing now. Our hand's not strong enough to raise facing a bet, but it is strong enough to call. 3 or an 8 would be glorious. Okay, we made a very bad flush. We do have to bluff catch this hand some of the time. Yeah, half pot's pretty standard. I think we just have to pay this off. At least some of the time. And I'm going to choose to this time. Alright, we're 30 blinds effective now. Probably have to be a little bit more particular. We could start to implement a button limping strategy. I think that's pretty reasonable. I'm not positive how this works, but because I'm not very good at heads up, and because we're only 30 blinds effective, so I can't be making too big of a mistake, I'm just going to play this as a pure jam. And I imagine a lot of middling pairs just do this. If we want to flip, we move on. We don't win a flip, we're out. Unfortunately, we're out. That's going to do it for our heads up. Good match. Let me win. Played very well. A little bit unfortunate for us. We got out to a big lead. Ran 1 3-barrel, or 2-barrel, I guess, bluff in a 3-bet pot that did not work out. And that's going to do it for us. Suddenly, we're gonzo. I'm going to try to get some cash games started. I'm sitting at 25 cent, 50 cent, 50 cent a dollar. Nope, not 50 cent a dollar. That's a lie. 25 cent, 50 cent, 2.5. There was somebody sitting there, but he seems to have left. Where else are there people? Oh, 510. Wow. What's going on at 510? Okay. No. Wait, what the hell? It says there's 3 people sitting. Where are they? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. That's strange. Show me a different table. How about that? How does that do? Currently there's no other tables available. Let's try this. Oh, weird. So apparently in the lobby a table is showing as running, but okay, here we go. What's this? This is 510. All right, we found a 510 game. We're in there. Let's join. Give me a second and I'll pull this one up. Man, I really had high hopes for that event. It's tough though. Once you like kind of grind down to the later stages, it really does become pretty high variance. And you got to win your flips just like any other MTT, you know? Play call here. Let's see what other games we can get going. Check back. Good card. Good card. This is an attractive spot to potentially bluff, but he has so much ace high that it doesn't fold. I think we just double delay here. And now we could potentially have bluff raises. We do block 6-8, which is pretty nice. Yeah, I think this is a pretty reasonable line for us. We're repping really polar though, so we have to go pretty big. Oh, he just snaps with ace king. Wow. I think he's probably just supposed to check call there. Betting seems odd. Well, actually, betting doesn't seem odd. He gets value from worse. I definitely call worse ace highs. Here we're gonna double barrel. I definitely call worse ace highs there. I have to, but I don't know that ace king plays is a very good bluff catcher in that spot. Pretty clear he has like no pair almost always. Okay, so we are just gonna triple it off here. I think our hand's gonna block at this point. Interesting. I think we just have a pretty clear call. Yikes. Well, good start. Wait, why am I not reloaded? What's going on here? Alright, well, both of those hands were a little annoying. How do I... You would think after 4 days on this software I would remember how to reload. But I don't. Table options? Dun, 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 dun. In the fall. All right, so just like that, we're stuck. A quick $2,000, $1,000 in 510, and $1,000 in the MTT. Oh, there it is. Auto rebuy. Ba-da-da-da. Okay, whoops. Didn't need to do that. All right, we fight on. Let's see what other games we can get going, if any. We got the 25-cent, 50-cent game rolling. Come join me. You're asking for too many things here, G. Obviously, we have a call here. It's good sizing. Any advice for somebody looking for soft cash, loves live poker, and wants to play any form which allows to play a lot of hands? Yeah, you just can't play a lot of hands in live poker. That's just not a thing, man. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you're going to play 20 hands an hour. That's just going to be the way it is. Let's see what other games we can get going. Oh, wow. All right, we got a 2-5 game going. And I get aces the very first hand. And we get 3-bet. Let's just keep clicking on them. Let's see what happens. He just leads. Let's keep clicking on him. See what happens. It's a good card. Okay, max. Wow, what a cooler. What a cooler. Guess that's that. We'll see if he reloads. Open ace-3 suited under the gun. We face a big 3-bet here. 120 is huge. I'm supposed to just fold. I'm not gonna, but I'm supposed to. Punished. Let's play small. Let's just call, actually. Fuck! Max Payne. Max Payne. I think we just check. We have a lot of flushes. Wow, Queen 10 off. See, this is why you don't fold. I guess I should have bet river. Tough to bet river. You're like exactly targeting king queen somehow in a spot where he probably shouldn't really have king queen for 12x pre and then half pot on flop. All right, we got to reload at 2-5. He starts with a button limp. It's a good sign for us. Conrad, give all these men phase tickets, please. SMWAL1221. You have a phase ticket coming your way. I'll get you the 25-cent, 50-cent table in a moment, Connie. soon as we play these pocket nines. Mike 79, Mike D79, Conrad, give him a phase ticket. Really shouldn't be a lot of King X in his range. I'm not really sweating that. Just really a matter of, do we play call? Never mind, don't give Mike one, he quit. Yeah, I think we just call. Fuck. Now we check fold. There we... Oh, he just had the jack deuce off. It's okay. We're good. Maybe I should have jammed turn. Conrad, here's the 25-cent, 50-cent table. Please give all of these men a ticket, including Bernard 3164, who's currently sitting out. They've earned it. Come back, my love. Tearing of the flesh, how beautiful it sounds. A wedding song. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Which table am I on? I'm on the 2-5 table? No, I'm on the 25-cent, 50-cent table. Alright, let's fold up the 2-5 since we're playing heads up. That might be a little more interesting. Get to play more hands. Move to the 5-10 game. We have an interesting spot here in the big blind versus our man. I think we 3-bet here. I think our hand can mix between call and 3-bet, but against somebody who's clearly too wide, we just want to 3-bet. This is a spot where we get to go pretty big. 3/4 pot seems fine. With the nuts present in 6-7, maybe we're less incentivized to bet big here. I could see a case for checking. Obviously, we check on the turn jack. Yeah, I think I may have screwed the pooch here with this sizing on flop. But I do think we have a check call here now on the river. We just live with the results. Sucks to get stacked by like queen jack, jack 10, but I think we have good bluff catching properties. Yeah. Yep. It's my home. His hand's a fold on the flop. If that wasn't obvious. All right, we got even. That was quick. Down the road. Down that long, lonely road. Back to the heads up action. Oh. Against a good disciplined opponent, I would check this back, but given the tendencies of what I've seen so far, I think this is a very clear bet spot. Now I think we have a check back, and we have a very obvious call. That's crazy. I don't know what he's doing with sixes there. And goes chugging through the night. Does a lot of button limping. With 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush, we're going to lead small. Quarter. 2 overs. On the turn ace, I'm hesitant to bet just because he's kind of demonstrated the inability to fold. And we just fold. It's my home. You're gonna carry me. We're just gonna keep getting after him. Good flop. I'll start by checking because we have so much equity. I think we half pot here. He's not going to start folding pairs. Correct. I think we half pot again. See if he raises all in. Yeah. Slithering, king, snake, the highway sign. We want to bet here for protection's sake, especially for somebody who under check raises. Good to just win that one. Get back, get back. Check that one. Very clear check call spot. Still a clear check call spot. Johnny Rock says, what's the rake on the website? I'm not sure, but I'm pretty positive you could find out if you just go to betmgm.com. We do make the second nuts here. I think we just lead small. Don't let him off the hook and potentially let him make a mistake over top. Last question, Mr. B. What is your specialty and where in poker do you feel most comfortable? Love the feedback, my dude. I am a live deep stack cash. I wouldn't say specialist necessarily, but that's where my comfort zone lies. I like being in environments where it's pretty undetermined. There's very little study done on 8-handed, 500 big blind cash games. So that's kind of the world I like to be living in. Full pot. We have a pair. Call. King is pretty bad, but he did limp. But first, another full pot bet. I think we just give up. Seats open in both 2-5 and 5-10 if you guys would like to join me. The 25-cent, 50-cent game is full. I'll get another one popping off, though, if there's demand. What up, Fish Cakes? What up, Joe Salty? How you guys doing? Clear check back here. We turn a pair. That's good. Go big. Joe Salty says you should see all the poker content advertised in the campsite chats. Oh man, that might be the comment of the day right there. I see what you're doing, man. I respect it. Good to see a 5-10 game popping off here. BetMGM's thriving. Let's fucking go, team. Oh no, our man Magarak has busted at the 5-10 game and will no longer be joining us. We nailed it. It's the ass end, but the ass end's pretty good. I'm going to actually double check here. This is a pure bet in theory. But actually, he calls too widely. I take that back. I'm just going to bet. If he check raises, it's always 9. So like, I'm not really sweating it. When he just calls, I think we have another clear bet. We just go full pot. Fun spot here in the 5-10 game. We ISO. This is always a big bet spot. We flop the nuts. Big blind does not have a defend. Unfortunate. Get back to the heads up. Good flop for us. So in love with the flame. It's a good flop for the old 7 Dewey, especially facing full pot. It's a good turn when facing full pot. I mean, I'm just going to rep that I have spades. He had the aces. He tried trapping us, boys. We weren't having it. We weren't having it one bit. Here, this is somehow... Oh, min raise call. Okay, good turn card for us. We don't really have a very robust check raise range on this card, so we're just going to lead after check check. He will have a fair amount of 10x in range playing check back, but not really all that relevant to us. With a weak 10, I think this is one of the ones we fit into a blocking strategy. Give him the ability to raise hands like Queen 9, Queen 8, even potentially like 7 9 7 8 as a bluff. Possibly a hand like 7 5. Yeah, we're happy with this result. There it is. He went thin with the jack. After playing check back on flop, he felt like he needed to get greedy. I understand. I've been there. We were protected in that blocking line, though, sir. His river raise actually... No, it's not. It's too thin because there's too much out there that beats him. If it's like a 10 or nothing, then his raise is a lot better because I just have worse jacks to call with. But like in spots where I could have houses 8 9 10x, you're not getting enough value from my jack x because I'm probably gonna have to like mix folds versus your raise anyway. 9 10 fold. From out of house to penthouse, we're thriving, team. We're up 2 buy-ins at 2-5. We're up a half a buy-in at 5-10. And we're stuck at the tournament. That was no fun. What's the title for today's YouTube? Oh, the heads up. All right. Well, let's change it. Let's change it to 5-10. Oh, my man is back for more in the 2-5 streets. He wants a piece of this cookie. Mike D is now joining us. Jack 6 suited is a defend. Good flop for us. Where's half pot? I think we just play call. Fold, call.
The silence echoes in a long stretch of trees, already burned by the fire.
Yeah, I think we just have to give this one up. Very unlucky.
Long before it grew old, it was
What did he show? was looking at the other table. Ooh. Oh, he had a 9. I mean, we're never moving him off of it. Could have potentially won the pot had we taken a very aggressive line, but wouldn't have been easy. I'm so used to playing with an ante. I'm a little bit unsure of my ranges. I feel like this call is bad 3 ways. We have no blocking power over the suited kings, but that doesn't really matter. What matters more is that we have backdoors, and we do block king X off. We win. I like when we win. Holding on to memories and regrets. It's a good flop for us. I think we can go big here, actually. I could be wrong. This might just be a mistake. It's hard to make a mistake with that much equity, but it might be a range error. Let's fold. What's everybody up to this Saturday? Fill me in. What's going on? How's everybody doing? Are we watching the games? Is that what's going on? Here, this is one of our weakest aces and does have backdoors, so I think we can start playing check. We would check with like queens, kings, jacks. None of them really need any protection. We would also check some hands like we have, some ace fives. We also block the ace of clubs, which is nice. This is a clear call. Pretty good turn. He goes full pot. A lot of draws available. This is obviously a very clear call for us. Way too high up in range. He's setting up a pot-sized shove, though, so he's setting up 2E. We should expect a jam on river. We block the nuts here, so much more probable that a jam is a bluff. We also block jack 9, which is pretty important. Not because we have it, but because he doesn't. Oh, the ace 4 ball. Brutal. It's a low frequency 4-bet out of him. Also plays pretty well as a flat. Played the hand nicely. Well done, Dragoon. It's a good check back on the river, too. I think ace 4 is probably a little bit thin at that point. Yeah, I mean, when the queen comes off and it's a club, like, we just have king jack. We just have, well, it would have to be king jack of clubs or hearts. But we also just have flushes. We have top 2 with ace queen. Pretty astute check back with top of range hand. Duly noted. Dragon Slayer plays fairly well so far. G Molly says I'm way over caffeinated. It's already gone. Yikes. Oh boy. What time do the games start? Have I missed them already? Not missed, but missed the start of them. EBS. Whoopsie. Oh no. I just misclicked in 2-5. Paid off the the loose one. That game filled. Love to see it. What up, Lily? Tell Ace I said what's up. I hope he's doing well. I hope you are also. Good to see you back in these streaming streets. I won't lie, the 25-cent, 50-cent game, very distracting. I wish we were playing nine-handed so I could kind of chill a little bit. This is a turn card that I think we're forced to just check raise, depending on size. We could also check fold. We want to have some hands like this in our check raising range. Half pot. Yeah, I think this is a pretty good check raise candidate for us. We'll have a lot of two pairs. So we'll have two combos of ace 3, ace 4, ace 9. It's a pretty good river, actually. 5-6 gets there. We block that. Oh, I went too big on the turn, though. Fuck. I mean, we're obviously all in, but I'm getting called, and this is going to be a torch. He has what I was repping. That's unfortunate. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I'm probably just supposed to fold given SPR on the turn. Blah. Too many tables. I'm too old to be multitasking. This is what happens, kids. Don't turn 40. It's brutal. It's brutal. All right, back to the drawing board at 510. We're stuck 1,000 again. I probably could have lived. Goodbye to faraway you. Far away you. Do. Oh, man. Conrad got a few more $55 phase tickets for you to give away. I'm going to give you the update at 2.5. So, short charge, Allen PSU, Bravo Foxing, and Poop Feast all are going to need a ticket from you. Oops. Dream in my own hand. Take a look at the screen if you haven't already. You got it. All right. We'll play this hand out. Top bottom pair. First full pot, I think we just give up. Do they have zone on there? They do. I don't know if it's running. I could take a look. Far away you. Check. Far away you. Alright. So they have what's called fast forward. They only have it at low stakes though. So they have 5 cent, 10 cent, and 25 cent, 50 cent. Doesn't look like there's a player pool right now though. Danielle Stryker says, Burke, I just want to let you know I've been crushing it since taking Software Academy. Mashing the cash games. I'm really happy to hear it, Danielle. Congratulations. I know that that was something that you were striving for, and I'm happy to hear that you're doing well. Duke is on soon. Vandy's at the half now. Fuck, Vandy's at the half, but it's not on CBS. Where can I watch this? I'm guessing it's on TNT. How to fly. Let's see. Oh, it's not Vandy, it's Villanova. But still. How do I watch this game? Oh, maybe it is on CBS and I'm just watching the halftime news right now? Is that possible? Let's see. We turn a gut shot after checking through. I think we have to start bluffing our hand. Maybe not, though. Maybe this is bad. But we do get to bluff a river 7. We're fucked on that card. We just have to give up. Surrender. You win. You love me. Pretty interesting spot here at 510. So he's gone 3/4 pot, 3/4 pot. River ace. I'm tempted to block and call, but I think check calling is just best. Yeah, that's why you check call. He just has the old 10 high ball. Jason Schellenberger says, had opening day of spring baseball today for my son. That's what I'm talking about. Man, I miss those days so much. I almost want to have kids just for the sake of Little League. Almost. Don't you cry. You love me. Okay, this is a pretty fun spot here. Open over, or sorry, I squeeze from the big blind over a bunch of limps. I think we just have to go 2E here. Or sorry, 3E rather. So we're going to go full pot with the queen of clubs. We'll be doing a lot of checking on turns. Oh no, we got min clicked. This is annoying. I mean, I think we're just all in anyway. Our hand's just too susceptible, and he has worse queens. Yeah, there it is. There's the worst queen. That hand does not want to do that. Okay, same exact spot. We're going to do it again. 35. Literally, this is exactly what happened in the previous hand. Called in 2 spots, no club in hand. I think we start with a check. Probably check range in this particular situation. Clear call. Check. Fold. Very interesting one here in 5-10. I 3-bet out of the big with 7-6 suited. He calls. I half pot flop. He calls. We turn top 2. I'm not sure I love my line, but yeah, I think I should have been 2-eing on turn, which would have been closer to 3/4 pot. This is going to get messy. I'm obviously all in. My hand's too strong to do anything else. I don't think I can check because he's clearly indicating he has a 1-pair hand. If he has 8-9, we just get cooled off. Yeah, that's brutal. That's super unlucky, but also I played my hand bad. I think my hand is probably a pure check on the turn. Well, it can't be. My hand can't be a pure check unless my range is pure checking. Which it's probably not because I do have 8-9 in range. This is a clear check spot for us. Yeah, so my hand probably does bet the turn, but not for the size I chose. Full pot is too big. I think I wanted to go like 3/4 pot on turn. Flop size is good. Half pot. He calls with 2 overs in the back door. Nothing we can really do there when he drills it. We're going to double check this one. I think we're strong enough here where we can play check call, depending on size. We do have 9-10 in full. We could... This is probably one of the hands that would viably check raise. Queen 10 would be preferred. I do think we can get away with this, but we'll surrender if called. Yeah, on that card we obviously have a check. We never win. Pretty unfortunate spot. I mean, he could have 9-10. No, he can't have 9-10, actually. He checked back flop. That's literally very unlikely. He's really just like repping 6s exactly. Because there aren't many club hands that would check back flop and then bet half pot turn, I don't think. He's also repping like 2-pair, like 8-7, 7-6, but I don't know that they really jam river on a river club. Of course, I'm not checking a flush either, so he very viably could, but I imagine those hands... yeah, maybe they do jam. Bottom 2 would be like tough, shoving 7-6 there, expecting to get called by worse. It's not like I have like Jack 10 that I check raise turn and then check call river. That would be a little strange, I suppose. Yeah, he's pretty much just like repping exactly 6s or potentially 5-4. Which was also a big reason why I expected my check raise on the turn to work. Maybe a little bit more than it should. Don't expect him to have a ton of club holdings at that point. He could have a hand like 6-5 of clubs. That would make a lot of sense. Probably one of the few that would be willing to bet. Or ace-6 of clubs potentially could bet. This is just a fold. All right, we're down bad. We're down like 1,800 now. I think we're in for like 2,800 on this cash game. Lucky Ravioli is getting it all from us. He's playing very well. He also ran well in a couple spots. The 9-8 versus 6-7 was pretty unlucky for us. But I also played it not well. My sizings were a little incorrect. I can't remember. I didn't know I was a member. Inside my windowsill. Can I probably always will. With backdoors, we obviously peel, especially with pairs. Check is nice. We beat some hands. You can also river an 8 or a 5 and be good. I don't really think we can call block here. Yeah, we just have to fold. Everything gets there. He still bets. Pretty valuable spot for a hand like Ace Jack, Ace Queen. These guys are playing well enough that I would be much better served if I weren't 3-tabling right now. I might lose the 25-cent, 50-cent game. Chris Mace says, Berkey, are you in the Berg? I am until Monday morning. All right, we got a real hand. Let's do something about it. What up, Jamin? Good to see you out here, my man. Oh, fuck, we got to walk. Nobody likes that. The size indicates to me that he probably doesn't play much online. 3.5x isn't really utilized in these games. He's also the one who like 4x the button and then blasted off with the 10-8 on a pretty bad board for him. Now he's limping, so we're going to punish. Can I properly? Very good flop for us. His range will be pretty static. He'll have pairs, flush draws, and then his nothing obviously will just be giving up. Actually, I think we can go very big here. Rep the bluff, rep the value. 4 is very good. We don't expect to see that too often in his range. Just shy of 3. I think we want to go 3/4. And then be all in for 3/4 on the river. Nah, Lily, you do fine on Poker Out Loud. Plus, we give you a template to follow. Whoa. Surprising win there. His hand should obviously bluff. For a while. Jay says, love the new Only Friends podcast. Thank you so much, man. We've really enjoyed doing it. I hope it continues to perform well. We go. Oh my god. That got that got min raised on the flop. He limped. I ISO'd for 5x. I bet third on the flop. He min raised. I called. Turn. I checked. He bet like 3/4. I called, and then river was the 4th spade, and it goes check check. Ay 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 ay. Variance, bro. Variance. It's been a long night, Selena. To love me, I just wanna see you smile. Jason says, how do you ban somebody? I think you can report them, but this account seems to just keep making new ones. For a while, it's been a Selena. I don't need you to love me. I just wanna see you smile. Oh, hello, aces. All right. Don't think he limped to fold. Let's go 4x. Good flop for us. I think again we can start with an overbet. Aces doesn't really need it, but I just think his propensity to call is way too high. Tell me how much can an honest man stand? There'll be some Jack 9 in range, but not really enough for us to care. There'll be some 10-8 for sure. I think we can start with a check because he'll start bluffing more often. He did not. The 3 is very good for us. I'm actually going to jam. I think he has a lot of 1 pairs that can bluff catch. But he did not. I might have got greedy there. He also might just land there with nothing at a really high rate. A wedding ring. Little Lucy, dry your eyes, let's have some fun. Okay, fine. I know your wings are broken, my hands are tied. When you told me you loved me, I know you lied.
Hang down your head, little girl, and cry so loud. 'Cause you're giving your man
Nothing but blues to sing. Just to get you guys up to date, we are in this 5-10 game for 2,700 or so. So we're down like 1,400. We are in this 2-5 game for 500. So we're up like 1K. And we're into this game for $50. So we're up like 32 bucks. I haven't really showed too much of the 25 cent, 50 cent game. It hasn't been very interesting, to be quite honest. Jamie says, my randomizer is broken today. I 4-bet King 10 suited 5 times in a row, and I won 4. What does that tell you then, Jamin? Fuck randomizing. Good hand, suited, put in the money. Nothing but blues to sing. and no objection to it. But it takes more than love to buy a wedding. It takes more than love to buy a wedding ring. Whoops. Oh no, what's that? There we go. If you're feeling... this is probably a pretty high frequency c-bet spot, but I have my worst king, so choosing to check it can't be bad. There's a place on the outside of town. There's a river that is bending. Blue heron, don't leave me hanging. Can I get a Poker Out Loud episode 2? I'm a 1-2 player. I guess this is as good a time as any to start shilling our product. We are running a Poker Out Loud Academy in April. The dates are April 27th to April 30th. There's currently 1 seat remaining. It's going to be a 9-handed Poker Out Loud session. So the way it will work is it's a 4-day academy. And on day 1, we will break down the principles of game theory. On day 2, you'll play 8 full hours of Poker Out Loud. We'll offer you a template to follow throughout the course of it so that you don't get lost in your thoughts. And there will be a commentator in the booth to mark notable hands and to discuss them during your 15-minute breaks and your dinner breaks. Day 3, we'll get deeper into strategy, a lot more nuanced. We'll be talking flop c-bet strategies, turn and river range splits, things of that nature. Day 4 will be another 8-hour session of Poker Out Loud. You'll have those videos indefinitely to study off of moving forward. If we do fill the 9th seat, we're going to open up a second block of 9 that will run from April 26th to April 29th. And basically, we'll just stagger the 2 groups. So when one group is doing class, the other group will be doing filming for Poker Out Loud gameplay. If you guys have any interest, head to academy.solveforwhy.io. I'll put that link in the chat. By the river on Sunday morning. Very good flop for us. Start with a small bet here of quarter pot. When people tank long like that and then check, I think they're always like auto folding. Makes me want to check back when I have something good. See? Makes me want to check back when I have something good, and makes me want to just like stab for one big blind whenever I have nothing. Do do do. If you're feeling low, low down. So this is a big bet or check back spot. Facing a limp call, I think we actually just play check back more often than not. So we're going to choose to do that. Nine's not great, though we do have king queen in range, of course. So we do have a peel here versus a small bet. Pretty interesting river. We could bluff. I mean, that's desperately incentivizing us to bluff. Yeah, I don't think we really have a choice. You can't call to chop in those spots. You don't win often enough for half the pot, basically. So you want to try to bluff him off of a chop. And having a king in hand is just worth a lot. Here we... Oops, I'll let you know. Here we flop a gut shot versus a 3-bet. We have a very clear peel. That worked out nicely for us. Deuce is a very bad card for our range. Should we face more aggression, we obviously have a clear fold. Jamie says, explain a few of the bet one big blind spots. What are some of the criteria for when you do that? It's just low SPR, right? So, well, I should rephrase that. It's low SPR in a single raise pot, right? So it happens often in tournaments when you're like 20 big blinds effective in a single raise pot, and now SPR is like 4, 3, or something along those lines. So it's just a range advantageous flop in a spot where you basically have a range bet presented to you, but SPR is relatively low, so you don't really want to go over quarter pot, and the tendency will just be to lean on one big blind. Good turn card for us. I think that's an overbet for us. We have a lot of draws in range. Really hard for him to have better as played. He opened pre, check called flop. He's gonna have just like a lot of weak ace X and worse. It's actually a really good flop for our hand and range. Not really a spot we bet big though, but we do have a potential double barrel candidate. All right, Dan, I hope to see you there. That'd be great, my man. Hit me up. So we have an interesting spot here at 25 cent, 50 cent. We open, get 3-bet, we call. Flop, we check call small. Now on turn, we can't really check call. This is just like a pretty clear all-in spot. We do block Jack 10, and if he's ever making errors, the problem is that like his double barrel there is just so strong. So for that reason, I think exploitatively, we could probably just check call and give up. Give up should we miss. That's probably the correct play, but in theory, like we just can't check call Jack high there. Oh, hello. Oh no. Oh, it didn't reload. That's brutal. She makes me. This is an obvious defend. Very good flop for us. we start with a small bet. She came to me like an answer. Very clear double barrel. We have a very clear peel here, but 6-7 is real in his range, so that's not exactly thrilling. Take the 3 of diamonds, though. 7's kind of brutal. Facing a second barrel here, we obviously have a fold. Facing a check, we do have a very strong bluff candidate. I think 3/4 pot, pretty good. We would do this with a queen. We would obviously do this with a set or 2 pair. We don't really have 2 pair though, just queen 7 suited maybe. Probably not though. We do river the 3 of spades. We're so short, we just have to be all in, obviously. Yeah, my turn sizing was fucked. It should have been half pot to set up like 70% on river. I obviously can't be bluffing now. I'm not sure what he could possess that he's tanking with, because like when he doesn't jam turn, it should only be traps. So maybe I'm getting slow rolled. I think that's very reasonable. I'm not sure like what 1 pair hands are really there that don't just check get it in. But maybe my size. I'm making a lot of sizing errors because I'm not paying close enough attention. So maybe my sizing mistake there kind of threw him for a loop and was just like, oh, I don't know what to do, I'll just call. 4 ways, this is a very standard check spot. Especially when we have one of our weakest jacks. Pretty fine. No real reason to raise. We just have a call here versus a shorter stack. If check 2, we obviously have a bet. 3/4 pot seems good. I would go deeper. Oh, this is brutal. We really shouldn't be facing this raise much at all. Especially not all in. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. He did overcall the turn. He could have King Jack for sure. It's a very viable hand. Very, very viable. But we block. I mean, whatever. I think we just have to pay. We're getting way too good of a price. We're getting 3-1 here for him to show up with some weird fucking bluff. Yeah, that makes sense. That's pretty thin. I mean, for me to bet the river, I have to have usually a flush minimum. I guess trip jacks can bet. I may have misplayed that hand on river. Basically, I just shouldn't expect to get check raised by a flush. That hand should just be almost certainly betting the river. So I think even though it's 3 ways going into the last street, I could probably pretty comfortably bet when check 2. Whether or not I call, I guess, is... whether or not I call is maybe a different story. Save me home, won't you?
Break my hand that wrestles with you now.
Save me low, won't you?
Break this dam in the water that will drown. Call your name just before I fall. See your face on the wrecking ball. Yeah.
Ay, ay, ay. What is going on here?
Save me, love, don't you take this veil that covers up my eyes. Save me, love, won't you calm this gale with shivers, Lord.
We get the small bet here versus 3-bet. Definitely has check folds. More specifically, hands that dominate us, which is great. This is a card that we bet often. 3/4 pot is going to be the preferred size. We're going to have a 7 advantage, a straight advantage, a flush advantage, full house advantage. He's just not going to have 5s, 4s, 7, 5, 3 betting. We're obviously all in. We'll have better flushes, of course, but that's not really much of a concern. Oh, Magrak is back. Welcome, sir. Jamin says, wouldn't you mostly go quarter pot anyway as a range bet in single raise pot? It feels like one big blind. Yeah, but we're talking about scenarios where SPR is incredibly low. So there's no reason to risk the extra amount, right? Because with antes, the pot is now going to be pretty swollen, and you just can't really stomach a check raise when you're range betting those spots. You can't really, quote unquote, attack a small bet. That's kind of not a thing. You still have to just have like hands that possess enough equity to do something about it. Right? Like if they just start check raising too freely off of 20 big blinds, what's the worst thing that happens? Like you just call and now they're fucked because they have like half SPR behind on the turn. And you drown. Okay, pretty good spot for us. We squeeze, get called by PSU. So we want to set up an all-in on the turn, if possible. You were right about me. It's a very innocuous turn. We can go half. I'm just going to jam. It can look like we picked up hearts. He's not folding that hand ever, and we stack him. Suddenly, we're back to even. Let's go. You were rapping when the sun came up. You were right about me. This is probably a pretty bad 3-bet versus this formation, and I get punished accordingly. Now I have a call, and we play it deep. He should have went bigger because of stack depth, but that's not really all that important. It's a good flop for us. This actually may check back at a fair frequency. It does. Now we start to polarize. He's gonna have a lot of bluff catchers in his line, or in his range, I should say. We'll be all in on all rivers. So we set up 2E here for about 120% pot on each street. He should have a lot of calls with like ace king, possibly queens with a club. The problem is that like we shouldn't have any naked ace of clubs here. You were bringing back to me. Oh, you were right about me. But we also shouldn't have a lot of flushes. Oh, but honey, you. He does make a good fold. Yeah, so we'll have to like reach for bluffs there, and we'll be doing so with like, I guess we could have ace queen with the ace of clubs. That's probably about it. No real reason to protect our hand on this flop. Now I think we can protect. Half pot. Fire burns before it burns out. We win. Shadow of doubt. Johnny Rocco says, I would fold here 1,000%, but I'm used to 1-2. I missed it, so I'm not sure exactly the hand you were referencing. We have a fun one here at 2-5. Flop middle pair with the nut flush blocker versus a button raise and a small blind call. Expect him. I was gonna say I expect him to check back here a fair frequency. This really favors small blind. He should be betting at a reasonable frequency. I'm going to continue to check. He can start betting his draws now. We have a very clear bluff catcher that we could potentially turn into a bluff on the end. Now we just have a fold. I made this kind of the wrong sides, but he's so short and shouldn't be opening 3x off of 30 bigs anyway. That 7.5 blinds is probably fine. Okay, so we have 1.5 SPR. We're trying to play an all-in pot here. So we're looking at like 40%. Not a great turn card, but we're just gonna go like 40% again. Or no, less actually. We're gonna go like quarter. And then all in for the rest. Fuck. Timed out with a good hand. Yeah, I mean that's unlucky. Turns to 9, or turns to 10, whatever. Played it great. 3x the king 9 off and went for it. It's fine. Here we're gonna have a very natural check raise. It should check through or big bet a lot. It does check through. I think we can now start betting our hand. What up, Tom? How you doing, my man? Oh, I didn't see he led for 5, but it doesn't really matter. He's airballing a lot, so it's fine. Do 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 do. Corbin Dallas says, yeah, GG with QA. I don't follow. We'll play check back here. We don't really have to protect from anything, and he likes to bluff it off sometimes, so we just have a call. We'll double delay, and then value bet river. Targeting a 5, targeting queen high. We're just picking off his hopeful bluffs. There it is. There's the queen high. That hand shouldn't bluff. It's just beating my check back range. It obviously can't value bet because I can't call worse queen highs. I could only raise them. This is a 3-bet. Doesn't matter. Country. Oh, that one. Deep country. That's where she is, that's where I wanna stay. In the night of her eyes, there's a light that shines. Fuck, I'm so slow. Girl with eyes like ocean blue, she spends my nights and steadies my days. She loves me like a river. Love to see where it roams. All right, we got the aces. We'll take them. Bars with a tune of time never moans. So buy me this drink and I'll see you in the morning. Hold me tight, don't ever let go. In that deep, deep country. I like this 2-5, man. Everybody's deep. Let's go. 200 big blind poker. We can small bet here. Last time this was total dust. We'll probably call one more. Well, now I'm inclined to call again. That is not dust, sir. That is a full house. He got me. His erratic lines have got me. For her. What up, Jason? It's good, my man. Another one of my compadres from the college days when I was back in Erie grinding. Hope all is well in dreary Erie. Can't believe you still live there. Jeremiah Williams, ladies and gentlemen. We have a legacy in the chat. Young up-and-coming crusher. Pay your respects. Give this man moderation status. He only came because he saw that he saw the title of Heads Up. Don't mean to disappoint you, Jeremiah. I could have used you earlier, but I lost my sit and go in a flip style. Sixes versus ace queen. GG us. All right, back to 5-10. This is a defend. Oh, I didn't see the small blind come along. Fuck. Doesn't really matter, but would have been good to know. Abort. By my side. Oh man, the only problem with playing cash is there are no scheduled breaks. So I just sit here thinking about how bad I have to pee. The good thing about playing cash is I could just say, hey guys, I'm going to take a break. I have to pee anytime I like. I just haven't yet. If I seem hard to reach. Old Timey Reg plays online streets. That's the title of the YouTube video. Old Timey Reg in the mix. We're coming after Magarak. Pretty good flop for a pretty shit hand. Whoops. Pretty great turn for a still pretty shit hand. Stack depths are weird though. Okay, we're kind of giga-fucked here. He has a 9 a lot. Yeah, I mean, I think unfortunately we just have to go for this. Try to get a 9 to fold. Yeah, it worked. Yeah, he's going to have a 9 a lot, some of which is going to be like 9x of diamonds, which is really shitty to bluff catch with. He also might just have like hands like... I might have just had the best hand, right? He might just have like some queen jack in there. Tom said min raise from the button. I'm going to have to rename you to Baby Bet Berkey. Look, man, big bets are reserved for live. Online is a different world. I'm just here to conform to what the masses are doing. Also, I can't fucking three table. So the way that I learned poker and the way that I think about the game is spot by spot, individual hand by individual hand, right? So I'm literally out here solving sort of in real time what my hand wants to do, what my range wants to do, what my class of hands want to do, and all that other stuff. So nothing is automatic for me, literally nothing, which makes playing online an incredible challenge, especially like multi-tables. If I'm single tabling, I think I can kind of freestyle my way through the proper decisions and not really give too much up. But you guys have seen me choose the wrong size, I don't know, 7, 8, 9 times today, maybe more. And I eventually realize it whenever I look at the SPR and we're at like 0.4 going into the river. It's like, what the fuck happened here? But with that said, I have to just like find some of the hacks and shortcuts, like sizing, that everybody is kind of conforming to, because it at least makes one decision automatic, which is the choice in size. Queen 6, oh, wrong table. Okay, so we faced a limp here from small. With the King of Hearts, I'm actually going to check just because he has a propensity to kind of like stab a lot whenever I raise and then check. Not this time, however. Now I think we overbet, as he's indicating he might have some showdown value. Given that it's a double flush draw board, I'm just going to 2x the pot. Fuck it. Let me hold your pieces. Let me get to little head scratcher for him, I guess. Was tonight the last Phase 1 event for tomorrow? I also did not get my ticket from last night. That's strange. They should have been sent out. Let's see if Tom is still in the chat. I'm just going to flat here. Where's our man? Fuck. Oh. What up, Chin? What's good, my man? A creature of the night has appeared. How long before OnlyFans sends a cease and desist for your podcast name? I would put a strong wager on never. This is definitely going to be a 4-bet here. Fuck, I didn't really have time to think about sizing, but I think that's fine. I think I want to go like 2.5 or so. Pretty good flop. At this SPR, I think we can start. Like, we're definitely not range betting here. I still think we have to bet this. Too big. God damn it. I wanted to go 200. Too many hands at once. I think 40% is probably best there. I went a little too big. I went closer to 60. And I can't stop loving you. I have Leroy Towns tattooed on my brain and I like it. Me too, man. Me too. Just for you, Dom. I'm going to hit him with that 3x. We're a lot deeper now, so it's a reasonable adjustment. All right, I actually am going to take a quick break. Loving you. Whoa, and I can't stop loving you. Okay, I will be back in 5. Give me a minute. All right. We're back. Oh no. Did everybody leave? Whoops. Something you can use. Lily said, "Did you just say gigafucked?" I'm sure I did. I don't recall, but I'm positive I did. Do you think you can beat the micros over a 25,000 hand sample? Yeah, obviously. Of course. They're very beatable. With the rake structure and ultra nits there. Yeah, man, you just play a preflop range according to the rake structure and play it well because they're playing very poorly. Good decision making reigns supreme overall. That much I can promise. Chim, we gotta get you out in these streaming streets. I miss all the creature talk. Doo-doo. Weird SPR, not a very favorable texture. We're gonna delay on this one. That's a card that we could potentially bluff. Not when we face a bet, though. I think that's a call. So we basically just want to try to fold out better king highs here. I think 3/4 pot accomplishes that. We're gonna get called by ace high or better. That's fine. That hand, I'm surprised, didn't bluff turn, to be honest, but neither here nor there. This is a clear 3-bet. We have to go size down a bit based off of his stack depth. Only 30 big blinds effective. We win. And you're gonna be... Oh, hello. This is the board. Start with pot. These are the boards that we get the big bet on versus big blind. Bottom set is like the best value hand you could ever ask for because it unblocks his ace X and king X that we'll be calling. I don't know what he was in the tank with. Seems like a probable overfold if he had a hand to actually tank with. Morris Dweck says, is this on a delay? It is 5 minutes. Pretty interesting squeeze spot here with the Jack 10. Very bad board for us. We'll mostly range check this board anyway, but our hand is probable to just give up. Facing bet, of course we give up. You're gonna be alone. I think we can start checking. This is a texture we probably mix, but being out of position, checking seems pretty good. We have a clear call versus half. Ooh, we have an interesting spot. This is just going to be a block. We have an interesting spot here with ace-king suited. At 250 effective, this hand's going to mix. I think we can just click it though. Oh my god. Fuck. I timed out with kings in the 2-5 game. That's okay. This spot's much bigger. And yeah, I would expect that to be mostly played as call. These get a little weird. I think we can small bet here a lot. 5-bet pot. Shouldn't be too concerned with anything other than overpairs. We never have queens in range, or very rarely. Queens is going to 5-bet very low frequency. So our aces and kings will start playing check here, as will our ace-king. We'll also never have jacks either, so a bet doesn't really function all that well for him. Pretty tricky on the river as we are at bottom of range. This is the worst hand that we'll possess, so now it's a matter of like, do we have jams? I think the answer is no, just because he gets to 4-bet call so many suited hands. So technically he probably still has hands like 10-9 suited, king-jack in range. He also has queens, and we'll just play them as a check back at some frequency. I think we're probably range checking river. So this is just one of those spots where we're kind of devoid of a bluff. Ugh. It hurts when he has the one hand that would fold. Yeah, that's a little painful. That's a little bit painful. Our hand probably mixes pre between 5-bet and call, I would imagine. 5-betting probably, or sorry, just calling probably would have been fine. Here we took a little unconventional line. We raised call to 3-bet. He bet half on flop. We made it like 2.25x more. Turn goes check, check. Now I think we have a very clear overbet spot. Actually, maybe it's just a pot spot so that he can still have potential bluffs. He just folds. Ace is wondering if you're into Pokemon cards. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, depending on your outlook, I am not. So here is a button open versus small blind defend. He almost certainly has a 10. So I went half pot flop, check back turn. Now I think we get to go pretty big on river. And we get the snap fold. Must have just been broadways. Whoops. Me home. Oh man, I wish I would have pulled the trigger there. Exactly, Jacks is the hand that I think has to fold. I think if he's calling with Jacks there, he's pretty much calling range, right? My fear was that he still has so much Ace Queen in range that I probably don't get the fold at the rate that I need to in order to justify the jam. Do. Once I'm done with me. Pretty fair hand though, you know, we only lost, or we lost 100 big blinds with Ace King suited versus Jacks. That's usually what's supposed to happen, is a 200 big blind pot is played, and whichever hand has the best of it by the river is the one who wins the 200 big blinds, you know? I think maybe I shouldn't 5-bet just because navigating the 5-bet pot is tricky. Mainly because I'm not certain how his range narrows. I was giving him credit for a bunch of hands that may or may not have existed in his range. Hear that awful sound you singing. Anyway. This is a fun spot. What the fuck? What is happening here? Raise, 3-bet, cold call, call. Check, check, half pot, call, call. Block. Raise. I just don't see how I don't stick it in here. It's so hard to have good hands. And like, I'm super live versus... This is so weird, man. I really don't know what to make of this. I'm just going to cold call. I think that's obviously bullshit, and that's the stack that I'm most afraid of. I mean, that reduces his sets. Obviously, we're just calling. That's brutal. That's pretty brutal. It's so annoying because if he doesn't block, it's just going to check to me, and I'm going to check back. Good news is we did win a rather big one. Mark opened off the button off of $400. I 3-bet 8s to 100. PSU cold called the 100 off of $500. Mark jammed. I jammed. He called ace, queen, 8s, 5s, and I just held, which was very nice. Very nice indeed. It's kind of annoying because like I could just get away on the turn, but also like they're repping one exact hand. Oh, I wasn't even paying attention. I didn't even realize we're heads up. That's probably a fine fold, actually. To the moon. Check, check, flop. There'll be some weak kings in there that I'm chopping with. There'll be a lot of queen X, so I just get to bet this twice for 3/4. I obviously have a fair amount of bluffs with like 10-9, Jack 10, things like that. Actually, this is probably a bigger bet spot. Let's go full pot. Wins. Out of hell. Whoopsie. Deeper we get, the smaller my 3-bet size. Kind of has to be as a function of depth. This is mostly a check. Also, the bigger you can go on the button. I've been min-raising because I'm not paying any goddamn attention. Third pot, we obviously have a clear call. Our hand doesn't have the properties of check raise. Jack is indifferent to us. Ten's not great. Fills a lot of his bluffs. I do think we can block fold though. We can get called by a worse 6. As well as a 5. This is a board where we'll have some larger bets. 7-6 is a thing though, so we don't really get to go over 60%. We do face the check raise, it's fine. We have a clear defend, we unblock all draws. Turn top 2, now we have a hand that is going to be very hard pressed to fold. The diamonds do complete. We're still losing to some of his range, but we're also now beating other portions, so I think half is pretty standard here. Actually, 40% is probably better. Know my story when the time comes around to tell. Puts a one-liner out. I think we just have a pretty clear check. Yeah. There it is. Flop straight. Bad hand for us to be against. This is a good hand to have in our check raising range. He'll have some king X in his checkbacks. No real reason to bet a jack on the turn. These are tricky. How much am I overfolding when I fold this hand? I don't know. I'm not confident enough to be able to assess. I just know it's tough to hold on twice, so let him bluff. We have far better hands to call with. Even better hands that run interference with the board. Do 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 do. This is going to be a 3-bet. I think this is mostly going to be a small bet spot. We'd certainly have some big bets. I don't think our hand functions all that well. Not a great turn. A lot of our ace highs is going to start checking. Some of our overpairs would check. Certainly our underpairs would check. This isn't really a hand that can triple off very well, so I think we just have to start surrendering. And facing bet, we obviously have a clear fold. This is a good hand to delay with. We'll pick up some equity on the turn. Like that. Just like that. We have a clear bluff catcher. Likely to call twice. King, we should see basically blocks in pot. Yeah. That's to be expected. Now our hand probably shifts out into mixing between calls and folds. I would rather call with like 9-7 of our 9x. So we're going to let that one go. We'll also have some king x in that line, as well as flushes. Again, this is a 3-bet. Drive out to the airport. It's another board that we're probably going to want to delay with our hand. Again, a good turn card for our range. I think we have like a half pot bet here. And we'll probably follow through on a brick river. That's not a brick river. We have some jacks in our check back range, but probably not enough to justify going for it here on the end. It's a really good block bet by him. Very good identification of our range being relatively capped. And at this depth, it becomes a little bit more difficult to raise like small flushes. He's also able to just like bluff 9-10, 10 of spades there pretty efficiently. This is a okay hand to choose as a check raise candidate. Versus that size, I think we're probably just going to continue through a call. Deuce is a very good card, not one we can lead. 6 is meh. I think we just check. Just because like ace high, king high doesn't really defend versus block here. Yeah. I mean, I guess there's an argument to be made that if we block there, he should raise that hand. But he does have the ace of hearts, which isn't great, as that's going to be part of our range that it's like going for a block bluff, so to speak. What side are you playing on? This is BetMGM. He likes this half pot. I mean, both of those boards are pretty reasonable to do it on. With no diamond, no club, I think we just play call. We could potentially be check raising here. This is a good enough card I think we can lead. I'm not entirely certain of that, though. I don't know that we have much 5-3, 5-8. But we do have, like, king 4. Okay, obviously we're playing call here. We could potentially block again, but I actually just think we have a pretty good bluff catcher at this point. And our 5s probably don't want to block. I'm not super confident in the line that I just took, but it felt reasonably okay. So she knows. King Jack, King of Hearts. I think we can start barreling here. A little bit too weak to check call. Half pot feels about right. We'll have over pairs that want protection. Going 3/4 seems a bit aggressive. Very good card for our range. Do we have a potential triple off candidate? I would expect this to go check a lot, and then we have a very good river bluff candidate targeting a 7. Now we just have a value candidate. I think 3/4 pot's about right. We probably call raises, to be honest. I think I just made a mistake. Yeah, I did. That was a boo-boo at 2-5. I'm not certain if that's a call or a fold. I'm surprised to see his 3-bet sizing, though. Awfully big given our depth. Man, I'm bleeding at 2-5. I was up to 1,700, and I've doubled up both of the weaker players. This depth versus that size, I'm pretty confident these offsuit wheel aces just fold, with the exception of like ace-5 maybe. Berkey, have you played more online poker or live? Live, and it's not even close. Probably by like 4 or 5x. Queen 9 would be a fun one to check raise here. King 9 is just going to play call. Strong enough to show down. Now we can play check raise. Though lacking a club makes us a little less inclined to do so, and we're also like just kind of screwed by ace king. So we probably play call. Wow, versus pot. Versus pot. This is tricky. We obviously don't fold with a double gutter and an over. I think we just play call here. I think that's pretty clear. Do whiff river. We also unblock a lot, but it's really difficult for us to bluff catch ever, because a lot of his bluffs just possess pairs at this point. And it's tough for us to rebluff because there's really no reason why Jack 9 wouldn't just check raise the turn at this depth. Also, he's 2x potting, which is pretty interesting. Hard to have value through that line. Although, I guess I'm pretty capped, right? Like, I'm probably just not check calling enough Jack 9. But I definitely don't pure raise 9-7 on the flop. And whatever 9-7 arrives at the turn is now never raising because it's just dominated by Jack 9 and doesn't want to play a 500 big blind pot. I think we just check here. Try to look good. Again, I think we just check. And we obviously call. Oh, wow. Very disciplined. Sometimes you wanna paint it on the wall. 2 overs and a backdoor. I think we can start with a bet here. This is one of the hands that I think we funnel into the larger size. I could be wrong about that, but it's going to be checking a lot of the turns, and usually that's how I compartmentalize like which hands are better served for a small bet versus a big bet. We do face a check raise, which we can't really defend versus. Our hand's just too weak. So that would be one of our bet folds. Other hands would include like a 9, specifically. This is a pure 3-bet. Would use like 5-6 perhaps in that big bet range. Okay, we flop bottom 2 here. Relatively wet board. We will be starting with a bet. I think 40% makes sense. Best I can be in love is a well-placed disaster. I think we're okay to check here. I'm just trying to determine if we have a bluff catcher or a value bet. I'm a little unsure how much 2-pair we need to have in our checking line, but I know that if we need to have any reasonable amount of it, it's going to be bottom 2, more so than like Jack 9 or Jack 10. We face 2/3 pot. That's totally fine by us. We're happy to call. Can't really do anything else. Not the best of rivers. We do have a bluff catcher, but he's going to have a fair amount of Queen X. I don't know how true that is, actually. He probably has more spades than he does Queen X, to be honest. We'd be looking at like... I mean, we have to call that. That's annoying. That's annoying. That's probably never a bluff, but what can we do? Yeah. Yeah, that's annoying. That's the vast majority of his Queen X is going to be exactly Queen Jack or like a flop straight. I think we get to start 4-betting these hands. We get to 4-bet pretty linearly. And we get to use a slightly larger size. So 275. Whoops, almost made it too big. That was a pretty unfavorable run out for us. These types of textures, pretty advantageous for us. Obviously our hand isn't spectacular, but we are going to bet. Half pot seems pretty reasonable. Let's just start off with that size. People stop by and all they can ask me is what went wrong. Very bad card for hand and range. It's going to be hard for us to win this one. Obviously, very well recognized here. He does get the lead. I don't think our hand can ever really bluff. Certainly can't call. This heads-up match is not flowing in our favor. We've gotten in some pretty shit spots. He's really held over us as far as like the spots where like variance picks the winner, like the Jacks versus Ace King for 1,000, the 10-9 versus Queen Jack for, I guess that was like a $700 pot. I think we've lost every single 3-bet pot we've entered, including the one where he 3-bet. We chose the 4-bet just now. Not great. Not great. Probably too weak to peel. I could be wrong about that, but so many turns are just bad for us, even when we improve, like the 10 of spades. Good spot for us to be check raising. Well recognized. We should have all 4-5. He should have very little of it. Whoopsie. We get the lead. Dust bowl. Club's coming through. Sucks for our actual hand. But I think we have to follow through. Just because clubs will actually represent a fair portion of like what we're barreling turn with. He did have the check back 6 and had a club, which very favorable for him. Bum, bum. All right, we're now playing three-handed. Very, very uneventful heads up. But I think we lost a buy-in, give or take. And that's the nature of heads up. Super fucking swingy. When all the big pots go in the other direction, you're going to lose a buy-in. That's just kind of the nature of the beast, you know? Not saying I didn't make mistakes. I'm certain I did. I am by no way, shape, or form a heads-up player. Van Wyn says, Berkey versus Nemi heads-up challenge tonight. We are on different networks. I'm in Pennsylvania. He's in Michigan. They do not share liquidity. Calling me home. What part of the burg are you in? Do you still own or rent here? I do not. I'm in the south side, though. Of the coming of the night. Holy road. Country Visions. Lucky ravioli. Sounds delicious. Oh no. It's a secret that everyone knows. Well, I got my boots and I got my feels. Interesting. And I keep spinning. your bluff catcher. Club comes off. We'll consider a bluff. 4 is better. Something about the way she holds brings out the devil. We have a very obvious raise here. Keep spinning. Did Ravioli stack someone? Did I miss it? He must have, right? Oh yeah, big pot. Oh, he didn't stack her. Interesting spot to raise. We obviously have a call. It's not a great card. Good card for the razor's range. And her hair. Everywhere. I think we can comfortably fold with no heart. 5-7 gets there. Probably could have checked the flop, but I'm sure our hand just mixes. Maybe we bet with the 9 of hearts and check without. That seems reasonable. Ay-ya. Whoops, you're right. I did forget to change the title. Too high. King high, monotone, play pretty close to pure check out of position. We do turn a pair with no spade in hand. I think we start bluffing. Could double delay and then just bluff river, but it's pretty easy for him to call with like a 10 at that point. Put a lot more pressure on hands like that when we start betting turn and following through on river. Want to kind of choose pairs to do that with, particularly ones that don't show down well. All the things that you hate about me now. Bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-da-dum. Oops, too big. God damn it. Trying to get this stupid bot banned. Report. There we go. What up, boys? Smile. Thanks for joining us. Oh. Alright, I am gonna take another real quick break. I need to get a drink. Actually in a second I will, I guess. I think we can play check call here. We have a strong enough hand. Face a double on this card, we have to give up. Film all my life. That's a big 4-bet. That is a very hefty 4-bet. We obviously have a clear call here. And we're going to want to flop a 10. Shouldn't really have jacks for that size, I don't think. So I would imagine that this is largely ace-king with some overpairs mixed in. We have a clear check back. 9 is nice. 6 is okay. Actually, we probably should have protected our hand on the flop with a small bet because we do have jacks in range. Facing half pot, we obviously have a clear call here. Eight's not a great card. We do have some 8x in range, but it's one of our lesser holdings. He's devoid of 8x, but honestly, for the most part, so are we. 60% on river. Tough to carve out bluffs here when we hold the 10 specifically. His 10x of diamonds would be the ones that would want to check flop the most, like king 10, queen 10. The sizing pre kind of gets me. So yeah, he probably has a couple combos of like king 10, queen 10. He does still have 2 combos of 9, 10, I guess, in theory. Although that hand doesn't really 4-bet. King 10, queen 10 really don't in full either. He'll have jacks full at some frequency. That size, though, is very concerning to me. He has a lot of ace, queen, ace, king that probably start with checking this flop. He obviously still has aces, kings, and queens in range, specifically the ones with diamonds, so let's call it 9 combos of those. We don't have to be right that often. We're not really going to have much better to call with. I think we just have to pay this off. Yep, that's nice. Nice to find the king-queen suited there. Alright, I shall return shortly. All right, team. We're back. I'm going to play another hour or so. I guess we can reevaluate depending on how amazing the games are, but... Oh. Brian Royce says, just tried to log into the Solve for Why site and it seems like it's down. Do you know if it is? Wanted to watch the new poker out loud. Let me check. It does appear to be down. Harder and harder to believe. Oh, sick. Andrew Cole says, hey, Matt, thanks for the free Solve for Why giveaway you did during Christmas of 2019. I've been printing ever since. Really happy to hear it, man. Yeah, hard and harder to believe. We pick up the old double gutty here. I think we can just... This gets a little tricky, but yeah, I think we have a pot size bet here. Followed with a pot size river bet. Basically just force him to have ace X. A lot of his 10x will call twice and fold. Oh, that becomes a little bit tricky. But we are bottom of range. We just bet 3/4 pot here. I was running all the sizings through my head and it's just like, well, he either has an ace or doesn't. And he probably underdefends everything that's not an ace. He just has an ace, that's fine. What can we do? Pay that man his money. Brian, it seems like the app is working, but the desktop site may be down. Whoops, thought I folded. Brian's looking into it though.
Don't turn your back on me, mama.
Just playing my first live session 3.5 years the other night, some 2, 3, 5, 10. Turns out watching a ton of poker content keeps the mind sharp. Happy to hear it, my man. Hope that session went well. Our session's going okay. We're up about $1,500 between the 3 tables. Giant canvas. Confirmed, the actual site itself is down. The app, however, is working. If you want to check that out. Little joke. Oh no, I got water on my mouse pad. There we go. Fold. The dude says, thanks for streaming. You're the only one in the game in town on a Saturday. Happy to be here, man. I'm happy for you to join us. Of a hero. Or the glories of a fool. This is a pretty good hand to check raise here versus cutoff. I think now we get to start betting for value. Nathan says, hi Matt, I'm a French fan, maybe the only one. I was wondering when you'll play Hustlers High Stakes again. I'm not sure, but sooner than later for sure. We're going to block bet here. There isn't a whole lot worse that we can get called by. Yeah, he just has a better 9. It's an interesting check back on flop. Pretty far ahead of a big blind range. Man, where do people come up with this nonsense? Hey Berkey, can you check your wiki page? Someone is trolling you. I don't care. I don't even think I have control to change it, to be honest. In the springtime, you know it burned to ashes in the fall. Whoops. Hello. Bingo. Bum, bum, bum. Small bet here. I think we can have a small raise. Very little that's going to lead into two people that folds. And we don't want Limp Grindstone to just be able to come along for free. Wow. I would die to know what the fuck that hand was. Call here. I think we just play call here versus half pot. This should check a lot. What's not there? And it does. I think we can block here. Sometimes get called by worse. Sometimes we get unlucky and he turns us. Played the hand well. Don't ask me why I love you. I think we delay again. What's not there? It wants you back. This hand mixes, but at this depth, I'm going to lean rebet. Being in position, we have to go a little bit bigger at this depth. 340 blinds effective. This is a texture where we can have both big and small. I'm going to lean big. We don't want like naked ace of clubs floating here. Although I guess that doesn't really exist. It's going to be ace 10, ace queen mostly. So I guess I should say we don't want like ace middle of spades continuing. This is a pretty interesting card as we turn a double gutty. We obviously don't have a club, but do possess one of our lower EV hands. The problem with going big on the flop is we don't really see a lot of spade type combinations in his range, and he will still have some one club combos that are pairs. So I think we check this back and drill an 8. Missing sucks. If check 2 again, we have to bluff now. We're just at bottom of range, and we would check back a lot of like 2-pair hands at some frequency. So we are going to go 3/4 pot. And get snapped by top pair. Rightfully so. Their wicked desire for you, my love. Time to just find a 4. Close. Again, good time to just find a 4. Now we're dead. Well, actually, we might be more inclined to have the best hand now. Beats for you, my love. We're born for the hunting. It's a good check by him. Beats for you, my love. What up, Tweak? Come sit, man. 5'10", let's go. Of the lonesome train. We got a seat right here for you, buddy. Right to my direct right. It's been a swingy session. We've been up to 4K a couple of times. Oh boy. Cut off small blind. Pocket eights. Yeah, we're not folding. It's my home. Bury me. Obviously, I have to fold to jams. Down that long and lonely road. It's my home. Another 3-bet incoming. Getting that pre-workout in so I can get in a late night gym session. This apartment I'm at's like actually pretty nice. It's a condo in the south side, or I guess it's a condo building in the south side. Has a gym, a sauna, a pool, a fireplace or a fire pit outside, all 24/7. Pretty dope. The place itself is actually pretty small, which isn't ideal, but gets it done. How much money are you up today, Matt? Not a lot. I'm up like 1K on the 2-5 table, which I haven't really been showing you guys. It's been kind of slow. And then I'm up like, I don't know, $300 in this 5-10 game. I think I'm in for like 25 or 24, something like that. We were up a lot more. We had a nice 4K stack in this 5-10 game a couple of times. Ryan Roy says, it seems like you're playing a lot of hands. Is the goal to leverage post-flop skill edge? I'm playing pretty close to optimal ranges. I'm a little bit too wide in a few spots where I'm like peeling 3-bets too widely, but that's just my style, man. I'm just going to be a little bit out of construction here and there. Generally speaking, though, I'm not really out of construction when it comes to like raising hands. Along that subject, we will have a range converter on our site probably within the next month and a half. We're working on the programming code now. So you'll have opening ranges, 3-bet ranges, and the like available as a Solve for Why TV subscriber soon, very soon. Stand in the fire, no, nobody's waiting for you. Eric B says you should do these more often. Maybe. Maybe. We'll see. They're exhausting, man. They are fucking exhausting. Yeah, maybe I'll start playing a little bit more WSOP back at the office. We'll see. All right, let's check out the 2-5 game. We got ourselves a nice little check raise spot here versus Ravioli. God, every time I read his name, I get so hungry. He's pretty capped in his check back range. This is obviously a huge advantage card for us. So we're going to go big. Very unfortunate. Could maybe exploitatively check turn there. But I don't think a bet ever really comes through. He's just going to check back and try to realize. We're really just checking to try to let him catch up. Grindstone is ISOing small. Usually I have a 3-bet here, but I'm just going to play call because I kind of want him to be in for the chaos. Just really adds, I think, a lot of value to the types of hands that we'll be drawing to. Sure, it may weaken our one pair holdings, but he has such a range advantage anyway that it's really not that big of a deal. It's a weird check through. You never want the same. We obviously have a give up now. We got sinning. Honey. It's a good card when we delay. Half pot seems sufficient. If we had the 2 of clubs, we would consider bluffing when called on river, but as played, we'll probably just drill a set and overbet the shit out of this pot. I think 2 pots is probably good. 1.75x seems good. Berkey, would you consider the cash game grinders as blue collar while the tournament players are white collar in a sense of staking and working from the bottom? The only reason I would make that distinction between the two is based off of public perception and glory. So MTT players get a lot of the shine, which in effect gives them a bit of a white collar-esque lifestyle from the outside looking in, I would say. But yeah, otherwise I wouldn't make that distinction because I think, generally speaking, cash game players are more financially sound and secure. I think cash game players are probably the ones making the biggest or the highest return, with maybe the exception being the super high rollers. But I'm sure that at least a fair amount of that field does both well. Tournaments are kind of for the glory. Cash games are kind of for the money. This would be a very annoying 4-bet spot, but we probably just have to fold depending on sizing. Yeah. 6.75 is big enough that I think we just have to annoyingly fold. Very annoying. That's like the hand that doesn't want to face a 4. Ace jack suited, fine. You just have a clear call. Ace queen off, fine. We're dominating enough of that 4-bet range. Yeah, we'll present ranges at the Academy, Brian. And yeah, like I said, you'll get them soon enough with your subscription. So we have pre-ran ranges that we purchased from Jonker. And then we also have ranges that we've been working on in conjunction with Floptimal that we'll be able to share there. So you'll have a wide array. The only thing we don't have just yet is ante ranges for greater than, or I guess really in general. But that'll be the next thing we work on is like 100 big blind ante ranges. But I imagine that outside of tournaments, you're probably not playing much anti-poker anyway. Oh, that's you, Chris Smith, your Smitty 1087. You gave me trouble all night, man. Good game. Yeah, I've timed out with so many good hands in the 2-5 game. So annoying. I'm just not cut out the 3 table. Let's see. Feel the way God. You, I'm never gonna give up on you. I ain't never gonna let you down again. That's not true. That's definitely a misnomer, Sean. He's saying it's harder to play super high rollers without backing, where a good cash grinder could start at micro stakes and work their way up to 1K, 2K. I'm here to tell you that almost every single professional that's playing 100, 200, or larger cash games is selling action, for sure. It's just, you need too much money. You know, you need something like 10 to 20 million to be properly rolled for nosebleeds. And nobody's making 10 or 20 million in profit in poker. It's just incredibly, incredibly rare. Doo-doo. Oh, what she knows. Also, there's like nothing wrong with being backed or selling action. Check flop here. He'll have a lot of 10x in his delays, but we turned well enough that we need to call. Deuce is dust. We have a very clear check. Probably have to fold. We block some of his bluffs like Jack 9, especially facing pot. This is a very strange pot decision. Actually, I may call. Sure, he'll have like some king, jack, king, queen in his check back range, and that's totally reasonable. But we block a set of 8s, which is what he most likely turns, or 10-8 of spades, which we also block. So now he only has one combo of that, and it's diamonds. We do block jack 9, which is annoying, but we also block or unblock queen jack and 6-7, which would check back and take this line. I think we just have to call. The turn sizing like makes me think we're never good. but it's also just like a weird river bet. But that's fine, I guess. Yeah, that's fine. We will just have like plenty of King X as played, and that's what the majority of our call range will be. Some 8X. Thin but fine. It would have been I would consider it to be not good if it was a 10, I think, but Queens is plenty good. Facing small bet here with diamonds and backdoor straight draw. We have appeal. 7's good for us. We should see a fair amount of checking here, especially since 7 of diamonds is unblocked. We can bet to protect here. I think that's pretty reasonable. A lot of our 7x is 7x of diamonds and won't get check raised, so we'll bet third. No real reason to go big. We can bet a king here. We can bet a 7. We're not really betting diamonds. We'll bet some floats, like 5-6, 4-5. Now we have an obvious check, and we beat ace queen. Played it perfect.
Just yesterday morning, you cut a hole in the sky. I was still dreaming in a warm embrace inside. I can remember staring without sight on firefly evenings, long summer nights. Goodbye to faraway you. Good luck with all that you do.
This is a pretty good squeeze hand.
You climb a tower, but you never reach the top.
Tough board for us. But one in which we can c-bet, especially with this particular hand. We won't be doing much small betting on this texture, I don't think. Deuce is a brick. Now it's a matter of like, do we want to run it with this type of holding? I think we can check, given that backdoor spades starting to come through. We just never really win here, I don't think. Do we block? Does better ever fold if we block? Yeah, we could possibly get like ace jack to fold here. Nines obviously never fold. That kind of is what it is. What lovers did you touch? Fold. Remember. ER Nurse says, childhood friend of mine is a smasher in cash. Berkey may know him. His name is Charles Hook. I know Charlie. I didn't realize his real name was Charles. I thought it was literally Charlie. Like, he doesn't have an R in his name. That's what he's always gone by as long as I've known him. This is a good hand. We also have a good hand versus Ravioli on the 2-5 table. Two-5 table, I open, he 3-bet small, I call. Versus third on this texture, I think we have some raises. He'll have some flop flushes, but not enough that we don't want to protect our hand. And we also have the jack of spades, which is good. Here, I think we can start off with a bigger bet. Half pot seems pretty good. Turn 7 is pretty advantageous for us here, but now it becomes a matter of like, what are we targeting? He does have naked spade a lot, but we could just get bluffed. So I think we check back. Here we get check raised on jack 8 deuce 2 spades. Pretty clear call. He's gonna have to show us eights in this spot. He 2-thirded river on the other one. I called, and he had the naked ace of spades. He had ace queen with the ace of spades. Pretty brutal. Turn queen here. Certainly could be against a hand like queen 10 of spades. Certainly could be against 9-10. We do have a bluff catcher though, so we call 1. River spade. Now we obviously have a very clear give up to a jam. It's a really shit run out for our hand. We'll see some 8-9 of spades here. Queen 10 of spades, king 10 of spades. Although turn doesn't really say anything about king 10 of spades. 10%, I don't think we ever win, but obviously we can't bluff our hand. So we're just going to call and lose. Yep, there's the set of eights, just as we suspected. Ravioli's running fucking good against us, man. There's no doubt about it. No doubt about it. I don't really know what else to say. He has held over us in all the big pots. He's had good hands. He's had marginal hands. They all just win at showdown. So we just tip our cap to the man. Congratulate him on his victory. Never break. In the hills there is a mine. This stack was all once ours. That's not entirely true, but it's not entirely false either. Alright, we try again. These are pretty annoying spots. I think we're just going to play call. He just has a lot of double barrels available. And cards like that peel off, which now put us in a bluff catcher region. Again, we just have a check call. Yeah, it's annoying. Oh man, enjoy it, buddy. Let me tell you, I'm old enough to know that it doesn't last forever. Enjoy the blessings. All right, we're stuck again. Down like probably 1,200. The more sad part is we're not deep any longer. We're forced to just play 100 big blind poker. Okay hand to check raise with. That's actually not entirely true. Just call. I think we have another call here. Picks up a ton of equity that he could be betting with his 9-10s, queen 10s, basically all hands that possess a 10. Five's a really good river. Really shouldn't see much betting out of him, but if he does, I think we just have a check jam. Yeah, that's a very clear check backhand. It was raining. Sean says Berkey G-Man claims to always have 100% of his action. Yeah, he probably does, but you know, he's not playing that big. He's playing like 100, 200 usually, and you don't need to have 20 million to play like 500 1K or 1K 2K 4 or 5 times a year, right? You can easily just pony up to 25% of your bankroll in these one-off spots and be just fine. But I also wouldn't be shocked if he just has a network of people that he sells to and doesn't disclose it publicly. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Oh, it's so hard. Living with ghosts. I can't see the looking. But I know that she's there like a night at the Grange Hall. Curlers in her hair. She was just a kid. Now it's fresh off the boat, straps on my shoulder, and a lump in my throat. Don't you know? Oh, I'm living with ghosts, and I'm feeling my back on the ropes in the rain, and I'm trying to let go, but it's so hard. Lamarg says Berkey streams are back. Can't lie, Berkey streams got me through the whole COVID pandemic when he was streaming every day. Appreciate it, Berkey. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you coming back for more. Happy to hear that I provided a little bit of relief during those dark times where we were all stuck inside for a year. I didn't like it any more than you guys did. Do you think they'll let you sing a song on the next Leroy album? I would never even ask, man. I have a terrible voice. If they ever need voiceover work, I could like talk my way through a song. That's about it. so hard. It's so hard. Fuck, what do I have? We'll never know. We have 10s now. Ba ba da da da. Da 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 da. I can, I probably always will. All right, let's cut here. Limp, open for 4.5. Rebet. Give up. That was very uninteresting. Apologies. Do 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 do. Berkey, when are you going to go more high stakes streams? G-Man's taking all the money out there. Hustler Live. Yeah, I got to be more proactive about getting out to LA. Those games are good, man. Those games are very good. Long nights of me Been a long night, Selena. We have a defend. Happy to check this one back if check two, but it probably won't be. Small's nice. Six is interesting. He has a major queen advantage here, which puts us at a real detriment. Because our hand would kind of like to bluff rivers some of the time. But it's going to be very hard given how much queen X he actually has. Yeah, we're just going to have to attempt to realize here. We obviously stack off on a river diamond and probably a river 6. Otherwise, we are calling and then folding. Long night, Selena. See you smile. I mean, we never win. We never win, but what does he fold? 10s don't pot turn, 9s don't pot turn. Ace 10 got there. Ace King doesn't fold. I think we just have to check here. That's what he folds. God damn. That's probably the exact hand that he folds. It's been a long night. Man, we are getting giga fucked everywhere. Long night. The 2-5 table. I opened Ace King of Spades. Came Jack 7 4 2 spades after getting called by the button limper and the small blind. I was in the big blind. Check through. Turn was like a brick spade, giving me the backdoor nut flush draw. Small blind just leads for pot. I call. River's an offsuit king. He leads for 2 pots. It's like, okay, I call. And he just has the 7s. Like, fuck me, man. We actually probably have a bluff catch here. Yeah, we just lose now. We just lose now. But had he bet, we would have had a bluff catch. Berkey, I assume you'll be in Las Vegas during WSOP. I'll be there for a month. If I see you, is it cool if I say what's up? Of course, man. Of course. Always, always, always say what's up. When you want me to come, left you with a gun. So loud. Nothing but blues to sing. Versus small bet here, I think we check raise. I don't think King Jack checks back flop very often. No, I think we just block. So annoying. It's a good check back. Weird small bet on the turn, but a good check back on the flop. Weird check back on the flop. Good check back on the flop. Weird small bet on the turn. Probably could raise my block on the river, but maybe that's too thin. Yeah, that's probably too thin. And no objection to the sadness, but it takes. Matt, do you have 100% of yourself, or do you still sell action? I have 100% of myself up to 100, 200. Everything else I sell action for, as it's the responsible thing to do. And if Bitcoin's ever down, just know that I only have 100% of myself up to 50, 100. All right, team. Feel free to turn on the run good for me now. Fuck. It's been a rough hour. I think we lost like 4 or 5K in equity in the last hour. Would be nice to double here, but it's going to be hard on this board. Yeah, I think we want to have a check raise on this texture. Or I know we'll have check raises like our combo draws and stuff, so bottom set, no spade. Seems like a pretty good one to check as well. He'll start betting king jack, queen jack type hands. We also know he checks back strong after having checked back the aces. I don't really think we have to worry about jack 8 here. And he obviously doesn't have 8-6. So it's just 3x in this spot. This might be a little bit too small because we can't really be all in on the river. He has a lot of spades in range. He does have king jack, as I mentioned. We can't really ever check fold. I think we just check call because it's like he potted turn, so it's not like oh wow, that's the fucking hand. I was gonna say it's not like he really ever has it's not like he ever really improves on the queen unless it's to beat us. But queen 10 makes obviously a ton of fucking sense. Pretty annoying the way that shook out. What I was arriving at was that I had a bluff catcher and I didn't want to induce one, so I didn't want to block with fives. And then we're gonna call. I was about to say peel a safe turn. I don't think we have to bet all of our 7x here. It's rainbow board. I think we just check and then have value bets on the end. Obviously, we just call. That's an insane. Oh, he had 2 pair. I'm sorry. Never mind. That's good. It's a good bet. Sunday morning. Do 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 do. What a grind, team. What a grind. Give something me and then
There's a place on the outside town. There's a river that is bending.
don't leave me hanging down by the waterside.
By the river on Sunday morning. Wreck tonight on the Hurricane Express. There's a wreck tonight on the Hurricane Express. She takes off her dress and says, "You do your best to love and be loved, and in return you'll find the more it hurts each time, the more you want it again." But all down the line.
Matt, do you still have aha moments at this stage of your career? Yeah, all the time. All the time. Landon shines a light on a lot of nuance to strategy that wouldn't necessarily come to me intuitively. Of course, I get max punished here. I clicked the wrong button. I wanted the 3x. We're obviously not folding. We have a good hand. These spots are annoying. You can't really peel backdoors very well out of position on such a textured flop. Thankfully, he bet big. Come on down the line. Doo-doo-doo. You're very welcome, Adam. I'm glad that you were able to take advantage of the phase tickets as well. Could check back here without a club, though. I think we can just start betting. Whoops. On the Hurricane Express. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Man, I'm up like 10 buy-ins at 25 cent, 50 cent this week. Versus overbet here with a gutty. We just have to fold. Wow, the winner of the 25K, or sorry, the winner of the Heads Up tournament won 25K. Let's see who it was. She makes anxious. She makes me lose My mind. Winner was Mr. Schnebley. He won 22,500. The guy who beat me did not make the money. My mental health. Oh, there's only 20 players. I thought it said there was 25. Weird. What a good event. Wish I could have done something. Man, winning first round would have been nice. Like an answer. She made me change my mind. She ate me like cancer. Bro, recently not playing any tourneys? I'm not sure what you're asking. How we doing so far, Maddie? Look tired, bud? I feel okay. I'm actually going to go to the gym after this. But it's been a long session. We were up as much as 3K. I think we're down like 500 bucks now. A little bit more, actually. We might be down like closer to 1,000. We're in this game for like, let's call it 3K. So we're down 1,900 here. We're up like 700 in the 2-5 game. So yeah, I guess we're down about a buy-in. Oh, queens are nice. We have a clear call here. King is very bad in the sense that we don't win as often. That's nice. I would go deeper. This is not a call on the button, but we are getting towards the end of the session. I'm feeling a little frisky. 6 max ace high boards. When out of position checks, you often just get to go off, both with your value and your bluffs. However, this hand has too shitty of properties. If I had hearts, I would just start blasting. Again, I can't really start blasting just yet. But if a 6 peels off, you bet your ass I will. This is just a bad run out for us. Yep, you win. I'm going to run to the restroom. I will be right back. All right, this is for real the last hour. Let's fight. Actually, not yet. Let me top off my drink. All right, we're back for real this time. Oh no. That was a tough one. JF says, Matt, the Poker Out Loud series is an amazing idea. Who was the genius? I guess I'll take partial credit, as it was my idea, but it was kind of mimicked off of something that Negreanu had done in the past for Poker BT that I didn't actually even know had existed. And then also Gelfond at Run It Once did a, I can't remember what they named it. It was something pros. But basically it was like 9 of their coaches played an online sit and go, and they spoke their thoughts out loud with every decision point, and then they played the audio over the gameplay. Really good watch. I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to do. That just smashes his range so hard. It's very rare we'll give up with 7 high. I guess maybe this would fit into like a block, a block bluff, like 3rd pot. But I just have pretty high confidence that it wasn't going to get through. What up, Will? How are you doing? Says you played Queen 4 off yet. Hasn't even crossed my mind, man. Hasn't even crossed my mind. But never grow old.
So kiss me on the lips in a cherry sweet sunrise. Hold me tight, don't ever let me go. In that deep, deep country, like a sadness that won't roll away. In that deep, deep, deep country, that's where she is, that's where I wanna stay. 'Cause in the night of her eyes, there's a light that shines. There's a girl with eyes like ocean waves. She spends my nights and steadies my days. She loves me like a river loves the sea where it roams. There's a highway long and a road that's deep, and the secrets are too good.
Oh no, we don't have the nuts anymore.
To move, time never moans. So buy me this drink and I'll see you in the morning. Hold me tight, don't ever
We lose the 2 straight flushes.
in that deep, deep country, like sadness that don't roll away. In that deep, deep, deep country, that's where she is and that's where I wanna stay. 'Cause in the night of her eyes, there's a light that shines.
Pretty brutal turn card. But we're 3 ways, so I'm all but dead. Brian Roy, the site is back up. If you'd like to go check that out. Drifting in the water.
If I stop to think, then I drown. I just smell the blood, and I keep on moving, and my mind don't even know that my body is around. And if you see my love, will you tell her that I miss her? And will you tell her it's been weeks since I smiled? And if I seem hard to reach, well, I'm probably asleep and just dreaming of
I haven't showed this table all night, but I open 5, swap a full house, and small blind just leads into me. So I 2.5x raise, and he found a fold. Somehow. Somehow mucked it.
Well, the Lord didn't make my soul for the city, and He didn't make my feet for the floor. When you start to talk,
God damn it.
my eye starts to wander. It's just
Aye, aye, aye.
Night starts to fall and the birds start to circle, and I can feel my age start to show. So if I disappear, honey, don't try to find me, and don't try to tell me everybody gets old. And if you see my love, we tell her that I miss her, and we tell her it's been weeks since I smiled. And if I seem hard to reach, well, I'm probably
All right, here's a fun one.
just dreaming of her by
Face the check raise on a pretty dry board. Turn the house. And then we'll jam over all river bets. We still have a better hand than an 8, in case that's not clear. An 8 is 2s full of 8s. We have 3s full of 2s. This is a pretty good spot for us, obviously.
I reach out to hold you, but I'm clawing at the darkness.
You were always just a little bit alike.
Shining through the canvas, making me see stars where there was only just a little bit of light. You were always just a little bit of light. Breezes have their graces, shadows have their gloom, but you were always just a little bit of light. Shining on the road signs, bringing me back home. You were always just a little bit of light.
Whoops, too small.
You were always just a little bit of light. Let me hold the pieces, let me fix you right. All you need is just a little bit of light. I will be your shadow.
Good turn for us. He has a lot of available bluff candidates. Diamonds will probably start checking back unless they're combo draws like King 10.
All I need is just a little bit of light.
It's really just a matter of like, do we check jam or do we check call? Check jam feels okay, but not great. Check call feels better, I think. Mainly because he's just gonna have like straight air balls and we can fold on a jack. 10's brutal. 10's a bad card too.
You got pearl eyeballs, you got a diamond heart, you got a head full of secrets that are tearing me apart. You got heaven and hell and you make me choose, but I can't stop loving you, and I can't
I imagine he's tanking with like 2 pair. I mean, this is obnoxious. Again, we like never win, but the price is too good. We're getting laid like 7-1. Yeah, this is frustrating. Obviously, we have to call. Yep. That's, I guess, the argument for jamming turn, but it's also the argument for not jamming turn. So there's an idea like we kind of want to jam turn to deny him of 7 outs, but we kind of don't want him to, we kind of don't want the jam turn because it's unlikely he's betting diamonds on the turn, which means he'll bluff a diamond on the river, and we just have a very clear call. Again, we'll just start with a check on this texture. It should go check, check a lot, or check small bet call. We're kind of getting giga-fucked in all the big pots that we're playing. Like, we really couldn't have played that one much better, I don't think. Very unfortunate river. We lose an extra $155, sure, but, like, not really a whole lot we could do there. This is a very clear call spot. I don't think with the 6 we want to be doing too much raising. He does still just have Jack 10 in range. He also has a lot of available bluffs. We'll be checking again. Most of our overpairs will be taking this line as well. We could block here, but I don't really think we ever get called by worse is the biggest problem. So I think we just check. We do have a bluff catcher of sorts, albeit quite the weak one. The overbet's pretty interesting. The spades that he's most likely to check back on turn. So he has some 8x that checks back turn. It's basically just 10-8. It's really just like 10-8. I don't know that ace-8, king-8 bet flop. He obviously never has full houses as played. I think I just have to look him up here. There isn't a ton of spades. It would be like ace 10 of spades, queen 10 of spades, perhaps. Ace 5 of spades. Okay. Oh, we basically flopped him dead to 3 outs, and we end up paying the max when he hits the runners. It's not going well for us, team. It's not going well at all. We're down like 3K now. All things considered, like being down 3 buy-ins is obviously no big deal, but it's annoying because I don't get to put in much volume in this pool, so losing here sucks. But also, the way it's been happening is just like kind of laughable. And we whiff. Fold.
It's hard for an honest man, it's hard for a man like me to be proud of all the things he's done. 'Cause I have been a liar and I have
Berkey, any thoughts on Polk's top 20 list? I didn't see it. So, by default, I have no thoughts. Blood on your hands. I got blood.
blood on my hands. Daylight goes skidding, screeching in the night. You know it sing that old
can tell us that we're wrong.
Blood on our hands. Yeah, we got blood on our hands. And I know that I'm guilty, still I don't know just what I've done. And I know they're coming to get me, that's why I stay on the run. Can't stop to think about
What you left behind, it'll drive you crazy.
if you do.
I will be streaming tomorrow, Adam. We'll see you then. Thanks, William. I appreciate it.
Something you can use. Then you have blood on
Oh, shit. I've been showing the 2-5 table the whole time. My bad. Oh, man. You guys missed a hell of a sequence of hands on the 5-10 table. My bad.
And I know that we're guilty, still I don't know just what we've done. But I know they're coming to get me, and that's why I stay on the run.
Quite the sequence of events. Basically against Strong Cowboy, I 3-bet him a couple hands in a row. And one he backdoored a flush against me. The other... What was the other one? Oh, I trapped him. Well, I didn't trap him. I had a hand that played check call. I 3-bet King Queen suited. He called, and it came Queen 9 8 2 diamonds. I check called twice instead of check jamming turn. I could have check jammed turn. It was like sub 1 SPR. I think we had like 0.75 SPR. I probably could just like rip it there, but I felt like he would blast off on a lot of rivers, and he's really not betting many diamond combinations on the turn. So like I wasn't afraid of a diamond. If anything, it opens up the opportunity for him to have more bluffs. Unfortunately, the river came at 10. I checked, and he bet 10% pot, which was like 15 big blinds at that point, into a 1K pot. So he bet 15% pot, whatever. I still had top pair. I called, and we lose to the ace jack with the jack of diamonds. So my instinct was good. We just caught a pretty unfavorable river card. But yeah, I mean, there's maybe some argument for jamming turn, trying to deny the equity of the 7 outs. But, you know, we're kind of... And maybe it's technically 11 outs because we're probably folding if he jams a jack. But if he rivers middle pair, he's probably pretty susceptible to just checking back. So I don't even think that was a concern. Someone who can haunt your dreams. you think online poker is rigged? No, I do not. I wouldn't play it if I did. I'm drinking whiskey on your grave,
And I'm waiting for a phone call that don't come. And I'm saying words, and I'm singing words I don't mean. Who are you fooling? Your face ain't worth your pretty mouth, and your head is
We've reached the silent hour of the stream. No hands, no spots. Just buried. I think we're down, if I had to guess, somewhere around 3,500 for the day. Almost exactly. Maybe a little bit more, actually. Let's see. 3. Yeah, we're actually down 3,700 at the moment. Keep dealing us hands. We will win with one. This seems like a good one. It's so funny, like how I see No Limit Hold'em. Like, it's just a bunch of attempting to win your unfair share through redlining, in between the hands that completely play themselves. And the hands that completely play themselves like dictate your win rate often in any one given session, but over mass volume of hands completely come out in the wash. So it's like whenever you don't play much, when you don't play that often, those hands that play themselves, the coolers, the hands where you don't really have much decision one way or the other, and the pot just gets pushed whichever way it gets pushed, they're often going to dictate your daily win rate. It's annoying. Burks talking Brandy Hawbaker stories online is so low. What a disgusting creep move, Matt. She was a nice woman. When did I ever say she wasn't a nice woman? I don't understand. What's your issue? What did I say that was so disparaging? Are we up or down today? We're down about 3,700. Walk my way out of hell. Oh, I would love to double through ravioli twice. That'd be so nice. Get that 4K stack back to even. Okay, here's a fun one. We start this hand probably too deep for me to be all in. Can I choose a 4-bet size that's non all in? Yeah. We can go like 205. I think that's fine. His range should mostly play call. Ace King will jam. Jacks will jam. Although Jacks shouldn't really 4-bet too much. Kings and Aces should be playing a lot of call. I'm actually going to check back here. Because it's kind of weird. Because he does play call with some Ace King. Whatever, I'm just going to check back. Fuck. So annoying. It's so annoying because it's like I could just jam flop to deny. The correct play is to just small bet. We're going to play double check back. Shouldn't really ever have 10s here. Whoops, I didn't mean to. It doesn't matter. Sadly, I think we just have to check down. We only really get value from jacks, which really shouldn't exist in range. We fade a cooler versus aces or kings, and we miss the ability to deny ace king its equity. So we win this pot some of the time, but not often. Oh, we win it when he has ace queen suited. That's kind of like why we want to check back, because he will have like some future bluffs. That hand should obviously just bluff. He blocks ace king. I never have a flush. He probably should have just set up like 2E on the turn. Jesus Christ. But yeah, I almost certainly made an error on the flop. I think I should be betting like somewhere between 10 and 25%. don't really have to sweat the clubs. That's not really a thing. Call and with. Nothing really good can come from seeing turns, but we obviously can't stab on this board. He just has it too much. We're going to switch here. It's a pretty clear bluff catching spot. He'll have like... This raise is too big for him to really have 9-10. He'll have like mostly just Jack-10 exactly. So he defended big. He could have like... I mean, he has 6-7 and full, so like we can't go nuts. We obviously just have a bluff catcher. We do improve the clubs on the turn, which is pretty good. Oops, fuck. I didn't mean to come out there. That's okay. So we obviously have a check back here because we just lose to like some 9s that he plays this way. And we do block clubs, which is, or we have clubs, so like we're not worried about the queen of clubs coming off. Or that's annoying. Jack-10 does get there, but can't really value bet. He will have Queen-Jack in this line as well, so obviously we have a clear fold now. And remember... For him to overbet that spot, he absolutely has to have either a queen or a jack in his hand, no matter what. So the only value he can choose that size with is straights. And then his bluffs have to possess a queen or a jack because I just have queen-jack in full. Away from you. We just start with a small bet here. No, she'll never bring you coffee. Never hold a hand. Pretty good spot here. Half pot. Whoa. Half pot. She might come to. It's a good turn. Hey Berkey, thanks for streaming. Helps my game and awesome at explaining situations. I need help. Keep it up, brother. You're very welcome, Adam. I appreciate you stopping by. Catching a rush of marginal hands here. We just played 3-bet here. So she knows. Brian Space says, I always thought it was a relief to win big cooler pots because you need your share to even out the part of the results. Yeah, but like you just do win them, right? You just have to play enough hands. Cooler pots are never going to favor one person over the other. I mean, I suppose that there's a chance that like you could be winning more money in your blue line because you're more aggressive in the pooler in the coolers, which is also a thing, but that'll come naturally to somebody who's trying to red lane a game. Open 3-bet cold call, kind of awkward with our hand. I think we just have to play check, which I'm not really a big fan of. Anytime somebody cold calls a 3-bet, usually I just want to always be betting and leveraging that situation, but now we're just forced to like play the hand straight up, face up. river a queen. Hope it checks to us. Happy to just check it down. Facing a bet from Lethal Bud would be pretty annoying. He does have all the flushes. 60% pot's tough. He has a lot of ace X. We're obviously pretty capped once we double check. Is there any need to really make a hero call here? I think we could do something if we had the king of spades, but without it, yeah, it's tough for him to really be finding enough bluffs. I think we'll probably just fold. And every time I look on this 5-10 game, somebody has a good hand at showdown. Sets, over pairs. What's that like? Multi-way pot, we're just often going to start with a check, even on king high boards. Shouldn't be a lot of ace X flats here from Ravioli, but we do have our weakest king, so we're just going to double check. We need some king X in our check call range. This will be the one. We'll also have ace X in this range, of course. We could turn our hand into a bluff feasibly now, as we will have some queen 10 in this line. He really won't possess much in the way of two pair. I don't think king jack checks back flop. I don't think ace jack flats button. I don't think... Yeah, he could have ace 9. He could have ace 6, but there's only 2 combos of each. I'm just trying to find the size here. I think we go with all in. His sizing is basically repping 2 pair. And, you know, would much prefer to have, like, the 10 of diamonds because no, that's not even true. That's not even true. He's probably betting all queen 10. 1 check 2 twice. So we will have 3 combos of those, but again, they 3-bet at some frequency. The only thing I would expect to see here is like maybe a slow paid set of 9s or 6s. But in a multi-way pot, that just wouldn't really make a ton of sense to me. We did get the fold. We got one through. Feels good. We're back. We are back, baby. Check. Home being gone too long. A song about losing touch with your mom. A song about knowing your innocence is gone. It's a song about life. Hey man, it's a song about life. The dishes get dirty. Yeah, big overbets are utilized in spots where one range is heavily capped and the other one is uncapped. So it's a very polarizing situation. You know, going back to like the spot where Limp Grindstone 4x potted river, that can only be a hand that possesses a queen or a jack because I just have too much queen jack in range otherwise. So he would basically have 2 sizes. He would bet sets in 2 pairs for a smaller size. He's probably a little bit too weak to do anything. Lost my faith in God. I lost my faith in man. And it doesn't look like I'm gonna get him back again. Well, I've lost my faith in love. I can be in love is a well-placed disaster.
I've been down with the Philistines in Jericho. I've been down with some sinners in Mexico, singing songs about life.
This guy is wacky, man. So he check calls flop and then lead leads on weird cards. Like he almost certainly turned diamonds. It's just a matter of if it's King X of diamonds or not. I just have to pay. What the fuck? Why would he play check call lead lead? I don't understand. I don't understand, sir. But you get the money. Whoops, sorry, I was in a hand in the 5-10 game. Oh, every night. I ran a pretty bad line in the 5-10 game. I had a check jam spot that I missed. Just in from Babylon. People stop by and all they can ask me is what went wrong. I said the sinning was easy and the living was free, and at least the pigs, they were honest with me. What's so wrong with my life? Hey man, what's so wrong with my life? Oh boy. Pretty good turn for our hand. I think we can start overbetting here. Oh, sorry, wrong table. We opened, and now we're double barreling into the fun player. People walking down the dirt road, people wanting a shadow since you were gone.
Soft dance, keep on feeling them sweet line, keep on sailing to the short line since years ago. Train tracks, cold walls and feedback, just before the line goes slack.
Tell me what you want.
Killers at the depot, I hear a rumbling down below. Even though I can't let go, not coming back. My eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the night. How the angels
My head'll be on Betty Davis lap. Way out in the desert. Okay. Set monotone board. Very wet board texture. We'll have like quarter pot bets here. Welcome, Talking Dog Pro. Ace is pretty favorable for us, though King Queen does get there. I think we still have a bet. This accomplishes a few things. It gets us value from worse. It also allows us to check back a lot on rivers. I think our hand's probably strong enough to go for it. It's really just a matter of what is going for it at this point. He'll only have King Queen suited. He will have some flushes, of course. He'll have a lot of two pairs. Do two pairs call a jam? Probably not. I think we go 3/4 here. The problem is we don't have a lot of bluffs in this line. It's tough for us to have like... I mean, we'd have to treat hands like nines no heart that started off with a flop bet, perhaps. Those would often just check back turn. Yourself, it's a secret that everyone knows. When I got my boots, digging up your bones. Tell me it's not too late to die from love. What up, Anthony? How you doing, my man? Welcome to the stream. In my head, no one can tell me that it's never too late to die from love. This is just a pure call. Pretty good flop. Not the best, not the worst. I think we just play pure call with these types of hands. Okay, we improve. No reason to turn our hand into a bluff. We're actually beating some hands like King Queen of Diamonds. We're no longer beating King Queen, but now we're beating a lot of other hands like Ace King, Ace Queen. I think we call all bets. Do we have a jam here? Do we have another size other than jam? That's the real question. I think the answer is yes. King Queen just doesn't check river. It would block or it would bomb. Can't understand what we're trying to hide. Very likely we just had the best hand on the turn though. Maybe not. He could have had like kings or queens for sure.
Tell me it's not too late to die from love. And all she ever said is just a phone call in my head. Who won't tell me that it's never too late to
Die from love.
and all she ever said is just a phone call in my head. Who won't tell me that it's never too late to die from love? And all he ever said is in a book that I once read. Ooh, hey.
So our real decision here is just between calling and raising. I think both have a lot of merit. But perhaps our hand is a little bit too strong to raise. I think maybe we'd rather raise like ace-8 of clubs. I don't really think we start folding out 9x at this point, and he could have worse flush draws, so we kind of want to keep them along. Pretty awful run out for our hand. We're just going to check and lose to like 9-10. Oh, he did have the worst clubs. One time. And give me the one time. And that's kind of the merit for raising flop, is winning a bigger pot versus that hand sooner rather than later, but obviously sometimes we just run into like pretty good hands like sets. Can't hear you now. Talking Dog Pro says, you were really nice when I bumped into you last WSOP. I don't think you remember a short Asian kid with black Laker Kobe jersey. You talked about Shin and A. Oops. Hold on. Versus small blind, he's going to have a lot of 10x, so we're going to mostly play check back here. We do get the peel, but it's not very comfortable. 9's obviously pretty good. 7's okay. Pretty miserable spot versus pot, but he'll have underpairs in this line, which incentivizes us to call, obviously. So we beat like 6s and worse. He just has to play that way, but he also obviously has a 10. That's just a pure 3-bet though. I mean, whatever. People under-aggress, no shock. No shock. Jesus, why don't you, babe? This is a small bet. I mean, we just beat like backdoor spade type hands, like worse queen highs, some jack highs. That's a hand that we probably could have targeted, but small pot. What up, Brian Tinney? Haven't seen you in a while, man. Welcome back. Oh no, we might be losing Lucky Ravioli. I never had a chance to get my revenge. On a scale from Jungle Man to Phil Hellmuth, how much do live reads affect your decision making? I don't know. I tend to be the happy medium. I use them, but usually just as a weighted coin, like a spot that I'm completely indifferent in. I'll try to maybe garner a read. When you... Oh, fuck. No, I'm not even showing you guys this table. It's okay. When you lie. Worked out well. Make our hands probably strong enough to call. Just have the best hand still a lot. But we're going to face a barrel on the river. Maybe not on that card. Oh, nice. We're getting coolers out of the way. We ran ace king into aces at the 25-cent, 50-cent table. Get those coolers out of the way, baby. Can't call with ace high, obviously. Oh no, Ravioli left the 2-5 game. He's probably soon to leave 5-10 as well. I shouldn't complain. He beat the fuck out of me today. Seemed to play pretty solid, rather tight. Blind versus blind, we call a raise. It's a clear c-bet spot for us. And we win. You know it's too good to be true. Man, it's kind of crazy he left the 2-5 game. There are two very, very obvious spots in the game. I mean, I guess, whatever. They only have a buy-in and a half in front of them. Amelia Earhart, who is gone insane. Billy Graham is yelling, hey, don't forget to tie your shoes. You know it's too good to be true. There goes Ravioli. Good game, Rav. Nice win for you today. Father is planning a new war. Nice little day for Rav. Picked up seemingly around 6,500 between the two tables. No spade in our hand. This will be a board that we often just check back. So we're going to. 10's not great. We will have a lot of, not a lot, but we'll have some 10x in our check back range. Can we justify doing something here? Maybe. We do block a lot of 10s. But we don't block any spades, and that's problematic. I think with Queen Jack, we might get a little bit frisky. 1. This is a weird double barrel spot by Limp. I mean, I guess half pot does make a lot of sense with combo draws that he would possess. King, Queen, Queen 10. I think we have another peel here. Doesn't really matter if we have like 4s through 8s at that point. They're kind of all the same. And we did have a diamond in our hand, which is pretty important. Okay, so maybe it does matter if we have 4s through 8s. That's a weird double barrel by 8s, I think. Oh, I wasn't even showing you guys the right table. Anyway, we flop the set here. Why you do me wrong? Flop a set. We go with the check raise. He should have a lot of equity on this board. Obviously, that's why he's betting half pot. A lot of ace king, ace queen. Over pairs. Man, it's so hard to find a bet fold versus a small check raise on that texture. I mean, if anything, it's an indication that the board is just getting c-bet way too frequently. Because, like, obviously none of your over pairs fold. Obviously none of your jack X folds. Obviously none of your gut shots or open-ender fold. So even if he's as weak as, like, 8-9 there, king queen, ace queen, ace king, all of those hands peel. Obviously diamond draws peel, everything else. So it's like he has to be c-betting like 7s in that spot, which doesn't even 3-bet all the time. I think we check back here. Good turn for our hand. We also just have a lot of ace king in this line. That doesn't make any sense at all. I think we actually just get to raise. We just like shouldn't be facing a lead here. Things you said about me to a friend of mine. Works out well whenever we get there. Now I think we bet on the smaller side, giving him room to jam a hand like king 10 of, not king 10 of clubs, I mean obviously that hand's gonna jam, but more so like king 10 with a club. Looks like he just folded though. Unlucky for us, but that does mean that the bluff very likely would have worked on most rivers. Pretty clear he was probably betting a hand like... Oh no, he did call. I'm sorry. Oh, he called with queen 10. Called with queen 10. I think he could... I don't know, man. That's kind of tricky. Like, he technically should have no leads on turn because I'm so uncapped, but obviously he does have hands like 2 pair and king 9, 9, 8 for straights that will want to lead. Oops, too big. Fuck me. I was looking at my 2-5 table. I should have been betting like quarter pot here. Yeah, maybe my raise is a little bit out of line with the ace-9 there. Pretty interesting. We have a clear check back here. We're probably going to have to fold to a river bet. Basically just beat like 5x of clubs. That's nice. We lose the 10s. That's a weird spot to not squeeze. Raise call. Very strange. Then he sits out his free hands. Very, very, very strange. We actually sat out his button, which is even weirder. Let's see. Kangaroo says, Berkey, do you think it's possible to develop a limping range in tournaments? Yes, for sure. It's just difficult. Seems like these sites, what's shifting towards this weird. I developed a strong limping range myself in early position. Well, I mean, that's obviously very transparent, so I wouldn't suggest that. I did a lot of limping pre-Black Friday, all the way into like 2015 in MTTs, but people just understand ranges a lot better now, so it's far less incentivized. They don't isolate you as widely as they used to. I would like limp under the gun, and like somebody with ace-6 offsuit in middle position would 4x. You know, that's way different. Pot. Kind of interesting. Given our hand, I would assume that he just has a lot of equity. That's a bad card for a lot of equity. I think we can block fold. I don't expect to get raised very often. We're pretty uncapped, but he could check back the nuts on the turn. Nope, he was just airballing. Just tonight, all the angels out your window are just looking for your light. And all the world's a giant canvas, so don't you miss a single stroke. I can't believe I'm still playing. Oh man, what being stuck does to the brain. It's such an ego thing too. Like, I don't give a shit about a couple $1,000s. I care about my time and I care about what I do with it, but I can't leave. I just can't leave, man. The game's good. I stand to make money. Like, I don't even care about money that much. Why am I doing this? What is it? What is it with the trap of our monkey brains that allows us to operate this way? It's truly maddening. It just makes no sense whatsoever. Killed him in the end. I just want the high score. That's really what it comes down to. It's like it's one of those things where it's like, fuck, man. I lost the high score to Ravioli, and I want it back. I want to get the high score. They're gonna keep dealing me hands, and I have a chance to make the high score. So like, let's go for it. Too much for me. Paul Pittman says he's sitting to my right now in... Oh, this is a full bet spot for sure. I'll show you guys in a second. He said he's sitting to my right in 25 cent, 50 cent. He's ran up a nice stack. Got 150 in front of him. Let's fucking go. A couple big stacks at that table. Cold call by Dark Knight. What are we even doing here, guys? Lethal Bud with the 5. I'm inclined to not believe. But the problem is, if I call and he jams, we are wrecked, because then he gets the rejam. Well, I mean, at that point, I would just call off, getting a good price. All right, I'm just gonna do the discipline thing and fold. Oh, I didn't realize this was blind versus blind here. I feel like that fold's probably a mistake, but not a mistake. I feel like I folded the best hand. Let's put it that way. This one check flop after he opened pre. I probably don't have any other Jack X in my check back range, so this is probably just a call. It's very annoying. Yeah, he just had the nut blocker. Yeah, save complication for your post-flop strategies. Keep pre-flop simple. It'll help you in the long run a lot. Could check this back. I tend to just range bet these boards though. Bet some of my range small, some of my range for like 3/4 pot. This turn we just get to overbet. Having the ace of clubs is nice. We don't get check raised very often. Actually, that wouldn't even matter. The check raises will come from like 6, 7 of clubs, 9, 10, things of that nature. We only get one chance to live again. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Here we go raise, 3-bet, cold call, call. This is a pretty strong c-bet into 2 people. I actually think my hand jams. It sucks because it allows him to play perfectly, but we just deny equity to so much. And with like only one SPO, Jesus Christ, I got slow rolled by a kings. This guy is something else, man. He's that afraid of a 6, I guess. Yeah, I mean, maybe it just depends on how many overpairs he's half potting with, I guess. I mean, if I would have known that he's going to tank call with kings, then I would have recognized that he's probably more of a rec player, and I wouldn't run that line because he's less likely to just have air. Probably on the tighter side, 3-betting pre to begin with. Womp, womp, womp. It's kind of a brutal board where I can't really check call. I'm just letting him realize way too much equity. Here, we flop a gut shot with the 5-5 flush draw. Facing lead from small blind. This is quite strange. I actually think we get to bluff our hand. Won't really be any flushes being led from that spot. Turn king allows us to check back. Some of our range will be like king X with the king of clubs. We're basically just trying to realize now, drill a deuce. I don't really think we can rep our hand for 3 streets. Also, he just improves to a king a lot. I mean, we make a 5. We can beat queen jack with the queen of clubs. But yeah, we just lose here an awful lot. Such a weird lead, man. It's also a weird flat pre. It's also wonky. It's also very wonky. I like our bluff though. We need to find some in that spot. Having a gut shot, straight flush draw. Not straight flush draw. A gut shot and flush draw. Hello, Juliet. How are you doing? Queen of the Felt, gracing us with her presence in the chat. Hope all is well in Florida. I'll be down there in 2 weeks, I think. He wants you back. You back. Ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da, bum, ba-dum. This 10 is a good hand. We would bet other 10s, Jack 10, Queen 10 type of hands. Ace 10 checks back. Queen is okay. Having the Ace of Hearts is obviously nice. We'll continue and bluff appropriately on rivers. No need to bluff. We're born for the hunting. I don't think Jack 10 is really going to play too much check here, so we're going to go big. Even though that's not really what our range wants to do, just because like we don't have a lot of Jack 10. But just him being in a situation where he probably has a lot of 2-pair, and his bluff catchers are all indifferent, we're just going to go for it. Do you think the poker community is so desperate for content that the stare down between Foxen versus Chidwick went viral? Nah, man, I just think there was some humor there. I think Pads made a funny thread, and that's just the way it goes, man. The joke's got to fly, and when people do a good job sailing them across the Twitterverse, things go viral. All right, we have an obvious 3-bet here with the blade. No. And a snap fold, because that's how our night's going, ladies and gentlemen. That's just it. Man, we played some interesting pots with... It was nice being deep, even though we kind of really took the worst of it. Nah, man, ask away. Said, sorry, guys, I got questions for you, Berk. Ask away, man. You're only helping the content. But yeah, like when we were like 300-400 big blinds deep versus Ravioli, that was a lot of fun in spite of the fact that not going our way. A lot of, I mean, we played a 5-bet pot, Ace King versus Jacks. I probably missed a bluff on the river, to be honest. I was at bottom of range for sure, and I almost certainly never win. But I was just afraid that the jam wouldn't get through enough, being that it was only for like pot. Terrible shove, in my opinion. I'm never really folding Jack-Jack plus in his shoes. I wasn't trying to get overpairs to fold, man. You talk about with the 5s? I'm not trying to get overpairs to fold. I'm trying to take advantage of the fact that he's c-betting too many over cards, and I could potentially be counterfeit. It's just an equity denial play. We were like 1 SPR after the bet. I would bet a 9. No need to bet an 8. They're going to value bet now. It's a little thin, but we can go small. Woof. On the corner. Scott Avenue and Pearl. In this corner of the world. To the whistle of the lonesome train as it disappeared in silence and it echoed out my name. And I learned to stand up straight before I. This is a hand that's probably too wide of a defend, but now becomes a pretty good check raising candidate. Bury me. Really good turn. He probably has like nearly no Jack 9, so I think we get the overbet. The real reason for the overbet here is just because he has a lot of hands on that board once he c-bets flop and calls the raise. He has a lot of hands that really desperately want to get the showdown. So we want to deny that equity as best we can. Asian Dude said, have you spoken to any hustler guys about Gal? I'm fascinated by the story. Yeah, I spoke to Ryan about it. Just an unfortunate turn of events. It looks like he'll be doing some time. How do you feel about they winning $1 million with a blank expression on your face and then getting shamed for it? It's whatever, man. Small price to pay for being a profitable professional, right? I don't think anybody really has to justify themselves to the public. Just do you. Bury me. It's gonna carry me down the road. Long and lonely road. It's my home. Get back, get back, get back. This is never fun. Let's play a pot. Full house. Look at that. Clear call. We can bet small for denial. Yeah, I just think we probably bet small here. We basically just do what we would do with a king and do that with range. Because anything that makes it to the turn is either high card or full house. Minimum. I don't know what he 4-bet snap folded there so fast. Not a full house. Probably suit connector, I guess. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. Come on. Oops. Do. you prefer small pools or bigger pools for online? I don't really play enough online to say. I don't really know, to be honest. I'll tell you this much, though. I do not miss online poker. I'm not cut out for this. I like being able to focus on a singular hand against a set amount of opponents that I've been playing for some amount of time. I think this is a pretty clear squeeze. Like, I feel like I'm good at developing read-based plays and kind of solving spots in real time. I'm not cut out for this. Not that I couldn't adapt. I just, I kind of just don't want to. I don't think there's enough money in the online player pools long term. I think, high stakes live cash just better suits me. One, two, three, four. Ay, ay, ay. I'm down like 3 buy-ins in 25-cent, 50-cent. Man, rough day. I just got flush over flushed for a big one. Woo! Dodged one here. The live one somehow just flatted aces pre. We went 3 ways. I checked back on King Jack X, turn Jack. He bet quarter. I call river brick. Check, check. Why not choose a smaller raise size heads up against aces and employ overbets on? So I'm not sure what the question is, Blake. So in love in the flame. With the flame. Do. Yeah, the good thing about Black Friday is it happened early enough in poker's growth where transitioning wasn't that tough because none of us were good in online poker anyway. We were only good relative to the field back then. If Black Friday happened again, like if Black Friday happened in Europe right now, live poker would be a mess. There would just be an influx of pretty strong Euro regs. See, all right, here's my opinion on online versus live. They're 2 totally different arenas with 2 totally different skill sets. And what ultimately happens is when the 2 blend together and you see a bunch of very strong online players move to the live realm, they actually just ruin the game through no fault of their own. It's truly not their fault. They're not doing anything wrong. It's just a matter of they're used to playing a high volume of hands and making decisions at the most granular level that are printing EV for them. Whereas when volume is impossible to achieve, such as in live, all of the win rate available is making the highest EV decision in that exact moment versus that exact player, that exact one time. And the problem with how that plays out is now whenever the environment shifts to where the game matters more at a granular level, right? So let's say you take 8 of the strongest online players and put them all together in a live lineup. What ends up happening is nobody wins. And what I mean by that is there's very little in the way of pots or stacks being redistributed outside of just sheer and utter variance, because you're just not playing enough spots, right? Like basically you play so few spots that ultimately variance kind of like chooses the winner, and everybody else just gets bored and quits the game long before anyone's making any real money. So it kind of just like destroys the live environment in that regard. Honey. Oh shit, what did I just time out? Oh. No big deal. It was only Queen 9 suited. I mean, it still feels painful, but... Do you have any stories where you were slow rolled? No. People are generally... It's funny, I think people hate me in a lot of ways, and I think they hate playing with me, or whatever. They hate my demeanor, they hate the way I speak, something... a million different things that they hate about me, but everybody treats me pretty respectfully at the table. Whether they talk behind my back or bash me on a public forum is a totally different thing. But like when we actually play together, I almost never get trolled. I never get slow rolled. I never face any of these like bullshitty things that can happen. And I think it's just a byproduct of it's a lot harder to be a prick when you're face to face with somebody who's generally treating everybody else respectfully. Here we flop bottom set on a pretty wet texture. We're gonna go half pot, pretty standard. Yeah.
Long before it grew old, it was new.
A little sun, a lot of rain, and it grew. It's only natural.
It's only blood,
Teeth and sin.
it's only underneath the skin.
Okay, we have a defend. Man, we whiff so hard on some of these. It's only underneath the skin. Happy to check this one back. Not the turn we were looking for, that's for sure.
Time melts away and you left holding ash, holding on to
Memories and regrets.
faith. You
Find it in the strangest place.
You find it in emptiness.
You can't erase. We'll play this call this time. We have some small raises on this texture. Beneath the skin. First that size, I think we're mostly just supposed to play call. Now we could potentially have some small raises. Oh. You, I ain't never gonna give up on you. I ain't never gonna let you down. Well, this is strange. We had check clicked on. We obviously have a call. Spade River is, or Diamond River rather, is interesting. Half pot. Everything about this line's weird. I expect him to show up with exactly 7-8, I guess. It's like the only hand that makes logical sense. Cheap enough where I think we have to pay. He could have hands, I guess, like Jack 9 that take this line. Seems awfully strange. Whatever, we just pay and see. Oh, he had the old 6-9er. Weird to take a check raise line on that turn. You should probably just keep betting. Especially check min raise. Oh, fuck. I'm so dumb. I forgot. He is... I should have just 3-bet pre. I forgot who I'm playing against. This is a spot. It's gonna be me. Yeah, if I would have remembered, I would have either 3-bet pre or raised flop. Neither would have really changed whether or not I won the hand, but it certainly would have changed the outcome of how much I lost. So, what she knows. We'll play check back. Now we have a very clear bluff catch and or value bet, depending on how this plays. Pretty clear value bet. Already go. And I think our hand has properties that allow it to call a check raise. Though we're not super thrilled about it. I would expect to see deuces and sixes sometimes in this range. Yeah, we're definitely not thrilled about it. It's pretty annoying. He'll have some 7x. As far as bluffs go, this will mostly just be like, what are his bluffs? I imagine it's like backdoor hands, spades and clubs that didn't see bet flop. It's kind of weird because like flop's just a pretty high c bet spot. But yeah, I think our hand just has the properties to call. Okay. That's fine. Plays it fine. Plays it fine. I'm just trying to think if there's anything I'm supposed to do differently there. River's probably a mix. How old were you the last time you went broke? I was 30. I could play check raise there with a certain frequency for sure, especially this formation. Oh man, strong cowboy. That's an interesting line. I think check raising river is strange after I play check back. I think you just want to bet river, right? Queen 7/7 rainbow when I check back turn. I'm just gonna have a lot of 7/6 for a house. And hands worse than a queen that just like won't bet call river, but would definitely call a river value bet. Yeah, I think he should just like 3/4 pot river. Seems like that makes the most amount of money, but he did get me to bet call, so here we are. I think the real reason for that is because it's hard for him to find. It's hard for him to construct bluffs on the end. Because now he has to use like hands with showdown value. So either turning like a hand like 8s or 9s into a bluff, or a hand like Ace X that check called with a backdoor. So like maybe Ace Jack, Ace 10, Ace 9, something like that. It's hard. I mean, that makes my call super ambitious. I probably should just like always be folding. Connor Brown says, "Hey Berkey, if I can't beat 1-3 live, am I just a flat out idiot?" Not necessarily. You obviously have a lot of work to do, but the rake is also very high at 1-3. The win rate available is very high because everybody's pretty bad, but the rake is also very high. So it stands to reason there's a chance that you might not be able to beat 1-3, but you might be able to beat 2-5 for like $10 or $15 an hour. That said, that's still not winning enough to justify it. So either way, like you have a lot to work on. You climb a tower, but you never reach. He's probably gonna go call a lot. No. Turn around and stop. I don't know where. Mountains of the sea. Goodbye, far away you. That you do. Quick question, Matt. How do you think playing as Matt Berkey online affects your image? Do you think regs are less likely to play hard against you? Fuck no. Everybody wants to win, man. Nobody's out here taking it soft on anybody. What a holy man did you see? What lovers did you touch? These are the Oh man, I just found a bar under my table to rest my feet on that just changed the game for me. Wow. Wow, that's such a relief. Goodbye to faraway you. Faraway you. Bum, 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 ba-da-dum, bum, bum, bum. I'll tell you this much. If I get up to 2K again, we're going to start implementing a 3X strategy. We're going to get after it. Julian says, did you sell the Salt for White house in Vegas and move back to Pittsburgh fully? No. I own my own house, and we have a studio for Salt for Y, both out in Vegas. I'm just here for the week for the BetMGM series. Really getting after it, man. Just grinding, you know? We'll be back tomorrow as well. Play the 100K guarantee 1K, 75K guarantee 500. I believe those start at either 4 or 5. I have to check, actually. Tomorrow. And whispers names. Girl. Yeah, they start at 5 and 6. So we will be here 5 p.m. with bells on. Don't you cry, Hey Matt, love the Only Friends pod, but 7 people was too many. Better when 1 or even 2 are missing, gives others more of a voice, keeps it fresher. I respect your opinion. I strongly disagree, but I respect it. I do think that the structure of the show probably needs to conform more to where I become more of a host rather than a mediator. So I do think it's one of those things where it should probably mirror something closer to the Pat McAfee show, where I'm doing a lot of the talking and I'm opening the floor to each of them depending upon what the topic is. But it's tough. We have a lot of personalities in that room, and I think everybody's interesting and has a lot to add. So we're kind of just we're feeling it out. You know, it's a feeling out process. We're gonna see how it shakes out, what happens in the long run. 2.5x from the small blind is special, I gotta tell you. Girl, it's alright, old. My point is 1-3 is harder than higher stakes lots of the time. No, it's fucking not. It's literally never harder than higher stakes. Like 100% of the time, never tougher than a bigger game. That's one of the most asinine things I think I've read in chat in a very, very, very long time. The only thing about 1-3 that is more of a burden than playing higher stakes is the rake. That's quite literally it. You'll never see more talented players in the 1-3 pool than you see in the 5-10 pool. Like, it just doesn't happen. Matt, how many live hours should I put in before attending the academy, and how much studying do I need before to maximize my experience? Thanks. Really difficult to answer that. Everybody's their own, or like at their own pace. First of all, it matters like how much of a financial burden attending would be to you. The greater the burden, the less I would recommend that you do it, simply due to the fact that you probably can do more to grow your bankroll by just studying things like pre-flop charts. Like, basically, if you're at a point where it's a big financial burden to you, you're too early, is what I'm trying to arrive at. Secondly, if you're rather inexperienced, you're probably not going to derive as much from it as you could. You basically want to be in a scenario where, like, you're probably beating some live game, whether it's 1-3, 2-5, 5-10, whatever. Like, you probably should be at a point where you at least understand the game to the degree where you're a break-even player. We have a weird spot here. Oh, not so weird anymore. He min-raised from the small blind and then led for a full pot on the flop. I feel like I might be getting trapped here, but my hand's just too good to do anything else. So we're going to bet it for value. And I can't see a world in which we're folding when he only has pot behind. So we just win. How many times have you gone broke? Significance only. Significant going broke twice. Oh, no, actually, once. I had a 300K roll in 2011, and by 2012, I was broke. Other than that, I'd gone broke off of like less than 50K 4 or 5 times. But that was my first 6-figure roll, and the first time that I'd gone broke off of 6 figures. And the only time I've gone broke off of 6 figures. But yeah, I went broke off of like 20K, I don't know, 5 or 6 times. I went broke off of like 30 or 40K maybe once. Man, I don't have nothing. Got a picture of the children on the wall, and the shadows they fall. I'm living with ghosts, and I'm feeling back on the road. The rain, and I'm trying. So hard. I'm going to show this 25-cent, 50-cent table. So this went open, call. I think the big blind called. C-bet flop. I float. Now on turn, he bets third pot. This is a very clear spot for me to raise. I block 9-10 suited. I have a big 10 advantage. So the small sizing here is probably pretty indicative of his actual hand strength. I know Paul's in the chat, so I guess I'm just giving you my feedback on the play, and he does ultimately arrive at a fold. I imagine he had a hand like 8s, 7s, maybe ace high, something to that effect. He just makes himself very bluffable in that spot. You're just much better check calling. How is this session going so far? Mood and money. Money, we're buried. We are stuck a solid 3,500. Mood, I feel good, actually. It's nice to play stakes where there's no financial scrutiny. Like, whatever, man. If I lose 5 buy-ins tonight, I lose 5 buy-ins. I lost 5 buy-ins at 100, 200 earlier in the week, and I felt pretty fucking awful. Actually, I kind of felt the same as I do now. It was a lot of pots where I couldn't have changed the outcome no matter how hard I tried. Just, you know, situations where we're going to play 100 or 200 big blind pot because of the hands that we both were dealt. And that's easy to tolerate, but, you know, losing 5 buy-ins at 1-2 is, I don't care how established you are. I don't care what your bankroll is. I don't care how much you can afford it. Like, it's always going to be substantial to lose 6 figures in a session. Especially because, like, I don't think I'll ever be rich enough, at least not from poker, where losing six figures won't represent, like, you know, somewhere between 1 and 5% of my bankroll. And, like, that feels particularly bad. Like, when I lose $3,000 here, we're talking about, you know, sub 1%. It's nothing. We don't even think twice about it. Like, we'll live. We spend that much on ski trips. Like, it's just whatever. But six figures is six figures, man. It will always be six figures. Even 10K still has a certain I don't know what the word is. Like, there's a certain stigma around having and losing $10,000. Like, that's a lot of fucking money. There's just no scenario that I'm born out of where that's just not a lot of fucking money. What the fuck? How is it possible that Brad Owen has 600,000 subs and you have 38? I don't know, man. I'm not good with the YouTubes. I'll be the first to admit it. Brad's very good at what he does. Very, very, very good. Flies collect dust. Is this Pennsylvania pool only? Yes, it is. I can, I probably always will. Doo-doo. We're gonna get a little frisky with this one. Got high, so high, I can't remember. Alright. 3-bet the queen 10 suited, flop the 6 high flush. Sorry, the queen high flush. This is a texture we'll check a lot. Just gonna follow suit, even though my hand obviously wants to bet. Wow. Man is living up to his name. You just don't get the pot all diamond boards. I think we just jam. He probably just has like the ace of diamonds here a lot. Yep. Yeah, pretty obvious what was going on there. Free money. Doo-doo. I would have jammed like one pair, no diamond in that spot because it's so obvious what's going on. How big do you recommend someone's bankroll to be before playing? If you're playing live cash, I would say like at least 15 buy-ins, maybe a little bit more. If you're playing online cash, I think more, probably somewhere in the neighborhood of like 30 to 50. If you're playing MTTs, bare minimum of 50 of whatever stake level you're playing, upwards of 100 to be safe. When you went broke, how did you recover your bankroll? I spent pretty much an entire year studying and self-actualizing, just trying to figure out what the fuck I was doing with my life, whether or not I thought I was going to be able to make it as a poker player in general, and then just like really cranking on overall strategy. From there, I was lucky enough to have a friend who trusted me, gave me a well, it wasn't even a backing deal. He actually just gave me 10K to coach him. So he gave me 10K for 100 hours of coaching, and I was able to turn that 10,000 into like 35 immediately. Like literally the day he gave it to me, I final table to win event and got fourth for like 25K. From there, I just kind of grinded my way to the summer. I had like maybe 15 or 20,000 of it left after living expenses. Sold a package to the WSOP to Marvin Rettenmeyer. It was, I think I played like somewhere between 50 and 80K worth of events. I sold it like 1.25 mark, or actually it's closer to 1.3. And I had 30% of myself. End up final tabling 3 events, the last one of which I had 100% of myself. Was a 5K no limit. And I got 5th, I think, for 195,000. But all told, I cashed for like $500,000 and had like roughly half of myself for it over the entire summer once it was all said and done. Basically, once I final tabled the first event, I then bought more of the package back off of Marvin. And then, like I said, the last event, he didn't want my 5K action, so I just took it off of like a 50K roll and just banked it. So I very quickly had like $250,000 again. And from there, I got an invite to the big game. I pieced myself out for the first few sessions. We lost small. I think we lost like 80K over like maybe the first 4 or 5 sessions, but then the game got bigger. So I found outside backing. I put up 200,000 of my 250K to their 800,000. We had $1 million bankroll to start with. I ran that up to just over 4 million. Taking distributions all along the way, I ended up making roughly 40% of that, of the 3 million profits, give or take. Maybe a little bit closer to 50%. But so now I go from having been broke a year prior to now having like 1.7 million a year and a half later. From there, we went on a big downswing. So I had reinvested again my 200K to their 800. We lost it. I put up another 300,000 to their 2 million. We lost that. So then I diluted my equity for another 2 million for 5 million total, where I had $500,000 at risk. So I basically put up 10% of the bankroll, and I went from getting like 40% to only a 5% free roll. So I had 15% total. Went on a tear. I ended up making back the 5 million plus another $1.5 million over the course of like 10 months, including the Super High Roller Bowl final table. This is a check back. Where I got 5th for 1.1. I also had bought action there, so I had like 25% of myself on the side. By the time 2018 rolled around, I had reached a point where we were pretty stagnant. Like, I was just losing a lot of my invites. So I was still getting invited, but nowhere near at the same ratio. I was probably playing like 25 sessions a year or so. And I was playing a lot of tournaments on my own and doing well. 2017 and 2018 both, I cashed for over $1 million. Or maybe it was 2016 and 2017. I think it was 2016 and 2017. But in any event, the backing crew, it was peanuts to them. They didn't want the exposure anymore. Basically, I just had millions of dollars tied up in my box, and they were getting frustrated that we weren't really moving more than a few $100,000 in one direction or the other. So they cut ties with me, and ever since then, I've just been selling action to everything above 1-2. That is, that's my story in a nutshell. To buy a wedding ring. No, I'm on the run. Your eyes, let's have some fun. Hello. This is my favorite hand for a reason. Your wings are broken. Matt, I'm 49, been playing for 30 years as a passionate hobby. Empty nest now, playing a lot more, winning 1-3 and some 2-5 regular. Am I too old or not for fit for the academy? I would say that you are absolutely a fit. You are pretty much exactly what we are hoping to teach to. Should be a lot of combo draws here. I could raise just to bloat the pot, but I expect I'll just be able to river raise a lot. As played, we just have a clear overbet. So we're going to go 2x pot. He'll be pretty indifferent with his pairs. Have to call with like a lot of Jack X, 8X. Could even turn them into bluffs now because they block houses. People massively overfold to those overbets. So I imagine that like we're seeing a Jack and an 8 hit the muck there way too often. Which means when I have a 4, I probably shouldn't do that, but I just don't really ever have a 4 that often, which is all the more reason why he should be calling at a reasonably high frequency. What would you think of a casino 5-10 game with a max buy-in of 5,000? Better or worse than a smaller cap? Just depends on how much liquidity there is in the pool. The players will go broke faster, but it's very lucrative for a professional. I don't see live at the bike streams anymore. Did Hustler put them out of biz? No, they were bought by Bally Sports Group, and will be relaunching sometime in April, I believe, is the word on the street. How lucrative was the big game for you? Very, 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 very lucrative. I miss those days with all my heart. That was by far the most exciting point of my career. I wish I could freeze time and just go back to that. It was very stressful though. Like having to answer to other people was incredibly difficult, and I wasn't exactly ready for it the way that I would be now. But I also just like sell to a collective group of people now that are so fucking understanding. Like they're just crypto rich and they don't care. It's just like they trust my play. Oh my gosh. What is going on? Just heard Bart Hansen say that the capped 5-10 games in Vegas were better than the uncapped due to not scaring away. That's fundamentally false. Bart probably hasn't played 5-10 in Vegas in a decade. The Bellagio 5-10 game is literally the worst 5-10 game in all of Las Vegas. It's not even remotely close. Like the Bellagio 10-20 game is borderline better than the Bellagio 5-10. The Wynn 5-10 is infinitely better than the capped 5-10 game at Bellagio. It's just not even remotely close. The river on Sunday morning. Do 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 do. We're in a full pot here. He obviously turns the king a lot. We can't check and have him check back again. Also, we'll have a lot of combo draws that will do this. If you're feeling low down. Now I think we have a very clear overbet. He doesn't really ever have 6-8, and we're really never beaten. We do have a lot of busted draws here, though. In other words, he's quite capped. And we are very polarized. We should get bluff caught here a lot by pairs. Interesting. Fold on Sunday morning. I can't believe I'm still streaming. God, I'm so buried. Oh, now I'm stuck for the trip too. We were doing so well. We were up 5K. Now I'm down like 2K for the trip. Such is life, kids. This is the life we've chosen. It's a painful one. Painful one indeed. We have a very clear call here. Not a great flop, but not one we're just going to give up on. Half pot's pretty good here. We have a very natural appeal. Jack is gin. Spade's okay. 7 is a brick. I don't think we have a bluff if he checks. Yeah, we have more 8-9 than him. But that just means that he's checking more protected. We'll see a lot more strong aces out of him. So I think we just have to check back and realize we don't really ever get better to fold. It's not like he's looking at pocket nines here and folding. We're going to check back. That's the gin card that we were looking for. What we're hoping for here is a bet from a hand like Ace-Jack, Ace-10 that was trapping, even a hand like Ace-King, Ace-Queen that was trying to play a smallish pot. We obviously have a very clear shove. 10% is really good here. We still only have one sizing, and that's going to be all in. There's really no reason to have a different size because he purely has bluff catchers. So he's never bluffing for this size. And we have the nuts, so we don't care about him having king queen. So it's just purely a bluff catch. So we're all in. Same hand. Same hand. So yeah, he will have the nuts in that line, of course, but he'll never have a bluff. So when we have the nuts, it's obviously a mandatory jam. How much can I learn off your online site? Would that be a better place to start before attending your academy? For sure. It'll get you very comfortable with game theory principles, which is the big thing that we're going to teach you in strategy construction. It's all about having a better comprehension for where EV is derived from and how you can leverage that into a comprehensive strategy. That's mostly what the academy is. With that said, the poker out loud aspect of the academy is also very instructive. It forces you to speak out loud your thoughts of what the hell you're doing in real time with no hindsight rationalization. I think that's probably like one of the biggest pitfalls that players suffer through in the early goings is they try to make sense of the game in reverse. So in other words, they play a bunch of spots, see the result, and then try to reverse engineer what the strategy is supposed to be or justify why they did what they did. All that's pretty irrelevant. All that really matters is what you were thinking in the time and in the moment, but we're too biased to actually be able to report that back after the fact. So Poker Out Loud kind of circumvents that process. You have to say in real time what it is that you were doing, and you get judged objectively off of that. So we can literally just like listen to what you said, construct a range out of it, run it through the solve, and say like this is why it's correct or this is why it's incorrect. Who were the backers, pros or businessmen that like to gamble? It was the latter. On the Hurricane Express. There aren't any giga-billionaire pros, I can promise you that, but there are businessmen who like a little taste of the game once in a while. Feel this right on your back. Come on down the line. Oh, I was showing you the wrong table. I keep doing that. So sorry. Oh shit, I just saw my best friend text me. He said him and his wife are watching. Shout out to my man Jace and Jen. Thank you guys so much if you're still watching. Yeah. What did I do pre here? Just call? Okay. That's pretty advantageous to us, especially after check back. We're going to have to start bluffing. We going to start bluffing. We win. She takes. This is a fold, but we're feeling a little frisky. We have a peel of 1. Hello. Bottom pair trip draw. Strongest draw in the game, boys. It's such a weird check. It's like an abandonment of the pot. Like, he's just always giving up on this check. I think for that reason I'm going to bet small. Now we go for the overbet. Dirty. I keep forgetting that this is the guy we want. Advantage of playing in higher stake tournaments with staking versus owning 100% of yourself in smaller events. The potential for a bigger hourly is all. You just want to play the biggest prize pools that you possibly can at all times. Man, tonight started off so good. Such is the nature of the game. Charge it to the game. I'm like quietly down $200 in the 25-cent, 50-cent streets too. Two pair. He'll have a lot of like king, jack, king, queen in this. I'm actually gonna start with a check. I have a lot of one pair hands that will check, so usually we're gonna go like check or bigger bet here. Pretty good spot for us to check with bottom 2. We have a very clear call. 7 doesn't really change much. He could have 8-9, but not really a ton of it. Dirty. Again, we have a clear call. And then another clear check call on the river. I mean, yeah, we're just going to see King Jack here some amount of the time, as well as like Queen 9 suited. But we just live with it. Yeah, King 10, same thing. That hand I would expect a 3-bet. Very weird. Suited. These guys play weird pre-flop ranges. I'm pretty sure that's like a pure 3-bet from the button. King 10 off makes a lot more sense. You're just going to call your offsuit. 3-bet your suited. Not ever really in full, but generally. Very annoying, but we lost the minimum by playing it correctly at least. How's pickleball in Pittsburgh? Non-existent, man. It's spring here, which means it's really just winter 2.0. God bless. Oh, Paul. Nice bluff. I had one pip better than you. I had ace queen. That's pretty much my only fold there, I think. Yeah, you really just don't get the lead there. You don't have any straights ever. It's a 3-bet pot, but it's effectively a 4-bet pot because you chose a 7x size, and then I chose a full pot 3-bet. Talking about the 25-cent, 50-cent table for what it's worth. I wasn't really paying attention to what I did here. Luckily, it worked out. Also, you just have a fold on flop with... Actually, you have a fold pre-flop, first of all. You also have a fold on the flop with ace-jack because the only hands that I have that are no pair are dominating you. So even though you're getting laid a good price, you have ace-jack offsuit. You don't really have a continue there ever. My bluffs are beating you, basically. And then when the turn brings out, I think it was like a 5 for a straight, or possibly 9-10 for a straight. Given the sizing's pre, nobody should have those hands. So basically, like, yeah, your bluff works whenever I have ace-queen, sometimes ace-king if I don't feel like playing sticky. But it doesn't work at a high enough frequency to justify it. Like, you can lead turn some with your overpairs, but it should be small. It should be like 10%, not 75%. I hear the silence. R13 says, how's everything tonight, Burke? Everything's pretty good. I'm stuck like a pig, but it's going well. I'm breathing, so I can't complain. We got 5-10 popping off, so I really can't complain. In this water as you drown. Check back. Man, I think I might be stuck like 7,000 now. I've been getting kind of clipped in the 2-5 game, not really realizing it. Ooh, yeah. You ever play lag into tag to trap? Those aren't really things. Those were like pre-game theory, pre-real strategy terminology. They don't really mean anything now. There's no such thing as loose aggressive or tight aggressive. You're just aggressive at the appropriate frequencies, or at least we attempt to be as best we can. You drown. Bum, bum, bum. How's the podcast been going internally? 2-hour podcast daily are hard to maintain. Well, they're technically only 1 hour. Probably averaging closer to an hour and a half in the early goings, but I think it's pretty good. I'm doing a lot of the legwork, so I'm trying to make it as easy on everybody else as possible. They kind of just have to show up. That's the idea behind it anyway. There are some days where I ask a little more of them. It gets a little tough, but, you know, that's life. Wear a helmet. You You were right about everything. Good and yeah, we'll take one off here. Probably could check back flop. It's pretty close. We win sometimes, I guess. Whew! Dodging bullets, baby. Any plans for Corgasm to join OnlyFriends? Yeah. He said he doesn't want to do it every day, but possibly something he would hop on and do on occasion. We'll get him on there next time he's free and or wants to talk about. Thing is that Corey's quiet, so like I don't know how much I don't know how interested he is in talking in those environments. Like the evening in the old hotel, violins as the glasses fell. You were up, and when the sun came up, you were holding on to me. Honey, you were so right about me. Is poker really worth it in the end? That's a very existential question. I am very blessed to have become a poker player when I did and for as long as I have. I would not pursue this industry today. I think it's just probably too goddamn tough in a lot of ways. I guess going back to the King 10 suited call where we got clipped when we had the Jack 10, his hand does mix 50-50 basically between calls and 3-bets. I was a little surprised. I thought it would lean a little more towards 3-bet when you're suited. This is also for a high rake, so like King 10 off doesn't even exist. It just folds pre. King Jack off, pure. It only 3-bets or folds, and it mostly folds. So like by all accounts, we should have just had the absolute nuts on that texture. But I imagine most people aren't playing high rake ranges. How did this hand play out? Check. Shadow down.
Now all that is left is a whisper saying,
Push all your chips in and folded the hand. This will for sure be a squeeze.
they cry for wanting, and the walls just fall apart.
I started watching 4 hours ago when you said you were playing for 1 more hour. Yeah, I know. I'm a goddamn degenerate when it comes to this shit, man. The problem is part of it is I truly loved the game, so like having this available to play is so much fun to me. But the other part of it is, again, like I said, I just so desperately want the high score. Like I just want to get there so bad. Okay. Tired of breathing that synagogue name. We have a call, obviously. Okay, flop. Check. think we play small check raise here. Oh man, it's really close. This is really close between check call, check raise. It's tough because we're facing a 4-bet range here, so it's not like he has a lot of nothing. We're basically just doing this versus ace king. I think playing call is fine. Now I think we have blocks to river shove, obviously. We could bet 10%, we could bet 25%. We'll go 15. Snap fold. Blah. Blah. Just let it fall. What up, Tweak? Paul Pittman says, thanks for the feedback. That was the only reason I showed my hand, so I appreciate it. You're welcome, man. Yeah, there were a lot of mistakes on every street there, but good instincts to know that you could bluff there. Like you don't have better hands to bluff with. Let's put it that way. You have to reach to find bluffs, but also it's not on you to bluff there, right? Like the flow of the spot is that you check. So you're just not really gonna have many bets there in that spot. How do you determine the strength of your game when choosing what courses to start with on your website? Want to take my game to the next level, but don't know where to begin. Truth be told, the courses are kind of created in a way where there's something for everybody. I would say that if you are a stone beginner, a lot of it will be over your head in the sense that there'll be terminology used and there'll be a lot of discussion of game theory that doesn't necessarily make sense to you, so you need kind of a principle understanding. I outline a lot of those principles in Mid-Stakes Bible. With that said, everything beyond the beginner level will have some level of comprehension of what's going on to different degrees. All the way up to like an expert watching those videos may not learn anything new, but there'll be a lot of points of either contesting or agreement with what's being said. Whoa, whoa. Yo, homie, chill out. This should be mostly combo draws. So it'll mostly just be like combo draws and exactly Queen 9. We block Queen 9, which is good. We clearly have a call. Fuck. That's a really bad card. Well, it's not though. He doesn't have King Queen in range. It's bad because we lose. Like, we lose a lot. But a lot of what we lose to should also be checking or betting smallish. Oh, man. 9-8 obviously is not betting here. His combo draws would be like ace 9 of spades, king 9 of spades that are kind of forced to bluff now once we land at this river. My hand's obviously too strong. It's a 0 EV bluff catch. Like, this hand probably mixes between calls and folds. I'm going to make the guy prove it to me. He's giving me a decent price. Just very, very annoying, but this is where we're living now. Yeah, there it is, the ace 9. Wow, it wasn't even the combo draw. It was just the naked ace 9. But that is where he'll pull his bluffs from. It'll be ace 9, king 9, exactly. Usually you would expect to see spades, but I think his line is totally reasonable. I don't know that you really want to polarize with the ace version of the 9. Like, your hand's almost borderline too good. You just win at showdown like, you can check call ace high and expect to win some of the time, where you can't really with like king 9 or say he has like 9-6. I don't know if that was a straight or not, but horizon now. This is an okay check raise candidate, especially at this depth. Whoa. I would do. We have a very quick value bet now. Berkey, why did you decide to start a poker training site? Also, what does Solve for Why look like 5 years from now? Well, those answers coincide with one another. Part of it was that as I entered the big game, I realized that my volume was going to be cut massively. This is a shit spot, but like whatever, we just call. If he has King X of Diamonds, God bless him. Oh wow, that's a very strange hand to check back on the flop. Very, very strange. It can handle a check raise very comfortably. You really want to bet your best nines with a backdoor. Oh hey, we have quads. Let's just show it. We're running so good in the 25-cent table. Whoops, there it is. Oh no, Paul, you're getting yourself in trouble here, buddy. So yeah, when I realized my volume was going to be massively cut, I knew I had to start to branch off into other ventures. And I've always been a bit entrepreneurial, so I wanted to start with the arena that I knew the best. I thought that there was a huge gap in the market at the time for live poker training specifically, but also for like live media, effectively like outside of like, you know, poker news covering tournaments and things of that nature. There wasn't a whole lot building the characters of players in the game. So I really wanted, that's why Dead Money came to be. I really wanted to develop a character arc. I'm just going to shove on Paul here. It's a huge shove, right? 27. Yeah, we're jamming like 4x pot. But this just happens with the nuts on textures like this where we also have bluffs. And sometimes we just cool him off. Sometimes he just has like fives. I also flopped the flush in 5-10. We are going to go for it there. Paul folded. Here we bet 15% on the flop, 3/4 on the turn, and now full pot on the river. Yeah, so like I really had this vision of developing something kind of all-encompassing that filled the need of live training, which is where the academy was kind of, or what the academy was kind of born out of, but also just building, I don't know, building a brand, I guess, out of those in the spotlight. You know, a big thing that poker suffered from was there was an entire generation of the moneymaker era. Hey, we got called and we win. There was an entire generation from the moneymaker era that was just a bunch of young white kids who did well at a card game. And that's not super marketable. So I wanted to develop more insight into what's going on there. And I think that we did a pretty good job. I think software-wise, continuing to evolve down that path. You know, for anybody paying attention, you can see that we are as much a media company as we are a training site. That's not by accident, it's by design. I really see, or I have a vision for us to get outside of the poker sphere and into other markets. I think poker is just a remarkably impressive sandbox for life that allows us to work on logic problems and really just problem solve to the fullest in ways that are applicable in a lot of other markets. And I think we already see this from people who've moved on from the game into arenas like crypto, into arenas like esports, you know, what have you, everything from trading cards. There's a lot of ancillary markets, sports betting, that poker players excel at. And I don't think that's by accident. I think it's by design based on how we have to logic our way through the problems involved in this game. So I want to find a way to bring that to scale. I think that's a little bit of what the Only Friends podcast is attempting to do. It's attempting to make us marketable in other arenas so that we can basically develop relationships and networks with other experts in other fields and give them a platform to amplify their message, to amplify their teachings. Ideally, you know, at some point, 5 years down the line, call it, Solve for Why is a one-stop shop for people who are looking for answers in a bunch of different arenas. Call it fitness or nutrition or you know, gambling or you know, there's just a lot of arenas that we're not necessarily experts in, but our expertise can help or can benefit experts in those fields in being able to optimize their product better. So I think that's the long-winded version of what I hope to achieve and why I began it. I have no idea if it's feasible every single day. Every day I roll out of bed, I'm just like, maybe today's the day it ends. I'm not sure. I just have too many bluffs in this line. Given that this hand probably isn't even a 3-bet pre, I'm just going to surrender. Yep. Not a whole lot I could do there. I think he even has to call if I bluff river. Although I would be bluffing for like pot and a half. Tweak says, nice hand with the 10-9 off. Thank you so much, sir. When we block the turn with trip queens, aren't we playing our hand kind of like face up? What block bluffs do we have in that spot? We would have like Jack 10 suited. We don't need to have a lot because our range is very narrow, so we don't have a lot of anything. I could have considered 4-betting this small. But probably fine as played. Well, it's definitely fine as played, obviously. Facing out pot, we just have to surrender. We'll have better ace highs to call with. Michael says, hi, I found you through HCL. You made me want to go back to playing. That's very complimentary, man. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. May want to reconsider after the session I'm putting in today. It was my last hour 4 hours ago, but I'm wired, so I'm not going to bed anytime soon. I'm buried, and there's 2 good games going. What else am I supposed to do? You got a head full of secrets that are tearing me apart. Oh no, we lost our fun player. I just noticed. Boo! Nobody got him either, huh? He just left. You guys are very active tonight in the chat. I greatly appreciate it. It makes my life so much easier. You got heaven and heaven, you make me choose. All right, we're not loving this, but we do have enough backdoor potential that we can start off with, like, call it 40%. Whoa, and I can't stop loving you. I almost got your ass, Paul. I almost got your ass. Betting into quads twice. Kind of nonsense you got over there, man. Radio playing in your ears, and the DJ he can't help it. He just burst into tears. You got heaven and hell and you make me choose. I can't stop loving you. Stop loving you. Man, this 2-5 game is off the hook. It's just so good. Alright, we'll take you there. We fought top set versus the live one. Wow, I'm really shocked. There shouldn't be a ton of folds there. I guess just like backdoor floats start to fold. 3-handed super deep here versus strong. Hello. We'll play small check raise here. Actually, yeah, we'll still play small check raise here. So like 34 plus 8, 42. It's like 2.5x, and we would do this with some king X. We would do this with backdoor hands. Like queen 10, jack 10. Just massively overperforms. Just sucks whenever we have trips. Probably could consider just calling, given that we block the middle of the board with the 9. Loving you. Obviously, we have a check raise here. Be a little bit bigger on this type of texture because all raises are pretty polarizing. Our tournament's really easier than cash. See a lot of pro cash players transition to very easy tournaments, but not really vice versa. The barrier of entry to tournaments is much lower. So yeah, at the smaller stakes, tournaments are quote unquote soft. In other words, you have a higher hourly at like a 500 MTT than you would at like, call it 2.5. But the volatility is significantly higher, so you need a larger bankroll, and you need to have like kind of special skills that you don't need in cash. So you need to understand ICM. Chip EV is not good enough of a metric to operate off of. So yes, if you curate the skills, it's kind of easier to get to becoming a winning or a profitable MTT player. The thing is that you just won't know it. That's the biggest problem with it, is like you could be a winning player and just not get the feedback based on results, which could ultimately just force you to retire because you go broke or whatever. Pretty bad run out for us. We do beat busted spades, but we lose to 10x of spades now. We also just lose to a jack that checks twice. Ooh, we chopped that hand though. Has anyone ever done market analysis on the poker trading space? Is the revenue for the market like 1 to 5 million? Significantly higher, but the market cap is still relatively low. In 2020, Upswing was making roughly 4 million a year, I believe, and Run It Once was doing comparable numbers, maybe slightly less. So I think the overall market cap for training space is somewhere between like 10 and 15 million, but I also think that cap is lowering year over year, mainly because technology continually gets invented that makes quote-unquote poker training obsolete for a much cheaper cost. So I think like in 5 years, the market cap of the training space will probably be sub 10 million, where now it's probably a lot closer to like 20 million than anything else. But yeah, there's also like pretty big monopolies. It's very difficult to capture a huge chunk of that market. Like we have very, 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 very small market share. Upswing and Run It Once have majority market share by an absolute long shot. Blood on my hands. Interesting. Over bet. Okay, you win. Blood on your hands. Ba-da-da-dum. Hands, we all got blood. All over our hands. Oops. Boo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. Caleb says, your Only Friends podcast is cool. Hope for the best in the future, my dude. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. Opening 3x here because the big blind is deep with us. So it's kind of the nut scenario where the person defending the most frequently is the deepest stack. We're going to 3-bet again. Both of the hands that we 3-bet for the big blind can mix calls, but I'm just going to keep ramping it up, man. You don't get unstuck playing small pots. This is a pretty good board for us to delay on, given the texture and our backdoor properties. When facing no bet here, I think we'll go somewhere in the neighborhood of 60%. We win. A long ride. I'm gonna run to the bathroom as soon as I fold this hand. It's a bit big from the small blind there. I'll be right back. All right, we're gonna get him. Come hell or high water, we're gonna get him. Mike says upswing does 4 million. Really? I don't know about now. That was when they were still doing courses pretty regularly. But yeah, according to what Fee told me at the time when they doubled their price to 100, that was roughly where they were at. This is a good small check raise spot for us. I think half pot's efficient. We obviously have the best hand a lot, not always. Could be against a better 8. Sometimes we'll check back a weak 9, 9-7, 9-6. Big raise. It's a big raise when we're the one that's uncapped. I would expect it to be 3s and then hands with a 6 or a 7 involved. We obviously have a call. I don't really think our hand needs to be turned into a bluff at this point. Yeah, I'm right again. He plays his polar range very, very correctly, but not. I mean, it's too transparent, which to me means that, to be fair, a lot of times it's a byproduct of the hand that I'm holding. So that's not his fault. He doesn't know. So yeah, I'll just leave it at he plays his polar range very correctly. Like, he has the hands that he should have. Although both times he had the ace, which I feel is, like, in both instances less, like a much lower frequency polarizing race spot, just because in both spots it actually does show down. But I'm open to being wrong about that. I'll try to keep Self-Y alive long enough, Alex. Once I'm done with me. This is a pure call. We definitely get some leads here. So let's lead 25%. Actually, let's just lead 10%. I think that's reasonable. God damn it. So one big blind. And I'm getting back to you. We do run the risk of him pulling out, but... So this isn't quite as polarizing. He's raising less than pot. And that's fine. We just get the call. Actually, I'm not so sure we get to lead the 7 of spades. We get to lead a lot of 7s, but perhaps not the 7 of spades because we probably don't have many nut flushes, if any. We obviously have a call. Now we get counterfeit. Oh, but we win. Man, he just has... He has the bluff every single time. The open-ender with the nut flush blocker. I don't know why he didn't follow through on the river, though. Maybe a little gun shy. To show my appreciation for you improving my game, I'm giving you 1% share of my WSOP schedule this year. Probably 4 tournaments. Good luck to us. I appreciate that, man. You don't have to give it to me, though. Pick a lucky friend of yours and help make him rich. Do it in my honor. This is a little loose. And I'm getting back to you. Good flop for us, though. Getting back to you. Once done with me. Getting back to you. Short-handed, no limit hold'em cash games. This is it. This is what we live for. It was loose the first time we did it. It's loose the second time. Let's not go to the well one too many. Suited hand. Justified. God bless. I keep clicking my toolbar. Move this up a bit, shall we? Dead man's horse to your soul. Check back. come from you. You hear that also? Yeah, we just check and chop, hopefully. Nope. Interesting spot here. It went raise, call, call, call. I led for 25% on flop. He raises, call. Turn gives me top 2. I check. He bets 80%, give or take. We assume this is an overpair just about always. Could be like ace 5. Could be 6-5. Could be 6-7. That's pretty much it. It's pretty much only those holdings, and we scoop. I guess 8 doesn't qualify as an overpair. 8 should just check once we get to the turn. It's not that he's afraid of 9-6. It's just he should be afraid of me having flopped it. Here we get to re-ISO. Dragon Slayer picks big sizes, 3-betting from the small blind. Usually 10 blinds is plenty. No need to bet here. This is a big bet spot or a check, so we will choose check. We have very natural. Actually, we just have a jam. He bet pot. This is the same guy who bet pot when we flopped the flush. Oh, same hand. Chop, chop. Anyway. Ew. Interesting. Alright. The hits keep rolling. Half pot. Ooh. It's always brutal when you flop good against the loose one and he can't find a continue. Anyway, double check. Adam Blunk says, you and Garrett Adelstein are my 2 favorite players. Would love to hear how you differ in how you play and in your words. I think we're more similar than I think Garrett thinks we are. I think we have a very, very similar comprehensive approach to the game. So like on a big picture level, I think that I'm weak in areas that he may potentially be strong, and he's strong in areas, or sorry, he's weak in areas that I may potentially be strong. But overall, I don't think our games differ that much. We both kind of get out of line in the same ways. We both kind of, whoops. I'm going to defend this. Feels a little loose, but we're both just like pretty good at maneuvering the live environment. He has a lot more time on TV than I do, so I think in that regard he's probably a lot stronger of just an overall live stream player, if that makes sense. I can't fold a spade for a small size. Gotta continue. We do have a bluff catcher. It's just a matter of, is it a 2-street bluff catcher or not? Fuck, now we play the board. Well, that was incredibly unfortunate. We obviously chop. I probably should just go for it because he's not checking back in a protected manner there. Came a calling and he offered me a deal. Down these words. Gambled with the devil. Wrestled with the Lord. Cross that raging river while the others feared a ford. What's the score? We are stuck. We're stuck like 4K. tell. Just a call. What up, Patrick? How you doing, my man? We can small bet here, 40%. I should be 3xing, not 4xing. This is a very good flop for us. We could check raise, or we could bet 3/4. I think I prefer betting 3/4. And I never heard no bell. Stu says, thanks. I reckon web-based solvers will change the revenue potential for poker staking sites. Yeah, for sure. I think the training site, as we know it, will be all but extinct within 5 years. There will probably be like one winner, and honestly, I think Jonathan Little is in the best position to be that winner. He just speaks to a different class of player. He really captures the entry-level player well and benefits the most from them, and that's also where the most liquidity is in the trading market. I think otherwise, a lot of technology will battle against itself until they realize they can't make enough off the public to where they're just better served privatizing their stuff and either selling it to whales or to high-level pros. Fuck, are you gonna walk with aces? Come on. That just benefit more from increasing their bottom line. Okay, we can start with a check here when we have the club. Nothing to really protect from. Yes, this sizing is a little precarious, but okay. 4 is insignificant. I would expect big bets and checks now, even so much as over bets. Doesn't really have a lot of good hands to overbet. Really just like queen 9 off. 3/4, okay, that's in line with the queen, but you know we still block like queen jack. King queen's 3-betting. He's really saying he has like queen 8 or worse. Could have like king 10 in this line, which would be like completely reasonable. But with a club, I think we still just have a clear call. Hand's too strong to bluff. Could be weighing the decision between betting king 10 and checking king 10. No. Bro, you don't have any nut flushes here. Like, you just 3-bet them all pre. I mean, he has the naked ace of clubs. For sure. But it's like a matter of, like, what hand with the ace of clubs chooses those sizings. Flop and turn, it would have to be like ace 9, ace of clubs, ace 6, ace of clubs. Could have exactly ace 6 of clubs, I suppose. That hand doesn't have to 3-bet pre. Yeah, I mean, we block jack 10. That's really critical. I think we just have to look him up. Overbet here is just like really not a thing. We just have all the nut flushes as played. It's just kind of the nature of it. So I'm going to go ahead and make a hero call here. And we beat the jack deuce. That was an optimistic line, to say the least. You can blame it on your busted luck. Drive out to the airport. Any chance of doing some WSOP coverage this year? I feel there's a big hole in that area. Daniel has done a great job, but I miss the days of Poker Road. Poker news coverage is pretty bad. Yeah, I agree with you. Believe it or not, we were actually one of the first to blog the WSOP. We got full media right permission back in 2017. You can check those blogs out on our YouTube page. They're called Solve for Why Chronicles. Between myself and the crew, I think we made... Let's see. I made at least one. No, I made 2 final tables. Jordan made 1. So we made 3 collective. They didn't perform all that well. I won't lie. I think we would do better now, of course. Just due to the nature of us having more of an established presence. But with that said, the following year in 2018, we actually did like a fully produced show called Results May Vary. I highly encourage you guys to check that out. It's one of my favorite things that we've ever done. Hilarious, well put together by Pigtails Production. We were putting one out a week. They were very good. Again, almost no traction. I think the most watched one is like, I don't know, something in the neighborhood of 10,000 views. Probably the most slept on piece of content we've ever done, right behind, or right ahead of Origins. With that said, yeah, maybe we vlog it this summer. I could certainly get behind doing that. To really tell her. But yeah, I mean, it's difficult. Like, we couldn't do comprehensive coverage. Like, I can't cover all the events and give you updates on the winners and like who's deep and stuff like that. Maybe we can do something with Only Friends. The podcast kind of. Oh no. All right, Paul. We got to have a talk, buddy. You just don't get the lead monotone boards, especially for the big size. I'm going to trap you here. No, actually, we're too deep to trap. I'm just going to raise you right away. Because I need to play an all-in pot versus you in this spot when we are 200 big blinds effective. Oh, I just get to stack this guy instead. Okay. You got lit off the hook again, man. I don't know how. You got lit off the hook again. You got very fortunate that I cooled him off. Stop doing nonsensical things, man. Check your hand. When you're supposed to check, just check. It's a thing. Here we flop top and bottom in a 3-bet spot. Very deep. Can't really blow this pot up because he does still have ace-jack. But we have a pretty good hand here. So we're going to start off big. I'm just going to pick it up, unfortunately. We're going to play call. Away from you. I kind of like block bluff here. I don't know that we ever get better to fold, but when I don't know for sure, I just I lean on being aggressive. The answer is we did not get better to fold, but we tried. We certainly tried. Oh, fuck! God damn it. I was looking at the 2-5 table, which chopped the pot. That wasn't even meaningful. So silly. Make you break a mana. Oh, I should have went bigger. I didn't realize I was squeezing. Worked out. Very good flop for us. I think we can go big here. Of your name, Are you going to Rivers while you're in PA? No. I don't have any relationship with Rivers at all. So, not that I have anything against them, but it's just one of those things where like they've never really done anything to broker a relationship, and they've done some things to kind of burn a bridge with me. So I just, whatever. I mean, there's really nothing there for me anyway. I would love to be able to get to a point where, you know, I come back every now and again and host meetup games and stuff like that, but I don't know that they're interested. I don't know that there's a market for it here. It's kind of whatever. Play just call. No club. I think we just call a C-bet. Facing check. We definitely have a C-bet. Go half potish. Now we have an overbet for sure. We'll be trapped here some of the time, but doesn't really matter given how low equity our hand is. Well, I've been sitting here watching the cars go by, trying to write this song. We'll just have like Queen X of clubs sometimes in trap. Yeah, now we're stone dead. We just have to abort. Abort! Abort. You win. Oh, glad we didn't find a jack on the end. That could have been bad. Hey man, it's a song about life. The dishes get dirty, the car breaks down, you get put on a list by some people in town. You try to clean up, you try to look good, but something's always smoking under the hood. It's a song about life. Hey man, it's a song about life. Just have a check back now. And sometimes you wanna write it on the bathroom stall. Oh man, verse 70%. How often are we bluff catching the spot? We lose the 5-6, we lose the 7-8. We obviously have way better hands to call with. But he has so many backdoor hands that just float. I don't really think he's betting an 8 for this. He could be, though. He very well could be. I don't think this is a very good call, for what it's worth. But I'm going to call. Yeah. Yeah, that's right in line with what I expect. Pretty thin value bet on the end, but I guess I don't have better than an 8 much. I do have like 9s through queens, but I probably bet bigger on the flop. I don't know. Whatever, it's not a big enough portion of my range that he shouldn't value bet an 8 there. Sizing's good. Nice hand, strong cowboy. I love when you go live. Oh, for what it's worth though, his hand is definitely a check raise on the flop. That part I'm certain of. So like we should be able to discount hands like that a little bit. Bradley Jones says, I love when you go live. Do you ever come play in MS? Add my guy Trace Henderson to solve for why. I've never been to Missouri, no. Hey, we're gonna have a small check raise here. Basically, our hand cannot play check call. And he'll have a lot of floats that stab this turn. With the ship tonight. But we'll abort if we miss. Our hand's pretty bad. Woof. Yeah, that's really bad. Whoa, 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 every night. What up, E? He said I'll actually be in Vegas Monday for like a week. I will also be in Vegas, man. Hit me up. This is an unfortunate run out for us. We obviously have a very clear fold. I like the line, though. I do like the line. Aces again. So far, we've stolen the blinds with aces. We're very good at it. 3 for 3 for stealing the blinds. Do 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 do.
Well, I feel like the prodigal son these days.
Just in from Babylon. People stop by, and all they can ask me is what went wrong.
I said the
Sinning was easy, and the living was free, and at least the pigs, they were honest with me. What's so wrong with my life? Hey man, what's so wrong with my life? Are you gonna be back in Vegas this week? I will be, man. Rainer says, hello, bro. Greetings from Venezuela. What up, man? Shout out to Venezuela. Doing the best that I can. 300 people watching. Let's fucking go, team. You get any feedback from the Hustler stream after the Poker Bunny podcast, specifically on them having dedicated cameras here? Nope. They just, they all seemed like they were pretty happy with the pod. And they basically said, like, you know, it's a reality show. Take it for what it's worth. Which I think is a fair stance to take. I'll go down with the ship tonight. I'll go down with this ship. Hi, Berkey, big fan from India. Hello, my friend. Welcome to the pod. Welcome to the stream. Double gutter here. Very good check raising candidate. Not very good, but like very necessary, I should say. People walking down the dirt road. People lying on the shadow. Since you were born. We go 3/4. This is one where if he did check back a hand like Ace of Diamonds 8, he'll put in a big raise and we'll just have to fold, which is annoying. But there's also a lot of hands he checks back that just call and or fold versus this line. We're at stone bottom, so we gotta go for it. We have plenty of 7x in our range, especially 7x of diamonds. So we're gonna go 200. He's back. He has a lot of 7x in his check back range too, though, so he will have call downs, obviously. Domino, can't let go, not coming back. My eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the night. And the angels wrap their wings around you from the light. See your hallelujah, you love my wicked soul. Hear that holy road, holy road, holy road. What up, CR7? How you doing, my friend? Listen to the wheels. Before I speak. Those are nice to win. My eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the night. Their wings around you shield you from the light. Guys, we're still fucking going. What's going on here? We're running on 8 hours now. Buried to the gills. Still stuck $3,500 somehow. No one knows but me. You guys are here for it. You're here for the long haul. Appreciate how active you guys have been in the chat tonight. It's been fun to kind of tell some stories, give my thoughts on things. You guys make it very easy for me. Little squeeze spot here in the 2-5 game, pretty deep. Oh, the other deep stack left. He had like 2K in front of him. Fuck. Fuck! I didn't even notice. We have a couple options here. 2 SPR, we could bet or check. I think given the backdoor properties, we just bet small. It's nice to just win now. Deny like king, queen, queen, jack, it's equity. I would probably exploitatively check some overpairs there just to try to induce. Aces, in theory, check a fair frequency there anyway. This is a good check raising spot for us. Do you think it's probable that online cash games will be extinct before, really no reason for us to bet here, before live? Yeah, it's not even close. Not even close. The incentives just disalign between the players and operators online, where live, they're the only thing that disaligns is that it's taking up slot space. We have a clear call here. Now we have a give up. Digging up your... Wow, check back Queen Jack. Very fascinating. 3 ways I don't know that you need to be checking back Queen Jack there, to be honest. Who's losing? Who's winning? Wilson Tan says, big fan from Singapore. Shout out to Singapore. Man, so many people have been asking about Hustler Live. I guess it's time for me to hit up Feldman. So the answer should be soon. I'll be back in Vegas next week. I'll try to work something out with those guys sooner than later. No, I'm not using any trackers. I didn't realize you could use HUDs on these sites. In the wind, she's got it leveled in me. Something about the way she holds that gun brings out the devil in me. Miserable life. In what state can you play on the site? This is specific to Pennsylvania, but it also exists in New Jersey and Michigan. They're just different clientele. They're different player pools. If I stack everyone at this table, I'm winning again. Saw you in Vegas during WSOP, hanging out with BitBoy. How did you guys connect? Who's BitBoy? Why do I feel like I know that name? But yet I don't know that name. Ooh. Top 2 with the nut blocker versus the live one. We're going to play this one real slow, guys. Oh, the click. Every time he's clicked on me, he's got a big nothing burger. There's the pot. We're just going to jam now. He should have some call-offs. Oh my god, he had ace queen, guys. He had ace queen. What the fuck? What the fuck? Do you just memorize what to do on every street as it runs out? Seems like you know what to do on each street with each card as it comes out. Could you elaborate? It's definitely not memorization. It's just kind of understanding how the textures interplay with your range versus your opponent's range. And trust me, I definitely don't know anything. I have a good idea. I literally clicked in between the 2 buttons as a randomizer to see what it would choose. It chose fold. It folded us, guys. Yeah, there's plenty of situations where I'm not sure and I'm just kind of freestyling a bit. And I keep spinning. I keep spinning. BitBoy. Why do I know that name? This is a good check raise candidate. That's actually not true. 6 deuce of clubs would be better. Now it's a great check raise candidate. What would try and bet your hand, man? Let's just go over bet. He always doesn't have anything. If he rivers an 8 or turn the queen, make him pay. Can't really target ace high for much. We could block, I guess. Tell me it's not too late. I can't believe he had ace queen that hand. What the fuck? What the motherfuck is going on here? In my head, go on and tell me that it's never too late to die from love. All she ever says, just stop phone call. In my head. Man, I was already counting his dollars. Fuck. I had 900 more in my stack as far as I was concerned. All he ever said is in a book that I once read. Oh my god, do something, guy. I think we can comfortably peel here. We have enough backdoor properties, and we block the 9 hard enough. That seems fine. Not the turn we were looking for. We're looking for something we could potentially bluff at, like a queen, a 10, 7. Now we have an obvious fold. HCL huge now. The Friday games get easy 10K plus concurrent viewers, which is really impressive. The music is Leroy Towns. And yeah, the Hustler Live has really built up a following. Ryan's doing a great job there. When you lie, when you lie, when you lie. Remember your face. Run home to Jesus, why don't you, babe? Ben Armstrong. I don't think it was me, man. I don't think I know Ben Armstrong. Let me do a quick Google search. I don't think I know him, man. Yeah, I don't know him. Oh, that's why I know him. He was at the main event feature table. I knew there was a reason why I knew him. But yeah, I never met him. I definitely don't know him in real life. This is pretty gross, but we are going to peel with an over and a gutty. Now we're going to give up. It's probably actually just a fold on the flop without a spade. To be honest, but we do beat some of his bluffs. Obviously fold. I can't live with your love. You lie when you lie. Oh, when you lie. When you lie. Ba-na-na-na. When you lie. Why jam ace 10 if you think he's weak or running a bluff? Why not just call? The board was such that I think he picks up enough equity on the turn queen where he's never folding, number one, which is what's most important. He's never potting and then folding. So I want to get the money in now. Also, I don't want a scare card to come on the river that he might check. So, like, I don't want a king to peel off where now he just gives up. Mag knife. What player of high stakes is your favorite? I really enjoy Garrett. I know that's the easy answer, but I really do enjoy his banter. I enjoy playing with him. He's one of the old school guys that kind of gets it. I don't even know if old school is the right word, but you know, he's a live guy through and through. Galfon's obviously the best. More of a PLO guy. Got to get out of here. What? What is that? What is that? 21 big blind 3-bet. What are you, drunk? Any games to play besides the usual spots this week? Maybe some private. I mean, if you want to play half-half, I could take you to JRB's game. It's 100-200 round. Trevor Pope might have a 25-50 no-limit game that I could probably get you in. Father's planning a new world war. almost every night. Do you make more money from poker or everything else that you do nowadays? Poker by about, I don't know, 10x maybe more. Can't make 7 figures from teaching poker or making public appearances. That's just not really a thing. Baby, you done me wrong. Get any nostalgic Yinzer food since you've been home? I ate Burgatory yesterday. It's just the fucking best, man. What a great spot. I'm so happy we don't have it in Vegas because I would just eat it all the time. Like, what a good go-to for, like, junk food, comfort food. In a podcast you mentioned you felt like you were cheated when playing on a Chinese app called Poker Master. Can you elaborate? I play on those apps as well. There was just a lot of suspicion in the club I was playing in. I mean, this was a long time ago. This is when apps first began. And yeah, I mean, it's like just a really high probability. I lost like 100k straight playing 25-50. It's just a really, really high probability that I was being included against. The game was playing like super soft. Like I was playing against, I was consistently playing against the same people when they were V-pipping like 60 to 70%, almost exclusively through limps. And they somehow beat me for, what, 20 buy-ins? It seems really impossible. So I was like redlining the game to death, but that was getting massively countered by getting like my my win rate at Showdown was like massively negative. So it was almost a certainty that I was against a bot ring. Not a bot ring, sorry, a collusion ring, where they were just sharing whole cards. So it would just like see as many flops as humanly possible, share whole cards, and then eventually just clip me whenever they could cool me off. It was like in dirty fucking ways. Like I would flop like top set where like a 3-gapper was a straight, and they would just have like the flop straight and just, you know, stack me off there. It was fucking brutal. Here's a kiss of these tires on the pavement, taking me towards the coast. I said, hey. I said, hey. Baby, you done me wrong. Very clear 3-bet. Flop the flush versus the live one. Let's go. Whoa, super deep here with ace-queen suited. I think we just play call. I think this probably could 4-bet, or sorry, 5-bet at a low frequency, but maybe not. Pretty clear we should have a stab here, I think. It doesn't have to be big. We have jacks, he doesn't, or shouldn't. Anything's possible. We have 7s, he shouldn't. On the diamond, we definitely have a check back, I think. I mean, this is obviously one of the worst hands we would have. We'd probably have like king queen in this line though. Yeah, I think we just check back. That would have been a much more fun card on the turn. This is a pretty gross spot, man. Just it sucks. We're just gonna lose this one. Nothing we can do. This is one of those hand played itself spots where really annoying to have such a good hand in a heads up spot, but kind of smack into a potential cooler spot. I think maybe we could have 5-bet pre, but that's probably it. Especially at this depth. At this depth, I think we are afforded the ability to 5-bet pre, maybe. Really tough to know. The quick fold. Pot. How much money did you start with? I'm into this game for like 7K. So we are buried. Interesting. We have a clear call here. I would expect to see some 3x here with a spade, like ace of spades 3. Also some jack x. That should reduce the amount of jack x he has, which is good for us. So we should see some checking and some polarized betting here. Obviously, he'll just have spades native, or naturally, I should say. This size is a little strange, I guess. Maybe not. Yeah, it's strange. He wants to be all in by river. He's setting up an overbet. That's a little weird. We clearly have a call. Bit awkward. With a 3, he's probably mostly going to block, sometimes jam. Spades did miss. Wouldn't expect any clubs in that line. We're going to win a small amount here. We got sucked out on by a 3 at another small frequency. Yeah, I think that's about it. He probably has like some 6x also that we outkick. Oh, he just had the queen 10. Yeah, that makes sense that that's what he had because his turn sizing isn't really in alignment with what his range actually is. I think that he wants to be going big bet or check on the turn, but he realized that his queen 10 just like has big blocking properties to the jack and didn't want to check give up. But I think that was ultimately the correct decision, would be to check give up rather than hedging and bet 3/4 pot. Talking Dog Pro says, glad you're still up because I'm tripping balls. Enjoy yourself, buddy. You only live once. Flop straight versus set is impossible to have collusion. That doesn't make any sense. No, like, that wasn't the point I was trying to make. The point I was trying to make was that they were like playing any 2 cards because it's very likely that I was playing like 4-handed versus 3 people who were sharing their hands. And the desire to like fast play, for instance, on like Jack 7 5. Wait, no, Jack 8 6. Is that a flop straight? Jack 8 6. No, fuck. Keep folding. So it'd be like Jack 8 7. No. It's like Jack. I'm trying to think like what would make 10 6 a straight. It's like Jack 7 8. No. Jack 8 9, but that's not it. It's late. You understand what I'm trying to say. Effectively, like if they know each other's cards and they flop a straight on like a very disconnected board otherwise, they can share with each other, like none of them folded a pair, and it's just more likely that I have like good hands in that spot. So they fast play. Don't forget the times we shared, girl. All the stars we count the fall. Love will blossom in the springtime. You know we burn to ashes in the fall. We only get one chance to live again.
We only get one chance to lose.
Nobody out there picking up your pieces, girl.
It's just a lonely boy up
On this stage and he's singing.
We only get one chance to live again. We only get one chance to lose. There's nobody out there picking up the pieces, girl. Just a lonely boy up on this stage and he's singing
Oh, I think Strong Cowboy was saying that he had aces that hand died, ace queen suited. Pretty sick if he did. Do you ever Player of the Year at the World Series, or does it just not interest you? I'm a no limit player, so it's really of little interest to me. This is annoying. We obviously have a call. Now we have a give up. It's almost impossible to win strictly playing no limit. Okay, man. Alright, deep stack 510, no limit. That's where we're at now. I don't know how much more I have in the tank. I'm starting to get tired. Oh. You already know. It's crazy instead. What's not there? It wants you back. You ever gonna try cannabis before you die? Very unlikely. We have a double check here. And then a value bet on the river should he check again. We just have a block. cautious of their wicked desire. Oh, I'm stuck. We can't call 9 high, and we're not going to fold an open ender, although we probably could justify it. His turn raise just doesn't make a lot of sense. Ace 5 C bets a lot on the flop. Now we just have a give up. We could block, I suppose, or not block, but like... Yeah, actually maybe this is just a block bluff. So... We're born for the hunting. What the fucking hell? That is the strangest flop check back I think I've ever seen. It was 8-3 deuce. That's for sure a pure bet spot. For sure a pure bet spot. He's taking some really fucking weird lines. This is a wedding song. Feel your wandering heart. Google Hello Bistro, Matt. You won't be disappointed. Alright, we flop a 9 here. We'll start a little less than half pot. Oh, if you want something healthy in the bird. Sounds good. I'm in. Turn jack. I believe we just have a check now. Should have the best hand at a pretty high frequency here. Yeah, we just have a bluff catcher now on the end. Kind of brutal if he chooses to overbet. We're in a pretty tough spot. Am I going to stream tomorrow? Yes. I like this jam. Well, I kind of like this jam. I mean, I'm folding my hand for sure, I think. Yeah, I am streaming tomorrow. I think at 5, I believe, is the time. Yeah, my hand's probably supposed to block, but like whatever, I just fold, obviously. I think I like his jam. I'm trying to think like what hands he's choosing to bluff. Because it's not like he has like the naked king of hearts or the naked ace of hearts all that frequently as played. To the whistle. Man, what a swingy fucking day. I just can't seem to hang on to it. This is just a call. Before I ever learned to fall. It's my home. It's my home. Again, we just have a very clear, natural bluff catch. Clubs really shouldn't be blasting for pot on the turn, especially when the ace of clubs hits the river. Oh my gosh. How are we just out kicked there? What is going on? What is going on here? And they fill up like the tide. It's going to be pretty tough to beat a 4 big blind per hand rake. He's saying in Manhattan, they take 10% up to $40 cap. Are these games even beatable? Almost certainly no. Your win rate would have to be absolutely astronomical. It's tough to, let me put it this way. It's very difficult to beat games that take a 1 big blind rake. 1 big blind per hand. So it's incredibly impossible. You would have to be winning like 30 big blinds per 100. It's my home. Down that long and lonely road. It's my home. What up, Eric Price? How you doing, my man? The highway side, it's a long, lonely road. Dust on the windshield, a crack in the glass, and it's a long, lonely road. No reason to really bet, nothing to protect from. We have the best hand or the best draw almost always. Very clear call spot. Can't really get value from worse. We'll check a third time. And we win. Best hand and the best draw. It's a long, lonely way. The house always wins. It's a long, lonely land. Small blind defend. I still think we have a C bet here. Pretty clear. This is a check back. And we get there. I think we have a raise here. Maybe not. damn it. I'm so slow. SBDCKJ says, I lose brain cells listening to Burke talk strat, yet here he is. Must have lost enough that he doesn't know how to leave the stream. The nuts are nice. The nuts are very nice. Big bet board. We'll almost never get check raised here. Face a call a lot. Diamond's very good as we unblock. We will go over bet here. $75. Set up a river jam.
Silence echoes in a long stretch of trees, already burned by the fire and rotting beneath. And long before it grew old, it was new. A little sun, a lot of rain,
and it grew.
It's only natural.
Thank you so much, Eric. Ay. What the fuck? What the fuck?
It's only natural. You feel the world caving in. It's only underneath the skin. Melts away and you're left holding ash, holding on to memories and regrets. And faith, you find it in the strangest place. You find it in that emptiness you
Can't erase.
It's only natural. It's only blood and teeth and sin. It's only underneath.
Yeah, I think we double delay. Locking up Jack 10. Probably worth going for it.
You feel the pain, you got a friend. It's only underneath the skin.
lose. Yeah. Nah. That hand was never folding on any street. Again. Do you play on ACR or trust it? I do not play on there. I say buyer beware to pretty much anything that's not regulated, to be honest. I don't know what the deal is. I see a lot of stuff constantly coming out about RTA bots. I don't know how true it is. I also don't care because I don't play there. So live 2-5 with $6 rake is pretty bad too, given it's one big per hand. It's bad, but it's beatable. Yeah, you just have to play like uber tight and uber aggressive. You just don't want to see flops, basically. Lot of 3-betting. What she knows. So speaking of 3-betting, this is a good time to face one. We can 4-bet small here, 210. Probably could even play call since we're only 100 effective, but pretty important to get all the money in. It's gonna be. There's a lot of his range that kind of wants to jam. His pairs, his ace kings, call. There it is. We're on the right side of it. Can we hold? Yeah. To the C. All right, that's a good start. Bad turn. Black. Okay. We got very lucky to hold twice with the old aces versus ace king. Now you're all in big fucking trouble. I almost feel like I should be showing you guys this 2-5 game with this fun player who literally limps 100% of hands. He's the ace-queen guy. It's remarkable. He has a huge 5 advantage here, obviously, so we're going to play check. We'll have a call here some of the time, I think. Pretty tough to bluff catch with ace-queen high here, actually. I think I'll just let it go. Oh, god damn it. Every time I time out, I have a big hand. It's wild. It's really remarkable. Goodbye to faraway you. Oh, baby. Top 2, 4-bet pot. Let's go. I think we just have a jam over any size here. Oh, maybe not. Actually, I do think we do, because he's not going to have a lot of bluffs come river, and we want to stack ace king and aces here. I don't think he can ever exploitively fold those hands that are just top of his range. We could take a small raise line here. I think that's also very reasonable. So we could raise to, like, 500. Sorry, like 650. And then just be all in on river. But I think this is probably better. We just have check jams with like jack 10 of hearts, queen jack of hearts, things of that nature. Eight 10 of hearts is another good example. Pretty confident he has exactly one of the hands we're talking about. Pretty confident he's going to rather call. Just kind of talking himself into it. Wow, 2 jacks. Wow. I don't think the turn is a bet with that hand. It's probably a little bit too weak. circles, time will tell. Ay, ay, ay. Whispers made. Good. Small bet we can call here. No leads on that card. I think we get to block here. And we win. Dresses torn, you have won. Top set. House. While you slept. I think we have a pure check here. Yeah, we lose value. Maybe we block. Maybe we block and let the king of clubs raise. I think that makes a lot of sense. That way we target a queen and we get the 3-bet. It's okay. Don't you cry. You love me. Don't you cry. Where's my cursor? What up, Chin? Oh, he saw it. 2 jacks. Oh man, 2 jacks. Incredible. With the jack of hearts. I'm flying to Philly. You got a room, bro. I'm in Pittsburgh. What are you talking about? With ghosts, and I'm feeling in the rain, and I'm trying to let go. Back on the road in the rain, and I'm trying. It's so hard living. Probably always Probably always will. This is a good flop for us. Good size out of him. We'll have a small check raise here. Wouldn't do this with all ace of hearts. Would have a lot of other calls, but having the gut shot with it, a pretty good check raise. We would have a lot of 6x in this line. So now we still have a hand that has showdown value, so we can pretty comfortably check. Would have some 10x that would take this check raise check line as well. Would also have some like 3-5 that would go for big bets as well as flushes. I think we just get to comfortably call. This is a card that we could potentially check raise on. Well, we could definitely check raise on, actually. Yeah, it's unlucky. He played the hand well. Had we tripled, I think... can't really credibly rep full house unless we bet small on turn. Whoa. I just wanna see you smile. Call. Do 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 do. This is a hand that we could probably check or big bet sometimes. He won't have a ton of ace-x in range. If I had 8-9, I would actually consider check raising. 8-7, I think I just play check call. We can just double check here. I just wanna see you smile. Whoa. Queen's pretty bad. We could very strongly consider turning our hand into a bluff now. Just a matter of like, what do we get to fold that's better? Probably just a 9, which I don't imagine he has a ton of. He's actually probably going to have a lot of queens. Oh, he just had the 6s. That's nice. So in essence, it just would have been a value bluff. On a Friday. Brother Bill, can you tell me please? When your woman's gone and left you with a gun, hang down your head, little girl, and cry. I really want to show this 2-5 game. It looks like it looks like the equivalent of like a drunken game at a casino. The 5-10 is way more interesting because we have a pile more money on the table, but This 2-5 game is just so outrageous. There's a guy V-pipping like 90%. It's honestly just absolutely insane. Eyes, let's have some fun. I know your wings are broken. My hands are tied. When you told me you love me. Am I profiting today? No. But I'm not stuck as bad as I was. I'm stuck like 2K now instead of heaps. Objection to the sadness in his eyes. A wedding ring. Oh man. And we don't stop until one of us has it all. Monkey brain does always win. I skipped the gym today to put in a 12-hour session online playing for 1/10 the stakes that I commonly play. I'm such an asshole. So queens are nice. The ladies. Set's nice. A wedding. Should have clear overbet here. You're just gonna have a lot of combo draws. Kind of an annoying river. Still have to value bet, of course. Six, 7 may potentially bluff. Shouldn't really have 6-7 through a check call line though. Should actually have a lot of ace X, not really 3X. The only 3X would be like 4-3, 5-3. This is just an auto call. Or pocket threes. So annoying. That turn call's ambitious, but we love it. We love to see it. Threes, no spade. What are you gonna do, man? I think his hand's probably more of a raise than a call. I don't know. Tough spot, man. Tough spot. Sunday morning. Honey, if it weren't for luck, I'd win them all. Both played the ace-3 hand pretty well, in my opinion. Remind me, what was the ace-3 hand? Let's take a look. Ace-3 hand. Must have been relatively recent. We just have too many bluffs here. We have to give up with the queen high. That's fair. The outside of town. Ace-3, he says. Ace-3, I found it. Fuck. Disappeared. Oh, the ace 3 versus 8s? Yeah, what can you do? Why do you sometimes open 3 big blinds and sometimes 4? Because I'm just spastically clicking buttons. There's no rhyme or reason behind it. I'm not a good multi-tabler is basically what it boils down to. Pretty wet texture. We have marginal showdown value. We don't really want to start betting. A lot of our range will check on these textures. We'll start with a check. We'd also have like some Jack 10, Queen Jack in this checking range. So we are certainly not devoid of jacks. Pretty good card for us to start betting now. And then we'll mostly play check or block on river, depending on what the run out is. Do 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 do. All right, I'll show the 2-5 for a bit. This game is a wild one. Of course, the first hand I cut to, it's like no action. There's a place on. I think we can get away with some check raises here. Worked. Love it when it works. Love it when it works. Do you think Garrett is a Hall of Fame caliber playing? Well, based on the people that are in the Hall of Fame, I think anybody beating 5'10" no limit is a Hall of Fame caliber player. So yeah. But do I think Garrett will get in the Hall of Fame? No, no chance. There's like no live cash guy in modern day that will get in because it's just too slanted towards tournament players and online players. And I don't even know that online players are going to get their just due, to be quite frank. Be loved. Man, as soon as I cut to this table, like some weird shit happens. I don't think I've been 3-bet all fucking night. Obviously, was that fold? Come on down the line. Buy your ticket now on the. That's funny. This table is literally all Rex. It's me and 5 Rex. Somehow I'm even. I had 2,500 in front of me. I doubled him up. I doubled him up. I doubled him up. This is the only one who bought in for a full buy-in. Very big 3-bet. Oh, sorry, I'm not showing it. It's a very big 3-bet here from the small blind. Our hand obviously plays call. Double gutter. That's nice. 9 would be very sneaky. King would be sneaky too. Can't really do too much bluffing with our hand. We just want to try to realize all of our equity. Make a king or a 9. No real reason to start betting, I don't think. Pretty tough to fold out better. He will have sets in this line some of the time and some ace king. We're just pretty happy with a king or a 9 peeling off. Spade would have been nice too. Okay, express. The double check. It's almost never nothing. So he almost certainly has showdown value. Our hand doesn't double barrel very well. So again, I think we just check back. Try to drill one of our 8 outs. God, I thought that was it for a second. Oh. I imagine we're just going to check down and see kings here almost always. Yeah. Really tough for him to have bluffs, which is why it's hard for him to bet river. He could have blocked, I guess. But yeah, we're just going to check down and we're going to lose to like kings or... Nah, I think kings bet at some point. So it's probably going to be exactly jacks or 10s, which is ironic because that's what we block. Could be 9s, I guess. But it's definitely going to be a pocket pair, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, jacks. So he sizes according to the strength of his hand. That's funny. Lose my mind. King or 9 would have been nice, given that he would have been blocking nuts. Ooh, new player. My lost and dirty. Oh boy. No, it's not Dragon Slayer with the 100% VPS. It's SM Wall at the 2-5 game. Oh. Hello, birdies. Oops. Cancer. She made me. Two-5 game, please. All right, you got it. We're back on 2-5. I think he like knows that I put it on or something because he's tamed way down. It's SM Wall. They all got so tight. I think it's partly because these two short stacks sat down. They weren't here before. That's my best guess. Lost and dirty. Oh my god, I opened 4s the hand prior and I thought I just flopped quads. Then I realized I flopped nothing. A big nothing burger. go deeper just to be with her.
I would go deeper. And I would go deeper just to be with her. I would go deeper. And I would go deeper just to be with her. I would go deeper. And I would go deeper just to be with her. I would go deeper.
Oh boy.
Save me, Lord, don't you break my hand that wrestles with the ground. Save me, Lord, don't you break this day in the water I will drown. Call your name just before I fall.
Ooh, we have a straight flush and a 4-bet pot, but we lose to the queen. We only get the jam. It's the only sides we get to use because that's what our bluffs would choose. No snap, that's good. We have the best hand. Would be a dirty slow roll. A very dirty slow roll, but one I would respect. There we go. You have the aces with the heart. Does not beat the sevens with a heart. Silence. That was a dirty one, team. That was a dirty one. We got very lucky. We had 4 outs. We found we had more than that. I flopped open end. Very nice. I believe we're even. 675. Yeah. We were just about even, team. And he's back. Can't believe what's going on here. Don't blame him. All your names pull apart. Any bigger games on the site running? I think 510's as big as it is right now. They have up to 2550, but I don't think anyone's playing. How many tables are you playing? Just 2. Just the 2-5 and 510. Are you still pretty consistent with the workout routine, Berkey? 5 days a week, my man. Even after skipping today, I will still get in my 5 days, assuming I go tomorrow. Maybe a big assumption at this point. I'm not sure. As we drown. I'm down 1K right now. We were down 7,000 at peak. Let's go, baby. You were right about me.
You were right about everything. All the shadows couldn't trust. You saw through my anything does.
Oh, you were right about me.
Just like that evening in the old hotel.
Violins were playing as the glasses fell.
You were laughing when the sun came up. You were holding on to me. Oh, but honey, you were so right about me. You were right about me. You were right about the in-betweens and all the futures I couldn't see.
You will bring it back to me.
Oh, you were right about me. Just like that evening in the old hotel, violins were playing as our glasses fell. You were laughing when the sun came up. You were holding on to me.
Oh, but honey, you. I think with the 8, we choose to check back here a little bit more often. We like to have those middling cards to cover the straights. Half pot's pretty good here. You were right about me. You were right about everything.
All the futures I couldn't see.
You will bring it back to me.
Oh, you were right about me. Just like that evening in the old hotel,
Violins were playing as the glasses fell.
you were laughing when the sun came up. You were holding on to me.
Yo, these cams are relentless, man. All my mods went to bed hours ago. Hours and hours ago. It's just me out here manning the 1s and 2s. Dun, 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 Violins rise before burns out.
Freezing the air and the shadows down. Now
Double check this hand.
is a whisper saying, you pushed all your chips in and folded the hand. And the doors they cry for wanting, and the walls just fall apart.
We have a pretty natural call. Mayo says, what will your bluff combo be on a straight flush board? It would be a non-heart. So we would basically be jamming like 7s, no heart. This is pretty gross. grieve in that synagogue. We block 8-9, which is a bit of a problem. We block 9-10, also a bit of a problem. But he has a lot of one heart hands through this line. Not having hearts nice after the check flop. I'm just gonna flip a coin. I'll just use a randomizer. Okay. We rolled call. Oh, it's like that. He's a tricky one. He's a trappy one. Likes the check back lines. Interesting. Hey, Berg, I sat 510 with the 2K from 40K bankroll. Bottom pair, we can check here. But it was playing 510, 20, 40. I was to the left of a big time VIP, but 3 pros to my left. How do I evaluate if a spot is worth taking a shot at? Well, the problem is you're sitting already with 5% of your bankroll, and it's not sufficient enough because now it's, 50 bigs? So you're sitting with 50 big blinds, which is 5% of your bankroll, and you don't have a reload. Or if you do have a reload, now you're talking about many more percentages of your bankroll. So basically, you can never outrun variance. Nobody can play badly enough for you to outperform variance. Basically, I would say you can't sit that game with less than 100K. In which case, you would need like at least 10,000 to risk. Oh no, Dragon Slayer's done. He played well. Alright. This might be it. I'll leave it up to Cowboy, his choice. Lord knows I ran good enough against him that I can't quit him. Wake her up in the morning light of 1,000 days to never grow. I'll show you guys the 2-5 game while we're evaluating what to do here. The Limp Fest. In that deep, deep country, like a sadness that won't roll away. In that deep, deep, deep country, that's where she is, that's where I want to stay. 'Cause in the night of her eyes, there's a light that shines. Oh yeah, Tweak, I got you, homie. I should have modded you a long time ago. It roams. There's a highway long and roads deep, and secrets are too good to keep in bars where the tune of time never moans. So buy me this drink and I'll see you in the morning. GTGT says, I just subbed. I enjoy your play. Thank you, my man. I appreciate it. We can use all the support you can offer. Alright, let's get these fuckers. Four-way squeeze spot, no big deal. Taylor said, loved you in Chin potting, but I'm 100% about the Only Friends podcast. Great rework. Thank you, man. Glad you're enjoying it so far. I smile.
If I seem hard to reach, well, I'm probably asleep, just dreaming of her by my side.
By my side. Man, didn't stab the flush draw. Shocking. Well, the Lord didn't make my soul for the city,
And he didn't make my feet.
for the floor.
So if you start to talk, my eye starts to wander. It's just
Man, I might be too tired to play heads up. Oh, I'm fading. If you see my love, will you tell her that I miss her?
tell her it's been weeks.
Since I smile.
And if I seem hard to reach, well, I'm probably asleep, just dreaming of her
By my side, by my side. Strong Cowboys playing a little tight here. This heads up match. Not that that's a bad thing. That's kind of a good thing, but didn't 3-bet King Queen. It's giving me a handful of walks. Just folded his big blind a handful of times as well. Just making observations. Not sure if it's good, bad, or anything in between. Quarter pot here. Bad turn. Bad turn. All the songs are played by Leroy Towns. All of them. Start the show. Honey. I don't think we really need the bluff here. 7's not going to fold. We can get him off King High, but I don't know how much King High he actually has. Ah, Christ. Of course he has King High. I just get max fucking pain. That I miss her. It's been weeks since I smiled. Seem hard to reach. Well, I'm probably asleep. I play poker for the groupies. Berk, tell us about those Vegas poker groupies. It's late. Bro, there's no fucking groupies, man. This isn't rock and roll. This isn't professional sports. There's no groupies to be had. Double barreled with deuces and then gave up river. Strange. That was the one to follow through on. I reach out to hold you, but I'm falling at the darkness. You were always just a little bit of light, shining through the canvas, making me see stars. There was only just a little. It's 4. God bless it. Little bit of light shining on the road signs, bringing me back home. You were always just a little bit of light. You were always just a little bit of light. Come on, Tweak. Get to work. Do your goddamn job. Ask me to mod him and then doesn't get these guys. There you go. Let's go. 4 a.m. What am I doing? God bless. Man, I've had monsters this heads up session, and I'm up like $50. Had aces, jacks, now queens, ace king suited. We're gonna walk up a lot of them. Nothing to protect. We'll do a lot of checking on these. We'll do a lot of small betting too, but we'll have some raises, not with this hand. Now we have a block, obviously. We have ace king, he doesn't. You just win. That'll tearing me apart. Whoops. Oh, the 4x. Ooh, boy. Loving you. He's been limp folding way more than he was earlier tonight. Honestly, we've been playing for so long. His stamina to limp every pot is goddamn impressive. Do. Living inside your head. One is blue and white, and the other is red. But I can't stop loving you. Whoa, and I can't stop loving you. And on your radio, playing in your ears, and the DJ he can't help it, he just burst into tears. You got heaven and hell. No dates lined up for Hustler, but I promise I will be getting out there at some point. Oh, hello. Hello, Nutter Butters. Hello, Nutter Butters. Honest danger. Raise me. Just raise me. Ba-na-na-na-na. Water is warm. Tweak, go to bed, man. It's 4 a.m. What are you doing? Got feet in the clouds, got your head in the hole, angels in the bathroom, playing with the soul. Oh yeah, we're gonna go right after it here. Stop loving you. Stop loving you. I can't stop loving you. Can't stop loving you. Oh shit, we're three-handed now. Patrick Bateman sits down. Whoa, and I can't stop loving you. Birdies. Limper. More limpers. Four X. Ba-na-na-na. What the fuck? He limp folded under the gun. Come on, bro. Ooh.
It's hard for an honest man, it's hard for a man like me to be proud of all the things he's done. 'Cause I have been a liar and I have
Been a thief and I've been careless with the ones I love.
and I got blood on my hands. Yeah, I got blood on my hands. Daylight goes skidding, screeching in the night. You know we sing that old familiar song.
We don't hide in the shadow. We don't look for the light, and no one can tell us that we're wrong. So this went raise, 3-bet call, check, check, flop. I pot turn, he calls. River ace. I'm jamming for pot. I mean, I assume he has like queens or jacks at this point. I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna get heroed. Yeah, queens. Got him. First hand he played. Literally was first hand he was dealt in. Welcome to the table, Rook. That's mean. I just sucked out. That's very mean of me. I just sucked out. Don't be a dick. On the run. Wow. Things not to think about. What you left behind, it'll drive you crazy. If you do. All right. I'm officially done in 30 minutes. 20 minutes, sorry. 4:30, I'm calling it. I'm finally getting a little tired. I'm actually even for the day now that I stacked that man. A wild sequence of events today. Sometimes you just stick it out, you know? We got 8K in play and we're even. Oh, my man Patrick came back. On the run. On the run. On the run. Blood on my hands. We got the ass end. Hey, 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 hey. Hot. I feel you, man. I'm still stuck on Vegas time. For me, it's only 1 a.m. So I'm like just now getting a little sleepy. He called? What did he call with? He had 2 pair, queens and sixes. Unlucky run out for him. Doo-doo, doo-doo. Dylan says, "Sup, Berkey, big fan. Just checking in after dealing all night." My man, shout out to all the dealers out there. You guys are putting in the real fucking work. You may not hear it enough, but we certainly appreciate you all. Dylan, I hope you make it out to the World Series this year. I saw that they're giving a much higher wage. So hopefully you get a chance to get in there. I know they need dealers desperately. Hopefully your situation allows for it, whatever it may be. Here we flop top 2. raise, call, call. We're going to go third. As we tend to do in these spots. Now we turn the nut flush draw. We're just going to pot it. Fuck him. Probably not great because he could have 5-3. But we have enough outs if he does. Fuck him. Back to this game. Giving away the night. Bold. Be your dog. Oh, you're at Hard Rock, Dylan? I'll be there April 7th, I think. Be sure to say what's up. Let me know. Let me know that you were watching the stream. I might be there April 7th. I don't know, man. I have a podcast to host these days, you know? To your little flame. Old. We definitely have a call here. I think we can do some flop raising here, actually. Kind of like it. We don't need to go too big. 215 gets the job done. Wins. You gotta play sticky, team. You gotta know where you can kind of bob and weave and duck and, you know? You can't just let them get away with them C-bets all day long. Who knows we get punished enough. Bum, bum, bum. Just one more hand, guys. Just one more hand. For real this time. Chin started watching, so I felt like I had to give him a little bit of a show. You know, I couldn't have him just tune in drunk with no fireworks. Figured I'd give him a solid 20. A bee alone. Man, I've never felt. It's so funny because. Poker is like such a funny fucking game in the sense that I've never felt lesser as a player than probably like the last year and a half. But I've also probably never been better as a player. So this is like the paradigm that, like, I think all of my friends are better than me at poker. Basically, I feel like I've reverted all the way back to like 2009. Where I feel like all my friends are better than me at the game. They're all working harder. They're all studying more. They're all improving at a faster rate. I'm just kind of like schlubbing along, doing my own thing. But like when I just sit and play, it feels so fucking fluid and natural and nice. Like even the other day I was playing round between PLO and Hold'em. You know, relatively high stakes, like 100, 200, sometimes with straddles. And it just felt, I mean, don't get me wrong, like, lineup's good, it's soft, whatever. But it just, like, felt so impossible to lose. And then, obviously, I, like, get cornered in a couple spots, and I get reminded, like, hey, you're human, and also, like, yeah, you may be better than this lineup, but, like, you still suck. And, like, nights like tonight, that's kind of how I feel. It's just, like, yeah, like, I'm better, probably than the vast majority of my competition, but I suck. Like, I just wholeheartedly suck. I've gotten so many sizings wrong tonight. I've probably overdone some things, probably underdone some things. But once I'm done with me, I just don't think I'll ever play this game again for the rest of my life at a level high enough where I don't think that I absolutely suck. And that's kind of shitty. Like, you would think that that would be like kind of endearing to a degree, or like self-aware or whatever. But in order to think that you don't absolutely suck, you actually have to be competing in like the absolute elite of the elite. And I honestly just don't know that I have the heart to do what it takes to get there. Like, I think I'm probably intelligent enough to learn all of the ins and outs of all the micro nuance of this game. But like, my head doesn't work that way, my brain doesn't work that way, and like, that's just not, I don't know, man. The payoff just seems so low. Like, I really don't have any interest in playing high rollers. I've never loved tournaments. Like, it's just never been my passion. I don't love learning the nuance of short stack poker. Like, it's just never been my thing. I'm the exact opposite. Like, I want to sit 10,000 big blinds deep and just like watch us all throw shit at each other. So it becomes like pretty difficult to shift the other direction and try to find your edge. 15 big blinds effective against other guys who are incredibly studied and killers. That's my late night ramblings. I probably could have c-bet this hand. Now I'm just forced to check fold, which is pretty shitty. And I'm getting back to you. And I'm getting back to you. One more hour. Fuck you, Tweak. What are you trying to do to me, man? I can't do a 24-hour stream. Tomorrow's a big tournament day. 100K guarantee, 75K guarantee. That's where all the real money's at. I'm literally playing for peanuts compared to what I'll be playing for tomorrow. This is so dumb. Who loves it more? We're going to go big bet check. Our hand has showdown value, one called. Not a lot, but some. Fuck. Met Landon last series and Rampage, really nice guys, but Hard Rock definitely cool place, a lot of big games in Florida. Yeah, that's for sure, man. That's definitely no joke. I think this hand mixes between all three options. I'm in no mood to fold it, I can tell you that much. It's going to be a pure 3-bet now. Or, sorry, a pure check raise on there. Man, this guy. I'm just trying to make you proud of me, Chin. I had to get a little spicy there, you know. Had the flop raise with the Jack 9. I think we went over that lesson 2015. Is that one of the first ones? Royals 5 says, I need money When we play again, LOL. I don't know who you're talking to, man. Should play till 2 a.m. Las Vegas time. I don't know if I have it in me. We are three-handed now, though. That makes it a little bit more appealing. Heads up, not my game. Whoa! We have the fake aces. The fuck? That's a painful hand to raise fold, man. Chin got the groupie stories. Yo, we need to get him on the mic. Maybe I'll. Oh, come on, man. This flop. That's the flop. That's the fucking flop right there. Ace 4 of spades. Ugh. I'm telling him, too. I'm going to tell him. Stand in the way. Fold, 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 fold. Who am I? My bad. Anyway. This is the part of the night where I ruined them. I would have ruined them with the ace 4 spades. God damn it. God damn it. What's going on? These fuckers. Ugh. Good. I'm glad we didn't say a flop. I was definitely hitting a 3. Do-do-do. And a wolf howled out a warning to the moon. My mom said I would gamble, and my pa's so far from home. To the cemetery too. She said I'd gamble with the devil, and I'd wrestle with the Lord, and I would cross that raging river while the others feared ford. I would know my story when the time came round to tell, and I will walk my way out of hell. I will walk my way out of hell. No reason to protect here. We could bet small-ish. Most of his 9x would have bet the turn. Yeah, we're just going to win. Probably missed a value bet there somewhere along the line, but goddamn it, I'm tired. I can't do everything right now. Caught me with the sheriff's wife, and they hung me in the desert for the birds. And he offered me a deal. Wrote down these words. I wrote, I gambled with the devil. Cross that raging river. Yes, I will. I wore my soft white hat to the 400 PLO at Bally's on Monday. People were not intimidated. Good. You don't want them to be. Fuck them. You feel me in the wind. And you know me by the way your whiskey stains. And I never give no quarter. I ain't never heard no bell.
I just sit and listen to the desert sing, and it sings, I gamble with the devil, and I'll wrestle with the Lord, and I will
Cross that raging river while the others fear to ford, and I will know my story,
when the time comes round to tell.
and I will walk my way out of hell. I will walk my way out of hell.
Yes, I will.
Old. Thanks to Salt for a while on the multi-way pot series, how the game is played in the Bay Area. You're very welcome. Glad it was helpful. That felt weak. I think we can bet small here. Definitely a check back. Never win. We could turn our hand into a bluff. I don't know what better folds though. I mean, I guess maybe we fold out like ace 9 exactly. Pocket 6s, pocket 7s. Probably not enough hands to justify it though. Oh, I hate when they have the exact hand that we're like targeting though. So brutal. But yeah, that hand probably has to fold. Out to the airport.
Watch those big birds fly away, and remember,
You gotta tell her that you love her.
you gotta tell her
So she knows.
so she knows how much you need her, and that you miss her when she goes away from you.
inside, you know you blew it. The old double delay. I think we can actually value bet river when check two. Otherwise, we just have a clear call. Yeah, he should have like worse ace high, worse king high. Would rather have ace queen than ace king, to be honest. But it's a value bet nonetheless, I think. See what he called with, shall we? He called with ace 9 high. We're the fucking best. Say it with me, team. Gotta tell her so she knows. So she knows how much you need her. Dom says, how come you and Soft White team does not come to the Bay Area? I don't know, man. They got rid of Bay 101. That was like the big reason to go back in the day. Man, we got a walk with the King Queen suited. That was brutal. Like getting a walk with aces. Who's the first person you remember that started the min raise in tournaments? How long did it take you before you started the min raise? I claim that I was the first person to min raise. Back in 2004, I was sitting on the back porch at Brian Lamanna's house, and I was explaining to him how under the gun was the new button if you just chose to open for the minimum, and how well that it worked. This was like on the party poker days. But I don't know who's actually coined with the small raise sizes. It probably wasn't me. Credit probably goes to like Below Above or somebody along those lines. Don't let it change you. Don't let it make you break. Yikes, you win. He set me up. Big trap, big trap. I'm like trying to ensure that as soon as I shut the stream down and put my head on the pillow, that I will pass the fuck out. That's just like the only goal in my head right now as we approach a 12-hour stream. Like some sort of asshole. No reason to bet now. Now we can bet. Block feels pretty good here. Just trying to get called by like ace high or a deuce. Force 8. Hello, Andre. Andre, how are you not a moderator? Let's give you mod stats. Bro, what's this guy trying to say he has? He's raising me on the river? I have a terrible hand to call with. Like, very, very, very bad. I mean, he's basically saying he has queen 10 of diamonds. Or 6, 7 of diamonds. Like, just didn't ever want to fucking bet it. I have a really bad hand. Okay, I fold. He probably has, like, jack deuce or some shit. I saw Melissa out in the wild today, and it was as uncomfortable as she looks before she's ready to podcast. Oh, man. Leaving home and being gone too long. The big bet. Shut It Down it's called. Song about knowing your innocence is gone. It's a song about life. Why is everybody talking about crunchy peanut butter? I don't get it. Put on a list by some people in town. Try to clean up. You try to look good when hunger's on. I beat some hands, not many, but some. Not that one. And sometimes you wanna paint it on the wall. And sometimes you wanna write it on the bathroom stall. Well, I lost my faith in God. I lost my faith in man. And it doesn't look like I'm gonna get on back. Alright, let me stack somebody so I can go to sleep. Who wants to get stacked? Looks like Cowboys volunteering. Pour me another beer and I'll go down with the ship tonight. Jacks with the diamond. I think we could probably. I think we probably bet Jacks no diamond a little bit more often. This needs protection a lot less. Sweeping girls off the feet on the morning after. Call. Jericho, I've been down with some sinners in Mexico, singing songs about life. We were just singing songs about life, and we sang until the dawn came around. I think we have another call. I think we can block this card for 10%. It's a little funky. I'm not too confident in this. Pretty interesting. I mean, my hand's obviously a fold, but he doesn't have a lot of hands that can do this. He's probably not flatting the 3-bet with Ace King. I mean, he has bluffs that can do that for sure. I block some of them though with like the Jack of Diamonds, so it's mostly like Jack 10 of Diamonds. Even that, like, I don't really know that it wants to take that line. Anyway, it's an interesting jam because he's basically saying he has a set. 2-pair doesn't really want to do that, I don't think. Maybe he's expecting that I would just check jam Ace King on the river. I'm not sure, but blocking's pretty good. Problem is when you induce a spaz with a hand that can't call a spaz. But I don't really think he was spazzing there. I would imagine he probably just had it. My hand's a pretty shitty bluff catcher on the river. This hand's still okay. Pretty good river card for us. Hey man, what's so wrong with my life? Well, I may not have my faith in God or my faith in man. Bay 101, the casino is still there. Bay 101, the tournament is dead. go on with my life. Pot, you say? I say call. Now what say ye? We basically fold to like overbets, I think, in this spot. Otherwise, we're calling, we're checking back. Yes, we just call. It's annoying. Wow, this guy just plays so fucking tight. Can't find the 3-bet with the ace 10. Yeah, I'm pretty confident. Maybe he does like flat ace king pre versus a 3-bet. It's a pretty good flop for us. I think we start checking as we did last time. Dust bowl, people walking down the dirt road. Yeah, our hand probably wants to protect a little bit. Since you're gone. A lot of money in the Bay. All we do is work and gamble. I believe it. I played some wild fucking hands at Matrix, man. It was in Debo. We're rumbling domino. Can't let go. Not coming. I just want to stack somebody tweak, okay? I'm not asking for that much. I'm out here raising the 5-4 on the button because I'm trying to fucking stack them. Oh, I get punished immediately. Hallelujah. Maybe I'll just get better at singing if I stream long enough. Heal that holy road. Holy road. Holy road. Calling me home. Listen to the wheels before I speak. Not coming home. Glory of the coming of the night. Alright. I don't think I can get value here. It's just too thin. Maybe a better 10. Man. Holy road. Whoa. When I die, my head'll be on Betty Davis' lap, way out in the desert, when there ain't no turning back. And I'll see your hallelujah, love my wicked soul. Country visions, hear that holy road. Holy road. I think we go for the check raise on this card. We don't really apply enough pressure to over cards. Now we can just try to get him to fold king high or ace high. Let's go tweak. Do your due diligence, man. Get this cam bot out of here. Friday the 5th and I'm feeling alone. 6 is nice, king is nice, diamond's okay. 10's a brick. Dom says bet third pot with the jacks on the ace-high board. Yeah. I was going to. I decided that I would check the one with a diamond more often. I think I need to check jacks there some of the time for sure. My hand's a pretty shitty bluff. Let's just check down. Should have bet flop. He was dead. Dead, I tell you. I definitely should just be like overstabbing in this particular game, I think. When I can't understand what we're trying to hide. 4. She got it leveled in me. Something about the way she holds that gun brings out the devil in me. And I'm miserable like a painter behind my eyes. To play this guitar, but I got one for you tonight. I keep spinning, figure out who's losing, who's winning. You look me in the eye, you take me for a ride. When I can't understand what we're trying to hide. Tell me it's not too late to die from love. All she ever said is just a phone call in my head. Tell me that it's never too late to die from love. And all she ever said is just a phone call in my head. Well, hey. Hello. God damn it. Dex says, I think if you bet the ace high flop, the hand goes much easier. I don't know if that's true. I can't double barrel and I'm still in a bluff catching spot on the turn. I don't know that it really changes too much, to be honest. Maybe I don't. No, because he bet like third pot on the flop. So I don't think anything changes, to be honest. Through my veins and I keep spinning. Yeah, these guys are just nut pedaling three-handed. You look me in the eye, you take me for a ride. I'm still stuck like 2,500 today, which is fucking wild. I don't understand. I just don't understand. Basically, I ran really bad early and ran really good lately. Man, 2 orbits of walks. It's wild. To die from love. No, she ever said just a phone call in my head. Tell me that it's never too late to die from love. All she ever says, just a phone call in my head. Tell me that it's never too late to die from love.
And all he ever said is in a book that
I once read. Hey. Max Payne when we check back. Although Ace has never folding anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Ooh, we get the double check. That's so nice. Not so nice now. Now. I used to laugh whenever you'd come around. I think this is one of the ones we get to bet because we have a 7. Check back almost all other ace high. All of come on. I'm gonna punish these fucking nits. Now we are husband and wife. Tweak says, ironically, I'll be in Vegas 426 to 429. Oh, during the Academy. That is ironic, Tweak. Perhaps you can swing by. Oh, hello. That's a lot of 9s. Your face. I probably could just like start blasting here. Go pot and a half. Seems pretty reasonable. I think I want to rep a queen. He basically just has a 7. We'll just go pot. You might be able to find some check raises here with like a deuce. Busted spades every now and again, like 10-8 maybe. Can't hurt you now. Calls and loses. What did he call us with? He called us with a 7, I bet. Wow, ace high. Let's fucking go. You know, this guy just doesn't 3-bet. He has ace 6 suited. 3-bet button is broken. If I ever get 3-bet from him on the big blind, run. Fucking run. Oh my, birdies. Look at you. I'm like half tempted to misclick limp. I'm glad this is no joke. I've had aces a lot in like the last 3 hours probably since we started playing shorthanded. And I don't know if I've seen a flop with any of them. Oh, I did see one flop. I got it all in for him versus him for one buy-in. My aces versus ace king. Very fucking lucky. If we stack both these guys, we're up 500. Truth. A little bit more. I'm in for 8,500 total. So right now I'm down 1,700. Good night, Andre. I'll be joining you shortly. So I don't even need to stack them both. I could just stack Strong Cowboy. And we winning. There he is. These spots are kind of funny to me because it's like I probably should always have a pair. I mean, he's probably just gonna have like a really bad ace, but whatever. Wow, kings. He got dealt the kings. Oh man, I almost feel like I can overfold that spot. Just like hit the fucking muck with the queen. Oh, that's good. I used to think Tweak was a nit back in the day. Back in the college days. I'm not so sure I was wrong. These guys don't even try, man. He just checks down Jack High on a Queen High board, like no heart. We're at war here, man. They're just waiting for a cooler. This has always been my greatest weakness. I don't quit before a game breaks. So bad. I can't believe 187 of you are still watching. Go to bed. My God. Probably could have fucked around and 5-bet this. Instead, I fucked around and cold called. Now we gotta fuck around and raise. Nice. Nice. That gives me wood. Take him to the fucking streets, man. I'm here to take him to the fucking streets. Let's go. Alright, chill out, Berkey. Jesus Christ. Still in net, but I added 4 combos of ace-5 suited. I'm making progress. Respect. Dom, what's wrong with you playing poker? I don't understand. Seems like a good endeavor. Okay. I'm here to fuck on these guys, man. Chin, watch this. You're gonna love it. Fuck. I was talking shit in the chat and I forgot to open Ace King. God damn it. Probably faded a cooler. He probably had like aces in the big blind. That's how good I'm running. Or at least that's what I like to believe. To lose. Never cared too much for me, girl. I could never choose between the heartache of a hero or the glories of a fool. This guy fucking checks back King 9-3. Like, what planet am I living on? Jesus Christ. Oh my god. I can't breathe. I'm gonna get max punished here by an ace. He just has a fold. What? What? Glad I didn't throw that pre, I guess. He just mucked it there. Singing. Singing. God, I was quitting so long ago. Singing the blues. I should just rebet everything. How's he checking King 5 deuce? Bro. I ain't falling for your shit. I don't have time for this bullshit. 10. Close enough. I mean, I beat some hands. I certainly beat some fucking hands. I don't think Ace High starts betting now, so I don't have to worry about that. I mean, what nonsense is it? Whatever, I just want to pay to see it. Fuck him. Oh, okay, that hand? Bet the fucking turn. What are you doing, man? You turned a gut shot. You have 7 high. If I don't win all the money on this fucking table, man, I swear to Christ. You only get one chance to live again. Wheel boards are tough. Now we gotta go. Let's go OB. On this stage, he's singing. The realest fucking podcast. Tell him, Chin. Fuck. Check. Bet. Did I win yet? I did. Yeah, call. It's 7-4, man. queen high call had to be a little demoralizing. Man, YouTube should be paying me a fucking hourly. This is insane. Love is not delicate. 3-bet. 3-bet. I click it on you. Mm-hmm. It wants you back. I lose. He has ace 10. Oh, guys, he had aces. He had the aces. Of course, it was the first fucking time he 3-bet the entire session. Just let me get in there and mix it up with the king queen. Oh, baby, put a 10 ball on the river. Oh, mamacita. Let's not get out of hand here, buddy. No pair, no draw, no bet. Wants you back. It wants you back. Have you seen Close to Broke's vlogs? I haven't. Let me search that shit. Do I ever win? Never, right? Never. Definitely never. Wait, is Close to Broke friends with Rampage? I think I've seen these before. I think I saw like his first couple. Like his first 2 or 3. Were you guys like sharing an apartment at one point? Maybe like early? I forget whose idea it was to put Poker Beast on. Some were born for the fire. I've definitely seen his vlogs. Desire for you, my love. Fold, fold, fold. These goddamn nits. This is where we get them. Card we were looking for, baby. Punish those floats. Come back, my love, to the pool under the trees. the naked afternoon. How many pots should we bet on the end? The options are 1 through 4. What do you guys think? Man, I wish I could run a poll. I'm gonna vote 2.5 pots. My love, we're born for the hunting. No, it wasn't a monster, it's water. It's a bubbly. Oh, hello. Hello, mamacita. Give us that big seabed. That's right. We give you the small checker raise. And how beautiful it sounds. This is a wedding song. Oh, daddy. Daddy likes. Okay, we are at just over 3 SPR. I think pot gets it done here. To shove for river. Pot. Jesus, man, these guys are snap. How is the 9 no help? Hunting. We're born for the hunting. Oh, baby. Hit him with a little rope-a-dope. Now we hit him with the OB. Pay me my money. Tomorrow is today, you're right. But I'm just having such a good time with these two gentlemen. I just really wish we were playing 10x the stakes. Then I could at least justify staying up this goddamn late. He called! He lost! He had a king, I bet. Maybe not, maybe he called me super late, let's see. He called with any takers, any takers, any takers? Pocket jacks. Pocket jacks, ladies and gentlemen. If you guessed he had pocket jacks, you were a winner. That's a pretty good hand to have there on the river. Burke has lost it. Bro, you don't know. Chin knows. He's seen me, man. This is me at my fucking best. I'm absolutely untouchable right now. I'm thinking clear. Oh, hello. What do we have here? 2 pair. Wow, bomb it. Okay, well, we call again. We check. Winner. He didn't want to take that nut blocker to the face. Long and lonely road. It's my home. All the cars down on Main Street, and they fill up like the tide. Let's get them. Good start. And goes struggling through the night. Let's find the 8 of spades. Or the king. King is actually nice. King of spades is nice. Ace is very bad. Ace is a real fuck you card. You might check it back though with like ace king, ace of clubs. It don't matter where I go. Fuck. where they'll bury me. Well, we never win. We can't bluff. My life is bluff. I should check raise flop, actually. Thinking back on it, I 100% should have check raise flop. Won't really matter. I couldn't really check raise flop though. SPR 1.25. Oh my god. He 4-bet me with King 9-0. Bro, this guy's been knitting it up for fucking 3 hours and he just had enough. He 3-bet the King 9-0. He couldn't believe I flat called the Queen 10 off and cracked his jacks, so he was gonna get revenge. Oh man, I can't go to bed. It's only $1,600, but it's gonna be mine. Every fucking penny of it. Get back, get back, get back. You lonesome fire. I want to just like 3-bet him again. Like he doesn't have it in him to just cold for the King 9-0 every time. King 9 off. How did he know? Never get nervous, you never get lost. It's so oh man, give that man 2 pair. Let's fucking go. Oh, my queen was live. Fuck this guy, bro. We got him. Your feet again tied. Get back, get back, get back. You lonesome fire. I think we can check call on that card. We could probably pretty easily double barrel too, but we don't need to swell the pot. It's true. And he picks up like a fair amount of 9x draws here. Like some Jack 9, Queen 9. I think we defend one. Three's not great. He'll have 5-6 in range. He'll also have some ace-5 based off how I've seen him play. Pretty difficult spot for him to have like an all-in value bet. He does go for it. This stinks. Something about this line just fucking stinks, man. I'm folding. I just want it to be noted that this just stinks. Like, everything about this stinks. If I had a pair... I shouldn't say that. I don't know that a pair would play that much differently, but for sure if I had a 10 or better, we would have snapped that dick. I probably could start with a check on that flop, but nah. Well. I'm not folding. We're too deep to fold. I'll tell you that right now. Shooting it, screaming. Call the name, never sounds wrong. So in love with the flame. Yeah. I imagine his hand is just. I don't know how he wouldn't just rip it with ace queen pre. I imagine his hand just has to be like 9-10 of clubs, jack 10 of clubs. I mean, obviously fold. He's beat here. He has like, well, maybe not, but he very likely has the king of clubs. Wow, he flopped ace full. He has ace. Yo, I think eights is probably just a GM pre. I was in last place. All right, now we're nice and deep, cowboy. Let's do some shit. Oh, baby. Right on cue. Do 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 do. They shot you down, honey. They shot you. Sean Wright says, is this live? This is on a 5-minute delay. I can't stop, won't stop. I'm taking all of that. All of it. I don't think it's going to happen all at once, though. I think I'm going to take like 1,500 of it and then the rest. I think that's going to be the way it goes. I'm going to win a 3K pot, then a 4K pot. That's it. I might get Bateman in between, though. Man, how unlucky. This guy flops fucking 8s full on queen, queen, 8. I just can't find a way to scoop. Long stretch of trees already burn like fire running beneath. BetMGM can't say that I didn't fulfill my obligations. We put in a nice 16-hour stream, no big deal. And it grew. This reminds me back in the day when I used to like go to Turning Stone. Would have a tournament to play the next day or whatever, but obviously I'd be playing cash the day before. And I would just play till the start of the tournament. I actually chopped a tournament there where I started playing cash at 3 p.m. the day before, played until noon the following day. This is back before late reg existed. So then I went and registered the tournament on time. Stuck, obviously, still from the night before. No sleep. I think it was the first time I consumed a Red Bull. It was a one-day event, $500 buy-in. First place was like 30. And somehow we got down to 6. I got down to the final 6. I was like 2 or 3 of 6 with like 30 bigs. We all decided to chop it. It's like midnight. I pick up like... We chopped it even, too. That's the funny part. Nobody had any idea about ICM. This is like 2005. We chop it even. I get like 16, 17,000, something like that. And I win the flip for the trophy. And I just remember going back to the hotel room with LaManna. And I was utterly delirious. Just utterly delirious, man. I was just like talking complete and utter gibberish. Tin, let me get a little loose up in here, man. Don't be criticizing the 7s. We in the mix, man. We in the mix. We getting a little loose up in here. You know, we apply a little pressure, bet the 15%. No big deal. Whatever. So you lose some big blinds every now and again. You pay it forward. Give up on you. I ain't never gonna let you down. This guy only has 1 bet size. 35 into 53 every time. That's it. That's all he has. Half pot now. Call. Jack of hearts. Check call. Puke. Stella's out on the street tonight.
Shouting out my name to the summer sky. And I can't even breathe a word or scream, stare.
Distance to your eyes. Oh, this is the best cold 4-bot spot I've ever seen in my entire life. I don't know if there's ever been a better one. So, what she knows.
Someone's gonna play the fool tonight.
Chances are it's gonna be me. He wants to play a big one, team. Should we oblige? This is a pretty big 5-bet. To the sea. Let's crack him. What she knows, it's already gone.
It's already gone. It's already gone.
One SPR, we have a very clear check back here. 6, 8, 9 would all be very good for us. He will have, I imagine, only ace king of clubs, so maybe one flush. I think we obviously have a pretty clear jam. It's already gone.
It's already gone. It's already gone. It's already gone.
I've been in his shoes before. This is fucking miserable when you're just playing against somebody who's too wide in all spots and the board runs out unfavorably and you just have aces and get stacked in a 10K pot. We got him, boys. We got him. We fucking got him. Sorry, cowboy. I'm so sorry. You played the hand totally fine. Probably could just, I would just jam turn. I mean, you still have 200 big blinds behind. Like, you don't really want to fuck around and have a one-liner fall. I just have like a lot of overpairs there, and checking, hoping that I'll bet them is probably not best. But you know, that's, oh fuck, oh my god, I just got a cramp in my calf. That's 300 big blind poker for you, ladies and gentlemen. And I got to tell you, the loose guy often is the one that you go home cursing at the end of the night. He's the guy who puts a real hurting on your aces. When you're 300 or 400 big blinds deep, aces, they get a little scary, man. You got to protect them a little bit more. What a fucking night. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Somehow there's 210 of you still watching. This is insane. We're like almost at peak numbers at fucking almost 6 a.m. We got them. We somehow found a way to not only get even, but we won $2,000 on the day. I don't have any fucking idea what's going on. I am absolutely goddamn delirious. I'm gonna get some sleep. My best friend's coming down tomorrow. We're supposed to get breakfast. That's simply not happening. But we are gonna hang out for a bit. I'm gonna try to hit the gym since I skipped today, and then I'll be back on my final day streaming from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where I'm born and raised, a place that I love so much. I'll be back at 5 p.m. tomorrow. You know what? Let's make it 6 to be safe. We put in enough hours today. Let's do 6 o'clock. I'll be streaming the 75K guarantee and the 100K guarantee. Probably no cash tomorrow. I don't think my heart can take it any longer. I appreciate all you guys who stuck around from beginning to the end, if there even is anybody, but if not, I don't blame you. Thank you guys for spending your Saturday evening with me, fucking around in these 510 streets. I appreciate it. I will see you guys all tomorrow.